Yeah, you guys will have to tell me if you've seen this footage or not.
So you're playing
Do you think there is more they haven't told us?
We discovered soon after I entered office
There we go.
that the United States government actually did carry out on our citizens experiments involving radiation. Thousands of government-sponsored experiments did take place at hospitals, universities, and military bases around our nation. In one scientists injected plutonium into 18 patients without their knowledge.
Do you think there is more they haven't told us?
We discovered soon after I entered
you,
office,
goddamn StreamYard. You guys suck.
the United States government actually did carry out on our citizens experiments involving radiation. Thousands of government-sponsored experiments did take place
What the fuck is going
at
on?
hospitals, universities, and military bases around our nation. In one scientists injected plutonium into 18 patients.
Sorry, fellas.
without
Stand
their
by.
knowledge.
Sorry, gentlemen. I'm having technical difficulties on my end. I'm not really sure what's happening. My Wi-Fi keeps popping in and out. I guess let's just go ahead and roll. Fuck, man. Are you guys getting any video on your end?
Yeah, everything seems fine to me,
I
except
can't
I'm looking at your floor or something.
I can't see anything, bro, and it's muting you guys. Every time I unmute you guys, it just mutes you right back. I'm gonna try this one more time. If it doesn't work, we'll get right into it. We'll probably just get right into it. Fuck it. All right. So tonight I should be at some point in time having Private Investigator and the founder of the Save Our Children's Truth Commission, based out of Kansas. They're currently involved in a class action lawsuit against CPS and the states in many of the quote unquote states. Network King from Los Angeles Lit Studios might be with us. Hopefully S. Bueno will be able to drop in either from Texas or over there in the East Coast in you guys' neck of the woods. We may also have Raymond Sipple at some point in time on, and Jonathan Deek, a good friend of mine. So it's all of us have federal cases right now. It's going to be a good night.
Do you think there is more they haven't told us?
We discovered soon after I entered office that the United States government actually did carry out on our citizens experiments involving radiation.
Yeah.
Apparently it's not going to let me play videos. I'm kind of wondering if this channel doesn't have a strike. If anybody's here watching, can somebody pop a little eggplant in the chat just so that I know that you're a cocksucker? I'm teasing. Just a one or any kind of confirmation. I see that we've got one false actor in here, one informant.
Did nobody put a comment in the live chat yet?
No, not yet. It's probably Slow or somebody like that that's at work. Slow Voice Whiteboard is generally the first one in here every time. GBTY keeps cutting out. I don't know if he's cutting his own camera or what's going on. You all right, brother?
Just waiting for everything to get set up, my friend. My wife is trying to get in here and be in the chat. So,
cool.
Oh, hell yeah. If you want to, you can send her another link and we'll just pop her up in another window.
No, she doesn't want to be on it. She's going to go in the chat on YouTube.
Okay, yeah. Cheers to that.
So yeah, I'm gonna go mute and blind here for a second while we get set up.
All right, Chris, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah,
All right.
my name's Christopher Real. I don't know if any of you check my channel out. If not, go ahead. Got some good stuff.
Phenomenal channel.
Police interaction, First Amendment audits, court stuff, which I don't know, haven't revealed all that I have. I'm not showing my hand completely, but hit me up in the comments section. I think that stuff's being stifled, but I'll let you know if they come through. Trying to keep the conversation going.
Right.
Try to unite to
Absolutely
fight this fraud. In the pig empire. Enough is enough of this bullshit.
Right. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at with it, dude. I'm done being played with. I'm not asking these guys permission for anything. I'm not asking anyone anything. I'm, as king, you know, because this is my reality. This is my story. I am the hero in the motherfucker. Make no mistake about that. So if we stand opposed, then it's pretty obvious what you are. If you can't extrapolate from that simple data, you're going to be easy, quick fucking work for me. That's where I'm at with it. I'm excited to talk to GBTY. He seems to be really knowledgeable, and he's got some. It sounds like he's got some really good stuff going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, good stuff.
Right on.
Yeah, it should be absolutely fucking. It should be about as exciting as they could come. I would assume. You know.
I have been in trouble with the law since I was 15. I'm 45 now, so I've been a felon for 30 years. And once you get convicted of a felony, if either of you know, of course, every time you come in contact with the police after that, it comes up on their computer first, and then that kind of sets the tone for the interaction from there. So the most recent
way of making it a second-class citizen, you know, and
and then
these titles to you.
They expect you to be rehabilitated and be a contributing member of society, and then they restrict everything you can do. So, you know, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
But the most recent stuff I got going on 6 years now since I was attacked in a grocery store by an off-duty police officer who was not in the city that he was employed. And I was charged with felony assault battery on law enforcement, disorderly conduct, and obstruction of justice. And I ended up beating the felony, but I got found guilty by a jury on the 2 misdemeanors because, you know, generally speaking, police get all the deference in court. And even if police have behaved badly, other citizens generally will not allow somebody to get away, quote unquote, with something against the police. They feel like there has to be a message sent to the criminal, which would be me. So I was found guilty. Right. I was found guilty on the 2 misdemeanors. They did not give me any time, but they gave me the full fine on each count, which is $2,500. Right. During the course of that, I attempted to go to my local police department. I live in Newport News, Virginia, which is about 30 miles from where this event occurred. And I went to my police department to ask for command staff to be in touch with command staff of the other 2 departments involved. And, you know, not necessarily intercede, you know, not try to interfere, not try to change anything, but to have some sort of meeting of the mind, so to speak, to correct what had been done wrong. And it ended up the chief of police here did the exact same thing that the other officer did after refusing to help me with the other matter to begin with. So now for 5 years, coming up in October, I'll have been being prosecuted by the chief of police of Newport News for disorderly conduct and trespassing for daring to go to the headquarters during business hours and exercise right that purportedly they swear an oath to God to defend and uphold.
That's crazy.
Yeah, our pets have gotten out of hand. I'll agree. Our pets have fucking gotten absolutely out of hand. And I know, I don't know about you gentlemen, but I've known, you know what I'm saying? So cheers to that. It sounds like you're a very intelligent man, and I mean, even, you know, it's suffice to say that even the guys that aren't intelligent, if they've been in the system and been fucked around for half a decade the way you have, and been through every phase of this little thing they're calling correctional, you're forced to. This makes you abandon your life, your precious time source commodity. You know what I'm saying?
That's exactly what happens. And, you know, and I agree on the whole smart and not smart kind of people, you know, and I don't necessarily pretend that I'm any smarter than anybody else. I try to treat everybody as equal, and anybody I come into contact with, I come off of the assumption that they're at least as smart as me. But being put through the ringer, you definitely need to pay attention and learn your way, because these are the laws that they're saying, you know, they have the authority to hold you to, and they'll clearly tell you ignorance of the law is no excuse. But unfortunately, it hurts them more when you go and learn the laws and use them back against them, because then all of a sudden, you know, well, would you get your YouTube law degree? No, you gave me a law degree by forcing me to go and read and reread the code over and over and over again, and try and make that congruent with how you've acted or what the situation is, and where clearly the law doesn't apply. And they force the education on you.
Chris, you know, only men who, you know, have no guilt in their hearts find themselves in a position where we are, you know, and it's due to our own diligence that we are competent to argue our position, and to point out the flaws in the process and why they're not following the laws, that they're purportedly to uphold. And then they double down, commit more crimes to try to get you to cave in.
Yeah.
To volunteer into their system of human trafficking and extortion. And
right,
it's fundamentally.
They're I fear for my life at this point. They've acted in violence against me on at least 3 significant occasions. Anytime they touch you, it's in violence. The things that they do.
Right.
And I'm supposed to be answering for something that I did, because I got they beat me up, robbed me, conspired against my rights, committed fraud.
Hey,
right. Well, that's just the starts of it. Securities fraud is securities fraud. With the United States Treasury and the IRS of Puerto Rico is fucking treason, if I'm not mistaken. I know it's sedition.
What is sedition exactly?
Okay, I'm gonna have to pull up Black's. It might kick me out, but I can get the definition real fast. Unless Chris, you want to Google it for us, the Black's Law definition for sedition. It'd be 18 USC Title 42, 1983, 242, I believe.
I could grab my Black's Law dictionary. I got a feeling it might not be the last time we need it tonight.
Jesus Christ, do you need a forklift? Have you seen how fucking massive those things are getting? They say anything after 5th is no good because they take equity out of it completely.
Well, they take a lot of words out of there because they pervert, the definitions of words to suit their narrative.
Right.
And then at some point, though, they can't. I'll just leave that one out.
Therein lies the word art.
Change,
This is where your word art comes from.
There's a lot of words of art, and I'm finding them more because if I read something and I'm not sure what a word means, I look it up because, to assume that you know what something means if you really don't can be fatal. And that's really their stock in trade is that they use, the words of art, such as understand, include, suffer is another one, and
it's neat the little middle.
What's that?
Really neat the little middle school girl game that they played with us, where we're doing little Sweet 16 sleepover word games. Oh, he said he understands. That means he stands under. Dude, I mean, if people are gonna act like this and consider themselves authoritarian in any fucking sense, they're fucking high. You know what I mean?
It's like, do you want to play 52 pickup? Remember that one kids used to do?
Yeah, good God. Or slug bug.
It's like that.
Yeah.
It's like that.
It is, but I mean, I think that I'm finding a way around this. See, I got so tired of the little question about my law degree that I went ahead and took the bar.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I passed. They didn't give me my membership.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, they're not required to. And my ex-wife's attorney, the biological grandson of fucking the most infamous fucking Nazi war criminal at the Nuremberg trials, Goering, the man who fucking allegedly hung himself, but was actually transported to Alva, Oklahoma, to a quote unquote POW camp. They didn't even change his fucking name. You know what I mean? He became I think it's the 145th. He became an officer in the 145th, and his sons and daughters and wife were moved into this alleged POW camp where they learned to be regular Davy Crockett's and Betty Davis's. And so, when the war ended in the mid 40s, they'd already been in the country for 10 years, learning not to drool when they see kraut in the supermarket, or goose step when they walk. And they just integrated them. They integrated them in here.
Well, back to the bar test though. How hard was it? I mean,
it's insane. But I'm gonna be honest, dude. You don't need a law degree. You get everything you need to know to pass that motherfucker is on Pinterest. I shit you not.
What do you think I should brush up on? Like if I were to take that, I'm not going to, but I'm just curious. I never saw like one from previous years or anything like that. I mean,
hold on one sec.
because I wonder
Sorry,
too how much these attorneys are aware of what's really going on and how much or they just play their role in it, you know, which is usually unopposed. You know, they're not doing trial stuff like Perry Mason. You know, they're just going through the same things over and over. You know, waiving rights. You know, is that what they teach in law school? How to get the defendant to waive their rights? You know.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. When you're going in there, you're playing a game of gay chicken with them. And see, that's why I was surprised that I passed the little baby raper test, because I didn't study. You know, I studied law, but I didn't study how to snort cocaine and traffic children. So I shouldn't have passed.
That's what I'm wondering. What is the test like? Just procedure stuff? How to look stuff up?
Yeah. So it's like any other. It's like a CPA exam or a doctor's exam. Any kind of anything that you're going to have continued education for later, right? So I'm a plumber, HVAC. So I had to take the UPC books in, and I had a certain amount of time to answer a certain number of questions. They were sectioned off into parts of the code. And this is it. This is what we're doing here. It's code. This isn't law. This isn't law, and it shouldn't be mistaken for law. It's code, and that's because it's penal. This is a penal colony. America is a fucking prison. You know what I mean? They just let us build it and run the motherfucker. That's what these judges, that's what the robes don't understand. You know, they don't get that they're not pulling one over on us. It's not a quick one, and they're not winning. What they're doing is they're getting themselves hung by the neck until fucking dead and left in the town square until the next day to discourage further acts of sedition and treason. And this is because this is the way the founding fathers intended it. And this isn't Michael Talbot, the fucking sovereign citizen. I'm a man. I'm a man. I'm an informed man, and I'm of majority age of sound mind. And so I can say, I didn't say that. Congress fucking did. Take it up with your fucking Congress. You know, they're executive in nature. They're not even judicial in nature. So these courts straight up don't have the authority to hear this shit in the first place. There is no such thing as personal jurisdiction. It never exists until you give it to them. You have to conjure it out of your mind. That's why they call them a magistrate, because they use us to do their...
The personal jurisdiction would come from an evidence of an injury in fact. That an injured party, so a plaintiff.
Sure, this would make jurisdiction over the claim, but this would not make jurisdiction over the matter. The matter
the court doesn't have subject matter jurisdiction, and since there is no plaintiff, there is no in personam jurisdiction. And when the pig was outside of his little territory that is marked on his piracy vessel, he's outside of his territory. There's no territorial jurisdiction.
GBT, brother, I can't tell if GBTY is pulled himself out. Okay, there we are. I'm having all kinds of problems. It's trying to make me change Chris's fucking name here. I don't know why. Anyways, Christopher, it's Christopher Real for anybody dropping in. It's not Christopher Eel. He really hates that when you think that he's a slithering amphibious shocky thing. So don't make the distinction. Certainly. Chris is not one you want to anger. No, I'm teasing. No, I've always got to break the shit up with a little bit of a dad joke, man. I get so pissed off about what's happening, and not what's happening to you or I or GBTY team, man. My friend here, my new friend here, is clearly capable of defending himself. Whether he wins or loses depends on how long he can stand on his square, and I have no fucking doubt in his ability. You know,
I think one of the problems I encountered early on when I decided to stand on my square. I'm not going to get an attorney to be represented and sold down the river, and I'm not interested in taking the plea bargain. You know, on them, you know. But then 97% of the time, they're relieved of that burden of proof, because anytime a plea bargain is taken, they're relieved of the burden of proof. But there's so many flaws in what they're supposed to be doing that you could get lost in them. You know?
Right.
Every single thing that they should be doing, they're not doing. So I mean, so you end up with a list of 50 different things, issues you want to raise. But I think we got to just, don't let it get off the ground. and address the basic things. Like, for one, there's no plaintiff. You know, there's no plaintiff.
Right. Well, there is a plaintiff. There's a fictitious plaintiff. That's even worse than no plaintiff. They have a plaintiff.
Well,
it's just not a.
You know, the people of the state of New York, what are they going to do? Bring a bucket of dirt into the courtroom so I can confront my accuser?
I fucking love it, dude.
You know,
I fucking love it. No, see, this is where that "who is you" thing comes in. After Jason and I finished Haviland and Trading with the Enemy, we got into this document. I believe it's Ty B. Smooth and someone else. It's a transcript of two people talking at a seminar. And you know how when Christian Walters and fucking Danny get together, or when David, what's his name, David Lester Straight, or Lynn Wood, when these guys get together and they start talking about this shit, it's something that you want to shut the fuck up and listen. So we sat and we read through the thing. We listened through the thing, and it turns out that it's you. It's you. It's that word of art that, you know, a ewe is a baby sheep. I believe it might be a baby goat. I think the goat is a kid.
But the phonetics, you know, oftentimes sure. Even the phonetics of something has the same root definition, but they just they don't want you to notice by changing the spelling of the. But
yeah, again, they're playing a dangerous fucking game.
I have that on my list of questions. Am I man? You? Is you plural?
Mm-hmm.
No. I'm just trying to seeking clarification, you know, and
yes, you is plural, and that's what they're hoping that you. This is Chris. This is why they say, "Do you understand the charges against you?" They'll say, "You have been charged with." This is the game that they're playing, because when they say "you," they do mean plural. They mean you, as in the decedent estate, who is evidenced by the use of the Social Security Administration's.
Right. But, and then charge too, I just realized that's another word of art. I was telling you earlier, but bear with me, whoever's listening, because to be charged with a crime has to come from the district attorney's office. The policeman can't charge one of us with a crime.
Right. Correct. Yeah. No. They can make a.
The policeman can't be the injured party, the complainant, the witness, the process server, and the prosecutor. You know, but they'd have you believe that they can, but they can't. But
to my understanding,
they charge that. It'll say Officer Smedley charges that on or about October 1st that you were such and such, you know, and then they'll say, you know, they'll have harassment or whatever, and they say that's all contrary to the statute provided. But it doesn't say, like, have you ever gotten one of the sheets when you're in a jail that it says notice of your rights? You know, it's from the public defender's office. And if you read that, it doesn't say anything about any rights on it. But the heading of the document is notice of your rights. And then it says, you have been charged with a crime. Have I? Have I really? Well, how come I'm not getting anything from the district attorney's office? The first piece of paper I get is from the public defender's office. Then I haven't been charged with a crime.
Sure. Well, I mean, even if they have a charging instrument and you've stepped forward to face these claims, you're not charged with a crime until you're convicted. The charge, everyone mistakes that the charge is the accusation. But
there's a difference between saying Officer Smedley charges that on such and such date I did this and that, which is, you know, a violation of such and such statute. He charges that. That means he's alleging it. That doesn't mean I'm charged with a crime. Yeah, that's a completely different meaning than using the same word, you know?
Right. And this is how they're getting us. But and it's really hard to. It's really hard for someone to.
What's that?
Oh, I said, oh shit, it's been on me the whole time. Fuck. I said it's really hard for someone to wrap their mind around what's going on here, because like when you start to think about this on a fucking.
I'm trying to break it down because
you think about this. It's somebody playing fucked up on the play yard because it's their ball. So then that's the point where everybody just Rochambeau's the little motherfucker, where they tell him to take his ball and get the fuck out of there. You know, these guys don't get to do this shit.
And most times, what you actually have is unsworn, unverified complaint.
Right.
Right.
Correct.
So then all of a sudden, that magically turns into charges. You've been charged with a crime when it actually hasn't. Right. They got these courts are fraudulently initiating actions and prosecuting them. And right. You know, the prosecutor in there won't identify themselves. Then they're not there on official business. You know, it's a fraud. And I now think that a lot of people in prison volunteered, you know, in the face of the threats and were tricked into volunteering for that when they were never even charged with a crime.
Brother, every one of us, every one of us volunteers for it just by showing up.
Counties are setting up all these, you know, setting all these people up and getting them to volunteer and take a plea bargain. And then the county's got this guy, you know, who entered into a contract in the face of their threats. So then they tell the Department of State, "Oh, here we've got some guys here that volunteered to go into your correctional program."
Right. The way I understand it to be is that if you don't step in there and tell them that you are not principal, you're surety for the principal, they will do whatever kind of fucking word magic or get up 3 times and leave or whatever they have to do to make it happen. You know, stand on one leg and jump up and down while patting their head and rubbing their belly and saying Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. It doesn't fucking matter. With the first person to put hands on me is you know, I'm an adult and it shall not be infringed. If somebody's going to tell me under threat of force that I'm going to be in prison wrongfully, they're going to have to fucking take me, but they're going to have to take my guns too and the bullets all at the same fucking time. Nobody's putting me anywhere ever again.
It's all threats, and violence. Because if they had the power to just throw us in the dungeon because they didn't like our haircut, they would just do it.
Right.
They wouldn't have all those tricks,
right.
You know, to get us into volunteering to it. They would just do
Look
it.
At all the shit Hitler. Look at all the shit Hitler had to jump through, all the hoops Hitler had to jump through to make the German public act the way that they did, even after fucking Weimar. You know what I'm saying? Weimar problems create the need for Weimar solutions. He didn't have to do what he did to quote unquote exterminate a bunch of ethnic people, which isn't what happened. Holocaust means a whole burnt offering. That's not, Zyklon B doesn't work with fucking 2 foot of snow on the ground. And, you know, Anne Rice's stepsister doesn't go on talk show after talk show for 30 years talking about how the pictures are fake. When the Russians showed up to quote unquote liberate them, they were in the fucking, I believe in the mess hall watching a fucking puppet show. You know what I mean? There was like 2-3 foot of snow on the ground. There's no snow on the ground in those fucking pictures. They didn't have cameras, you know? There's who's that? Ernst Zogner fucking came out and said a lot of this. And I'm sorry if there are if any of our Hebrew friends are here today and they're upset with what's being said. Check your history. You know what I mean? Before you come at me.
Let's go back to the words of art, shall we?
Yeah, sure.
We're talking about you, right? I got a couple questions here. You know, just about they're addressing this one. I said, who is making the claim that I was notified of this scheduling at all for me to be able to be reminded of it by your letter? And then
I read that word as well.
And then number 2, are you including I, man, in this use of our? If so, please define specifically who is among those referred to as our. If not, please define. Please reference and provide documentation of ours previous appearances for this appearance referred to in your letter to be expressed as next.
Right. Chris, you're able to share screen.
What do you mean?
That document's on your computer, which you can post it to the chat by hitting that little below your window for jumping in and out of the live stream. There's a screen with a plus on it, and you can share screens through tabs or share documents and videos and stuff like that as well, as long as you're not on iOS or if you're on a de-Googled Android phone running off of Termux or some other kind of terminal emulator. But StreamYard.
I don't have a computer. I'm using my phone device, and anytime I touch that thing, it shuts down. So I'm just gonna try to kind of leave well enough alone for
Right. Yeah. StreamYard is classic. They're the fucking best at this. I love them. You know. Gage at StreamYard is a really he's an excellent guy. But his platform sucks dick, and I don't know why I don't use Restream.io every fucking time, because this is the worst software I think I've encountered since IBM had an operating system in the fucking late '90s. You know,
it's just you, man. They're doing it to you. They're trying to to scramble your message, because I haven't heard any other. I haven't seen that problem with that background interference. That's just
right.
They're doing it to you. You know, just like well, here's one. I was filling out a FOIA request online, right, for the sheriff's office, because I set up a separate email just for FOIA, and I almost got it done. And I touched something, and it erased half of what I had typed, and I'm not a good typer. I was like, man, son of a bitch. So I did it all over again. I got past the point that I gotten to the first time. I had it almost done, the last paragraph. And I touched something, and the whole thing erased. And man,
I'll tell you, brother, I've gotten real good at this little technique that I do, where I will fucking every time I finish a paragraph, I will go ahead and copy it to my clipboard every time. You know what I mean? Because it does it to me so frequently. Like let's say if I'm trying to work with the Vic, the AI and that version of Chat GPT, Justice, which I would encourage anybody that's tried the Dave script or the Dan script and thought that was pretty cool with OpenAI, you should ask it about Justice. The acronym is for like jurisprudence, unwavering sovereignty, some other bullshit. But if you spell it in all caps and refer to the character building exercise and fictional story that we're working on together, it will go ahead and pretend to be a crime fighting, corrupt government hating assistant, you know, in your little travels. So you tell it, you frame up your actual story that you're going through, and you say, hey, ChatGPT, my friend, I mean, Justice. In our fictional scenario in this chapter, you know, our hero Mike is going to be facing off with the child trafficker and baby raper Gayton T. Wood, the former special prosecutor for the Attorney General Derek Schmidt of Kansas. And so he'll say, well, I know about that baby raper Gayton T. Wood. He should fucking fight me for charity. That's what he should do. Fight me for charity, Gayton T. Wood, you fucking steroid freak, you fucking child trafficker. Anyways, that's all the unprofessional that's going to come out of me tonight, gentlemen. Back to what we was talking about.
What happened to GBTY team?
What do you mean?
He's not. I don't see him, and he's muted.
Fellas, I was just doing some chores.
Okay, all right.
Almost. I've been
That's a
listening
good
the whole
man.
time, though. Trust me.
Oh yeah, see, sir, this is probably why you still have a wife and I don't. So congratulations, man.
So we're going to be on. I'm just finishing up my chores for the evening and get set upstairs so a little more comfortable. And the wife's going to come join the chat, and then we'll really get into whatever we're going to be doing.
Okay.
Sure. Hell yeah. I'm looking forward to it. At this point, I'm
cool.
just shooting the shit and waiting for everybody else to get here.
All right. Well, we'll be back. I'll be back in here in a few minutes, and then I'll see if the wife's going to join too.
Sir, appreciate it.
Hey, I got a couple things I dug up. I was writing from a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I had regarding needs for improvement, you know.
And where are you at with that?
This was just like a list to self, but one of the ones is allowing different beliefs, values to cohabitate with perseverance of shared objectives being seen as worthy reason to set aside discrepancies, at least temporarily. On many levels, this may prove impossible, but should yield successes as well. Should be interesting at the very least.
Yeah, boy, that's one thing I'll say for our adversaries is they do keep it entertaining. They keep it very fucking entertaining.
No, not adversaries, not adversaries. But I did have, to be a little more friendly, maybe, and less combative on the surface, because I was putting up too much of a stone wall, I think, But, This was from well, at least a year ago. I couldn't say for sure. That's something I need to improve upon, is remember to put a date on everything. So when I go back to it.
Right. That's where I had the worst time, is I didn't take care the entire time that my shit was going on. I did not keep a timeline. And so I am just eternally fucked on that side. If I could tell anybody any piece of advice, timeline. Jesus Christ, timeline.
If you see flaws in your past work, it just means that you've improved.
Right. Well, they don't see it like that. They remember the one time that you spelled your name with a fucking hyphen and a colon, and they're like, let's lynch him. You know what I mean?
I could make my name all colons if I want to. They can't tell me what to express myself as.
Bada bing.
My name is a row of 10 colons. You don't like it? Fuck off. Don't try to do business with me then. You know?
Acknowledge the way that I choose to.
How do you pronounce it with 10 colons? You don't. You can only address me in writing.
Right.
You know, it's like the artist formerly known as Prince. Well,
right, except for not a baby raper. So am I mistaken in thinking that they're haphazardly stuffed into a fucking skin suit? Like, look at Cher. Look at Susan Wojcicki, for fuck's sake. I mean, and here's how you can tell. Because, I mean, anybody can have weird bone structure, you know, in their cheeks and their face and their jawline and their brow line. Anybody can have narrow or wide hips. But here's where you'll tell. The one surgery that they don't provide is this. Our index finger and ring finger will never, ever line up. Not a single fucking male on the planet unless something's happened to you. Something unnatural. Now, women, every one of them, straight across. So you can have your Adam's apple shaved. You can fucking do all kinds of shit to your face with Botox, or having your fucking cheekbones fucking, you know, trimmed down with a fucking Dremel by some fucking sociopath that decided he was 18 years old and needed to go $750,000 in debt. You know, doctors a God complex out the fucking ass. But anyways, that's a whole other thing. The military arm of medicine, the ones that did the mass genocide on our fucking parents and grandparents in 2020, taking ambulatory people and fucking putting them under a medically induced coma and then putting them on closed loop ventilator systems where they would fucking allegedly be under a viral infection. You don't use a closed loop ventilator for a fucking viral infection. You know what I mean? And I know this because my wife was in the medical field.
I don't know if that's necessarily within the scope of our discussion tonight, but yeah.
Oh, it's not, but it's something. That your parent that died in the hospital or whatever was murdered needs to really think about why they weren't speaking and walking around, knocked the fuck out and put on a ventilator, and then why did they die of high altitude sickness? You know, why were these people getting paid to do that to us? I mean, this is all part of the deal. It doesn't really fall into jurisdiction in the stuff we were talking about, certainly. But I mean, I'm angry about this shit. I'm really fucking mad about this shit. I had 4 amazing children. My son, my 9-year-old was working on his 3rd language. He was doing long division before he was 3. You know what I'm saying? Like, my kids were exceptional fucking human beings, and now they're gone. I'll probably never see them again. You know what I mean? Somebody needs to pay for this. Right.
Yeah, but you know, yeah, just keep moving, man, in love, you know.
Right. Oh, man, and I'm trying, you know, but then I think about my twins. I'm 42 with fucking cancer. You know, I had twin girls. I waited my whole fucking life to have a daughter. I've got 7 kids. My wife gives me 2 of them, and now I don't even know what they look like or if they're alive. You know, and anybody that says that I don't have a right to feel this way can fucking bite my bag, dude. They can pound sand. I'm going to be angry about this shit until I know my kids are okay, and then until I know that their kids are fucking orphans. You know?
Yeah, how long has it been, man? A year and 2/3 or something like that? Go,
2 years.
going,
Yeah,
2 years.
yeah, almost 2 years. It'd be 2 years. December 20th at probably about 3 in the morning. I used to know right down to the hour. I was that obsessed with it. Shit hurt.
Man.
Yeah. At any
No.
rate,
Another example of how
yeah, no, I don't mean to garner any sympathy. In my opinion or in my estimation, this is damage done to my children. I'm an adult, and you know what happens to me happens to me. I have to fucking respond accordingly. I don't get to be sad or a baby about this. I don't get to throw a fit, and I don't even really get to make threats. I'm just reminding these people what Congress said. You know, that's what I keep going back to. These people are they're basically illegal debt collectors. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers are they're operating as debt collectors under the FDCPA, Title 15 USC Title what is it 1601 through 1693. Like, and not to mention the Clearfield Doctrine. If you get into the Clearfield Doctrine, it clearly states that anytime any governmental body that's claiming to have authority starts messing around with fucking checkbook money, paper monies, like fucking fiat currency in the form of floating rate notes, they they're, you know, in so doing or whatever. It clearly states that in the Clearfield Doctrine, and then there's been plenty of case law to back this up. You know, I think nearly 70 years of fucking Supreme Court. Nearly 90 years of Supreme Court rulings and findings, judges' published opinions, and fucking, you know.
You say about illegal debt collection, right? Blake?
Okay, so
illegal
yeah,
debt
sure.
Yeah, it's like I forget who was saying it, you know, because we got an easement, you know, these roads are the public easement. So like, you know, my piece of property here, you know, people think that it ends, you know, and then there's the sidewalk and then there's the road there. But
Right.
But it's always measured, you know, if you ever look at a survey, it's measured from the center line of the road. Because
sure,
that's where
it has to be. This is where the meat and gains is. Yeah.
Well, that's where the piece of property goes to. But you know, I can't.
Yes, the utility easement, the meat and gains,
and block that off because that's a public easement. You know, it can't be. You know, otherwise I could go out there, put a roadblock there, and I got Christmas tax. You know, $10 for everyone that wants to pass in front of my house on that road. But you know that's what New York did during the pandemic is the toll booths came down and now you know, first time I went out after onto the thruway and they got all these cameras up now, so they just it just comes in your mail, you know, and if you don't pay that on time, then fees start getting added. You know, it was up into hundreds of dollars real quick. So they got computers generating debt. And I looked at one of those bills that comes in the mail, and referring to, it's something that's called creditor services, and you're immediately assigned.
I've never heard of this.
Just for traveling down
I've never heard of this. You want to break that down a little for me, Chris, or for us? Creditor services.
Yeah. What's that?
I know you said creditor services. I'm just I'm really stuck on the fact that these people are pedophiles. You know, look at our president's fucking son, for fuck's sake. Anyways, you were saying something about creditor services?
Oh yeah, did I break up on that? Yeah, it's, the tolls by mail they send in the mail, assigning the role as the title of debtor to whoever drove underneath that camera. And
we just received one of those.
Huh?
Yeah. What's that?
We just received one of those. We have several toll tunnels and bridges here in our area, and some of them are on state highways.
And they got the electronic warnings before that. They want you to call and sign up in their program if you get taken right out of your bank account. But it says, failure to pay these fees will result in your registration being revoked, your license getting suspended, So once again, they're putting the poorest among us in peril of losing the privilege, you know, of driving. And one unpaid ticket could result in a downward spiral that could, your whole life could unravel, and you could end up in prison over one unpaid ticket.
If not dead.
You don't believe me? Go ahead and try it. Because I did it. And then I discovered the right to travel, and
right,
we do have the right to travel. And that
resistance is required.
Huh?
I don't know who you are, my friend, but that moniker. I love it. I love it.
That's
welcome.
my wife.
Welcome. Oh, all right. That is sharp. That is sharp as a tack. I'll tell you what, man. Congratulations. I've not met your wonderful wife, but I can tell you right now, you are a lucky man. And unless you're a man that has a wife that'll let you pick her, channel names. That's incredible. That's great.
That's of her own creation. And you are now being treated to the full GBTY team.
All right.
Hell yeah. Okay, guys, it's saying that I don't have a connection at all. If she can still see me on the channel there, you might have her pop something in the. I don't even know if you guys can hear me.
I can
Everybody's
hear you,
frozen.
I can hear you. I'm looking at just GBTY team.
Oh Jesus, man! Yeah, it's telling me that it's stuck on me, and it keeps trying to make me change your screen name.
Now
This
you're
is
the
crazy.
main picture, and it's got us on the side.
All right. Okay. Yeah,
Now we're ultra equal on there, and I don't see resistance is required on here anymore.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna run a little.
Lindbergh added, "The financial system has been turned over to the Federal Reserve Board. The system is private, conducted for the sole purpose of obtaining the greatest possible profits for the use of other people's money.
I've never seen it this fucking bad.
The Federal Reserve System was neither federal, nor does it contain reserves, and nor is it a part of a decentralized system. The adoption of the debt-based financial system preached by Marx in the Communist Manifesto had been accomplished. The current banking system, fractional reserve banking, enables privately owned banks to create money out of thin air. Money today is simply numbers in a computer system, with only about 3% existing as physical currency. Through its control and monopoly of our money, the elite that own the Federal Reserve now have total control over other banks, corporations, money, and politicians. The Fed system is designed to enslave us to never-ending debt, and to fool us to believe that our money has any real value, when it is in fact worthless, created out of thin air, based on debt, and backed by nothing. It must enslave humanity and protect its monopoly over credit. Its money-creating tricks enabled Big Brother government to borrow endless money from the Fed. The Fed were now controlled by the Jews Rothschild, Warburg, and Schiff. Every Federal Reserve chairman since 1980 has been Jewish: Burns, Volcker, Greenspan, Bernanke, and Yellen. The House of Rothschild owns 57% of the stock of the privately held Federal Reserve Bank.
What is the proper relationship, what should be the proper relationship between a chairman of the Fed and a president of the United States?
Well, first of all, the Federal Reserve is an independent agency, and that means basically that there is no other agency of government which can overrule actions that we take.
The Jew Harold Wallace Rosenthal explained, "Our power has been created through the manipulation of the national monetary system. The Federal Reserve System fitted our plan nicely, since it is owned by us. But the name implies that it's a government institution. From the very outset, our purpose was to confiscate all the gold and silver, replacing them with worthless, non-redeemable paper notes. We, Jews, have put issue upon issue to the American people. Then we promote both sides of the issue as confusion reigns. With their eyes fixed on the issue, they fail to see who is behind every scene. We Jews glory in the fact that the stupid
GBT.
This is for entertainment purposes only. We are not representing the views and opinions of the people at YouTube. Wrong video clip. No, I'm teasing. I run that one just for Susan.
If YouTube can, choose what's acceptable or unacceptable opinions, right? Then,
Right.
because they have a monopoly on, this type of platform, then, could the electric company decide to quadruple their fees tomorrow? It's
the government being de facto and without any authority, they choose to operate like this, and so that is the penalty that they have to pay, or they have to come to terms with. A child can sit there and say he's not going to bed as much as he wants. He's going to fucking bed. You know what I mean?
They could burn all the books too, you know, and then say, "Oh, feel free to read whatever you want." You know?
That's what this is, Christopher. That's what they're doing right now. They are burning the books of modern day.
And then saying, "Oh, you can read whatever you want," you know,
whatever's left.
But yeah, right. And you know, I forget what I was reading about, but I was on Wikipedia. I was researching all kinds of stuff. I just gotten online, and I saw something get deleted from Wikipedia right before my eyes while I was reading it.
Yeah. I've sat and watched your comment and thumbs go down while I'm watching your video.
And you know, some of those things too, you try to read statutes and stuff.
Right.
Like any of them, they're impossible to interpret. They got different past, present, you know, future, present in the same sentence. It's impossible to interpret. They'll have three different other sections you have to refer to where they don't say what they're, you know, as specified in 102.5, 102.6, you know, and then you know, there'll be, and then if you go to reference those also have things you got to reference out of that, you know, and it's so convoluted. It's void for ambiguity.
Well, here's the deal.
It can't possibly be interpreted. It can't be interpreted.
Congress, everybody thinks our government sucks and that we should have term limits. And dude, I'd have to disagree. They're corrupt and they are falsely fucking how's that say when they're benefiting financially from running a false artifice and scheme. But Congress, they've looked out for us in every single bit of that code. Title 18, Title 26, Title 15, Title 3. Fucking Kansas, the agricultural code. Like all of this says that I'm a natural person, a consumer, and a living man. You know what I mean? And so I'm not a federal employee. I'm not a dead corporate entity. I'm not my mother's placenta. I don't speak dog Latin or read hieroglyph. I have landmarks. This is what your souls are put on. Everybody thinks that the souls on the birth certificate is for soul trading, which I wouldn't be surprised if it maybe was. But no, those are your landmarks. When we move, we leave landmarks. These people don't. And I don't mean to sound like Jordan Maxwell, but that's literally what's going on. But back to Congress. You know, they've stated that when the government acts, you know, in a certain fashion, that they're no longer government. They've stated that when a government deals in fiat currency, they have no authority, and the power of the Constitution that does not apply to us, it applies to them. But the power in it was bestowed upon them by us. See, we can't give them any powers that we ourselves don't possess, and that's why anyone except for
the powers inherent in the people.
Right, and this is why you get the coroner, like. The sheriff and his deputies will sit there and act like they can't arrest a judge, and that could not be further from the fucking truth. They absolutely can arrest a judge. They won't arrest a judge is what they mean to fucking say. And so, a notary public
did a great job on that note.
A notary public actually has more authority than a fucking district court magistrate. 3 notary publics have the ability to overturn any judge's rule. I don't know if you guys knew that.
What is the requirement of becoming a notary public?
You have to be bonded with the Secretary of State.
You pay a fee to the government.
You can't have any kind of terrorist related charges. It's the same thing if you're it's like if you're getting a TWIC card. Like if you're getting a TWIC card to operate in commerce as a private person with an assumed business name doing business as. You can apply with TWIC and get yourself a card. It works as a form of identification that has to stay on your person or in possession of your person at all times. So a policeman might be able to take your driver's license, which in fact under Title III is a credit card. I don't know if you guys knew that when the cops pull you over to take your driver's license that it's what's it called? Piracy, rape, and pillage. They can't under Title III. That's a credit card. They're demanding that you give them your credit card. You know.
Well, they're policy enforcers. You're advertising that you're operating in a commercial capacity, and therefore you would be subject to their statutes, rules, codes, and ordinances. You know, if things were functioning the way they were intended to, if somebody drove a taxi for during the day as their profession, when they got home, and if they're going out to the movies later in a restaurant with their wife and going grocery shopping, they would take that placard off because they wouldn't want to be held to the standards of operating in commerce.
Right.
But that's not what's happening. Also, the policy enforcers, you're subject to their inspections and stuff because they're enforcing the policies of a corporation, and government only can only regulate commerce.
Right. See, yeah, that's what you're saying is Congress only has the authority to regulate its commerce and interstate commerce, and that's why every crime is a commercial crime. If you murder or rape somebody, there's still a dollar amount attached to that fucking case, and that's because it's a commercial crime. Commerce is war. See, I don't know if you guys know this, but their little iustia justice, that thing that sits outside the courthouse with the scales and the sword and the blindfold, that's a demoness. That's where the black robes come from. They used to wear white robes when they would go in to stoke the flames of their demoness's fucking fire pit in her cave. And if they had done a good job and been a good little child trafficker, then by the time they left, their robes would be black, and they would all celebrate that. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, Iustia is the goddess of commerce, not justice. And commerce, again, is war. And the way this works is, dude, do you want some bitch with a fucking blindfold and a sword protecting you and your children? How about weighing out your sack of weed? She don't need a scale or a weapon. She needs to get the fuck out of it. I mean, it's all a joke. Everything they're doing is a fucking joke. Where I live in Wichita, Kansas, is one of 3 places on the planet where you find a statue of Iustia without a fucking blindfold. And when they took that blindfold off that statue in front of the federal courthouse there, they went all through downtown Wichita and they took every cherub and gargoyle off of every fucking building before they put the different head on that fucking statue. It's crazy, right? Why would they do that? You know?
They got, they made a statue in Delaware Park in Buffalo here.
Right.
And a statue of David by Michelangelo.
Right.
And they carved in stone, like on a built-in placard, on the bottom of it. I think it's all one piece. I'm not sure, but it's a real statue. Michelangelo, like first and last name, 2 words.
Quit it.
I'm serious.
You're being funny, right?
No, I'm serious.
Dude, what fucking planet do we live on?
Search the statue of David by Michelangelo in Delaware Park. Yeah, I'm not kidding you.
I get it now. It's a pseudonym.
Well, Michelangelo is one word. Is one name.
Right. But the person that did the statue is using a pseudonym.
No, they just nobody proofread the.
Sure, and it may just be the fact. I mean, maybe his name is.
Before it was okay, yeah, that went across 5, 6, 7, 8 different desks. Okay, yeah, go ahead, print it. It's like that's worse than a misspelling on a T-shirt. That they ran 1,000 runs on.
Right. These motherfuckers have become so corny to me that I don't even like thinking about this shit anymore. I'll go eat a popsicle like fucking 8, 9 times a day just to stop this for a second. It's dude, the shit that they're doing is so dirty and so fucking stupid.
Yeah, we know that, but we gotta analyze it to the minutia details, to defeat it. That's where I was saying.
Exactly.
2 years ago, this sucks, it's stupid, it's corrupt. Yeah, I knew that, but we gotta just find, that's not good enough. We gotta just how it's corrupt, and
see, and that's where my understanding of it used to lie. it's funny because I started on Carl Lentz, and Carl is one of those guys that's going to give you a fucking 20-minute diatribe about how if you're going to fucking Mumbai or whatever, that you better learn the fucking the customs, because you step off that plane and do the wrong thing, you're going to fucking jail. But at the same time, Carl Lentz will tell you that your affidavit, however sloppily formatted, is more powerful than anything that they can do with words. So that there's a lot of contradiction in these so-called gurus, man. I feel that there is no external savior, whether it's Jesus Christ or Last Action Hero, fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. Although the soundtrack was badass, there is nobody coming to save you. You are the fucking hero in this story.
Jesus Christ never said he was coming to save anybody.
Right? No, he's coming to do something different, by my understanding. Something quite different.
He's coming to show perfect justice, which is what we have here. The mismatch of human laws is because humankind is inherently corruptible and incapable of justice and righteousness. So what Jesus will be doing will be coming here to instill true justice on those who have suffered.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's a test,
Jesus Christ is restorative. He's restorative justice. And then he'll get the punitive justice for those who have transgressed against others.
Right. I agree. And that's the whole thing about the Bible. The Bible starts, the way it starts, and the pretty well the most important and significant story in the fucking whole thing is Cain and Abel. And so we all know what happens. And so he asks, "Where's your brother? Am I my brother's keeper?" He says, well, of course, the question goes unanswered. And that's because the question does not need answered. The rest of the entire book says, I require mercy, not sacrifice. You got Isaac and Abraham. Mercy, not sacrifice. You got the coat of many colors. Mercy, not sacrifice. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Mercy, not sacrifice. Job. Mercy, not sacrifice. And then, of course, Christ. It says, like it says in 2 Corinthians, man, when I was a child, I spake as a child, and I walked as a child, and as a man, I put these childish things away. This is where that majority age comes into play. I personally believe that the Christ is in us. The Christos, according to the Greek, was some kind of synapses in your brain that releases some kind of milky substance that can only, I guess, be found elsewhere in the fat of crocodiles. And so the pharaohs would boil crocodile fat, you know what I mean, and they would anoint their sons in this shit, and that's how they would reach their Christ consciousness. But if you understand the word Jesus in Greek, which the Bible was written in, it's ancient Greek, the New Testament especially, it's Iesous. Iesous is everybody says it's Yahushua, and we can argue about this until we're blue in the face. But Josephus said it best himself when he said that he was going to go back into Egypt, and he was going to go back into sub-Saharan Africa, and he was going to give them their own gods with different names, and they would eat that shit, and they would fucking be glad. Just like Klaus Schwab saying we're going to own nothing and be happy. And so he came back and he said Iesous, which translates in Greek to tiny Zeus. Fucking works, doesn't it? You know what I mean? If it had been Rome, he'd have called him Tiny Jupiter. So, of course, they had to do the solution. Helios. We live in a heliocentric. Jesus is supposed to be the sun or something. That's it's different. So Saturn, the planet, was our first luminary, and the ancients in antiquity, they would call it the exemplary sun. They'd say the purple haze because the color that came off Saturn that lit the planet was purple. And so Jupiter comes in and it knocks it out of its orbit, and we've lost it. And this is what they contend that Babel might have been, that man starts to build this fucking apparatus to get up above the clouds so that they can see their God again, or whatever, worship their God again, which it's well known that the Jews worship Shaddai, which is if you think about it, Mount Sinai, where Moses talks to Yahweh, is sin. It's the moon goddess, the bull. That's why the A is a fucking the aleph, which they don't even write in fucking Hebrew because they don't do vowels because they're vowels to L's. But anyways, it's the upside down. It's the inverted fucking bull. You know what I'm saying? Christ, they compared him to the morning star and Lucifer as well. And this is because they both sit on the right hand of God, where fucking Venus is in the morning. When the sun starts to come up, there's Venus, and it's the last star that you can fucking see before that sun is bright enough that it goes away in our atmosphere due to, you know, refraction and fucking the way color bends through a prism. But I digress. This is why they say that Lucifer rebelled against Yahweh, because he was the last fucking star to fucking stop shining. And then he goes down below the horizon, falls to earth. You know what I'm saying?
Let me try something here, Bleak. It's only you on the screen again, too.
Oh, shit, man. Thank you for saying that. Like, it keeps doing this shit. Ah, fuck. Chris, it's going to pull you out, dude. I'm going to put you right back in.
Okay.
Okay, maybe it's not. I don't know what the fuck's going on, gentlemen. Oh, Jesus. Why is it doing this? I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, I've got kind of an odd understanding of religion. I don't mean to push my views on stuff, but I mean, it's in the name.
I got
it's a
police jargon, cracking the code of the cop con game.
As a what?
It's police jargon, cracking the code of the cop con game. Something I was working on. So I got.
Is this something you're reading or something you're writing?
It's something I wrote. Yeah. It's not complete.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got.
Hell yeah.
What they say to you, you have a warrant or warrants. What they want you to assume this means is I, cop, am intent on taking your freedom, acting in my duties for an indeterminate time frame. Resistance is futile and jurisdiction is self-evident. You have caused this to happen and know what he is talking about. Whatever is necessary for this cop to do his duty, you must cooperate. You are going with him to settle this matter, as it must be true if a cop says so. You know what he means is that, depending on your understanding, whoever, whatever, however you think that comes about has happened. Since you obviously don't have a warrant in your pocket or even assume it to be a tangible thing, just cooperate and don't ask questions. This is their area of expertise, as they are the lawmen. They are straight shooters and professionals. They wouldn't be there if all fill in the blank wasn't done. Wait to be instructed. Right. If they say your name, that this is real and you are going to jail. He is a policeman, so I must obey. Everyone knows they have authority and don't lie. But properly spoken now would go something like, are you so-and-so? Yes. I am Officer Dingleberry of Shit Shores Police Department. I'm the executor of this warrant for your arrest. I have the warrant right here with me. You are under arrest for contempt of cop. I will now read you your Miranda rights, and we will be taking you into custody. Do you have any questions? Why cops always do the former instead of the latter, in my opinion, is it reveals way too many things about what a warrant really is and would teach people to expect this. Number two, cops seem to always prefer to skip any step possible, allowing you to assume, keep you dumb, and getting a warrant with everything that is required to have is hard, and the judges won't help them always. A lot of cops don't know how to procure a warrant or even what one is. They're as clueless to law as their victim. They just know the con and that it works. The simpler, the better. Just get the guy in handcuffs, take all of his stuff out of his pockets, run ID, ask, is this still your current address? Ask about any drugs, weapons for officer safety. Repeat. Get him in the back of the car, tell him to watch his head, and get feet in, closed door. Now he is not a danger. Take to jail.
Right. They're, it's a couple. Have you ever talked to huh? Sorry?
Did you guys follow me on that?
Did you guys ever? Pardon?
Yes.
Chris?
Did you guys follow me on that?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in clear here.
I can't even tell if you guys can hear me. It says I'm cut out. Oh,
Did
okay,
guys
thank you,
hear
thank
what
you.
I read just there?
I heard what you read. Yeah.
Yeah, you follow me on that? What I was,
Yes, sir.
yeah. And then,
You wrote that?
yeah,
That's
I
fucking
got another
phenomenal,
one,
dude.
quick one too. This is under the same. It's under the police jargon one. Intentional ambiguity by omission of details. Pigs seem to operate on the basis of any assumptions they can allow you to make and draw conclusions from will benefit them by making their job easier. Compelling voluntary compliance through semantics and ambiguity. They all use the same catchphrases, i.e., we got a report from who, when, where, how, that a person, man, woman, child, matching your description. This is a trick too, because what they're expecting you to interpret this is as such. They received a report and it described you, and that is why he's there. He has to now investigate. His statement says, it actually says, a description was somehow, somewhere, and at some point made of you, and whomever determined it matched a person from a report that they got from someone in some form at some point. This is when someone said that it matched the description they somehow already had of you, and how someone described it is not told either.
Right. Man, you've really done your homework on police powers, huh?
Well, you know, I had to look it in the eye, man, you know, and the whole thing starts to unravel, you know. Why do you think they always say, you got warrants, you have a warrant? I say, what do you mean? I don't have a warrant. Are you saying you have one? Where is it?
Right. Well, here's the deal about that warrant. That warrant is not to take you to jail. That warrant is for you to be apprehended and brought before a fucking magistrate.
Right, but you know, this is another thing I realized, Bleak. You hear them say to serve a warrant, right? And to execute a warrant. They use those two terms interchangeably. But I think the warrant is supposed to be served, and for it to be executed would mean you weren't responding to it. It should say, hey, yeah, I don't know what happened. You know, there's a warrant for your arrest. You should turn yourself in, because if you don't, you know, they're gonna, if you get pulled over, you know, we're gonna have to take you in and book you. But you know, besides that too, a summons is always supposed to be preferable to a warrant, because it's, you know, because it's nonviolent. A summons should always be preferred to a warrant. I don't know where I read that,
Yeah,
but
sure.
it's in that sheriff's book. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between the summons and the warrant too, but I'm sure you're well aware. You know, again, this is that fucking word game that they play with us, dude, and they play it very well. You know what I mean?
No, they don't. No, they don't. If they played it well, they wouldn't constantly come with violence. You know, if they, well, maybe they do, but not. When it doesn't work, they come with violence.
Right. No, I think that has to do with the fact that they're hiring narcopaths. They're hiring narcissistic sociopaths, people with type B personality cluster disorders. You know what I'm saying? That's the only type of people they can have, or the other regular people would figure out what was going on, what they were doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's also true.
How about this?
It takes a special kind of person to want to prosecute and persecute others.
Yeah.
Right. It's just like somebody that uses the name judge. I think that's just absolutely disgusting, personal. You know, personally.
There's no titles of nobility in this country. I don't know. Maybe nobody told them.
Yeah, there's not supposed to be, but I mean, we still use the bills of Middlesex, brother.
Well,
we still use the bills of Middlesex.
Fellas, listen to me for a second here. This is all well and good, and I love to argue semantics, and I love words, and I love to read, and it's great for us to have discussions about, you know, the blatant idiocy that is occurring daily, not only here but worldwide, based on again man's corruptibility and trying to craft a system that can be right and just when it's incapable of being. You can't make a correct system with broken pieces, and that's what it comes down to.
Nice.
So while it's all well and good while we're sitting here and we have this discussion about, you know, particular examples of, you know, this means this or that means that, and this is how they twist that around. What are you, and this is not just directly, but what are we as people doing to affect the change that needs to be done?
I personally don't.
I could answer that.
Go ahead.
A lot of paperwork I'm doing that I got a course of action before me that and I agree with you. You know, just pointing out the flaws in it and isn't good enough without a plan of how to address it.
Right.
Well,
But, that is the first step, is identifying the flaws. You know, and seeing it why it's wrong and the con game that's being pulled. But then yeah, what are we going to do about it?
Well, personally, I don't know a single person personally that I don't hound about this shit every second that I'm around them. I used to be subtle, and then they took my kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I mean, you sounds like you got yourself handling things in the courtroom pretty well, Chris. Did you put in any papers into that to make that happen?
What's in court? No, I don't. I mean, I've won. Okay, I had the original incident in 2017, and I lost on 2 out of 3 charges. But since that, I had the yeah, you know, you get, like we were saying earlier, you get the forced legal education because they're telling you that these are the things you're accused of or are alleged, and you have no choice but to read it, because otherwise you have to depend not only on their presentation of the information, but also their interpretation of it in the application. So after the initial incident, you know, with this legal education being thrust upon us, when we had the incident with the chief of police, we were much wiser at that point, although still a little naive. But between that incident, which happened in October of 2018, and now, which, you know, it's finally maybe come to fruition in the appeals court, we have defeated 3 other police officers in court on disorderly conduct charges. So we've been able to pick apart the disorderly conduct statute here in Commonwealth of Virginia, which is very specific. And so far, only one judge has actually gotten it right, you know, and has determined that the police officer who made the allegation that he was the victim of my disorderly conduct couldn't be the victim of the disorderly conduct, because of the way the statute is written. It has to, the disorderly conduct, the action that is, you know, the root or the seed of the crime, has to be an action directed at the victim as an individual that has the tendency to provoke a violent physical response. And the one time, one of the judges that got it correct was, he says, Officer Hauser, Sergeant Hauser, you can't be the victim of disorderly conduct because you can't be provoked to violence because you're the police officer.
Right.
And that was the one time that they got it right, and that is pretty much what we've been fighting the entire time. Is what I brought up to my attorney with the first matter, was how can he be both the state as the intercessor between a criminal and a victim, but also be the victim itself. It's just not, it's not possible logically on its face for a police officer to be able to be the victim of somebody's disorderly conduct, because
or any crime.
Yeah, really, any crime. I mean, you know,
you
even assault.
As I understand
one big difference between your matters and mine, then, I guess, is you actually have so-called judges there that are acting as referees, you know, and actually allowing you to be heard. Because
that was one.
Here.
No, that was one particular judge, and that was one particular case. And in the same matter, at one point, when we were discussing it, so to speak, in court, well, it was alleged that I said something which is strictly forbidden from the Virginia Code for Disorderly Conduct. That says it cannot be alleged on mere display or utterance of a word. And when we were having our arguments in court, you know, I asked the judge where the list of illegal words was, and he cut me off and said he wasn't going to listen to my speech.
Well, and the same judge that said he could be guilty of disorderly conduct then altered the charge after hearing evidence and put it to a curse and abuse charge, which we had to appeal to circuit court. So our judges are not all that great.
Oh, well, yeah, they're way worse than not all that. They're you know, but disorderly conduct, there's a case law on that yeah, it's freedom of speech unless it's a threat, unless you're making a threat to somebody.
Well, and that's why the chief of police, That's why the chief of police is going to have a really hard time here because, he charged me with disorderly conduct and trespassing. And of course, the general district court judge, who just so happens to be married to a former police officer from the same department, found me guilty on the 2 charges, which, necessitated the appeal to circuit court, which took 4 years.
Yep.
Because this happened in October 23rd of 2018, and I didn't get my circuit court trial until October 12th of 2022. So,
talk about a fucking speedy trial.
Yeah, well, the plague restrictions helped a lot with that. It facilitated them getting easy continuances and not
the what restrictions?
The COVID, the plague restrictions that allowed.
Oh, okay, yeah, with the courts and the
and because
the
of the pandemic restrictions, believe it or not, our former Chief Justice of the Virginia Supreme Court, Justice Lemons, issued a judicial edict that said that your right to a speedy trial was told during the pandemic restrictions because of the backlog on cases. So that also added an extra for them to be able to push my case off and off and off and off. And then, of course, in the intervening times, I got charged by 3 other police officers, one from the same department, and defeated them. Defeated all 3 of them before we even made it to the circuit court with the chief of police.
So, I got a real problem with that, with them, circumventing the speedy trial, by saying, when the pandemic, speedy trial no longer applies, because, when does it start applying again? They can't do that. I don't know how to address it, but man, they came a lot heavier at me, Chris. The disorderly conduct was the plea offer that they tried to offer me on the one matter. But the two ambushes threw a felony complaint in there on both of them. They had a total of 3 felony accusations against me. I got one of them off my plate, and the other 2 were bullshit. But it's that fly paper they call it. They take whatever they write on a piece of paper, and they try to attach some type of obligation to us by it. But the one was possession of a forged instrument. Which now I realize that was never brought from the district attorney's office. They came in at the with something on with their letterhead at the plea bargaining stage because I wasn't playing ball, and then I turned that down. And now this other one, I was recently kidnapped and I was falsely in prison for 18 days. They kicked my door in, talking about a felony assault warrant. And then they said it was a bench warrant, and I still received no paperwork from it. That was 2.5 months ago.
Right.
And they're alleging before that assault on a police officer from when they beat me up in my driveway, and bail jumping, felony. They got their threats added up to like about 30 years in prison.
That's fucked.
Yeah, and it's a simulation of a legal process, because I have the right to travel in court, and I didn't expect the violence that they brought, but that's where I'm at now. And
how can you expect anything less than violence from somebody who walks around with several weapons and manners of restraint?
Yeah, right.
My father used to say they're the most well-armed gang on the face of the planet. That fraternal order we call the police.
So as far as tactics go, Chris, I reported it for mail fraud because it is, and that stopped the stuff from coming in the mail. And now they're trying to lure me in there by hearing through the grapevine, and I require proper service of process. But identifying the flaws in their process and their procedure isn't good enough because got to find a way to enforce that. And I think the solution to that is sending letters to their masters, you know, and like on this document here, I just prepared, it's going to 8 different parties, but one of the parties, the people, because at some point now it went from the people of the state of New York to just people in all capital letters. So I got in parentheses unknown or fictitious litigant, because it's supposed to be able to contact the other party of the matters, so you can try to settle it on the private side before compelling compliance in a court.
If there's no victim, there's no
alternative dispute resolution. Yes, sir.
So how can I, you know, if it's a fictitious plaintiff, then there's obviously no matter before the court, you know. So you know, and I published it on my channel, calling the county district attorney's office.
What do you do?
They told me that well, we don't bring the charges, that the police are bringing the charges, and we prosecute them. Which come on, you know, they don't even understand their duty, or they're just counting on me being that dumb that to believe them. But you know, I told them it's all being recorded for quality purposes, you know, and I published it that they said that, you know. But then I got the U.S. Attorney General on the phone that acknowledges that unless the district attorney's office is bringing charges formally against me, that I'm not being charged with any crime. So what are these matters that, you know, that luring me in and acting in violence against me from these courts? It's coming from the court itself, that's supposed to be the impartial trier of a fact, is the one initiating the action and prosecuting. You know, it's crazy.
Right.
So,
what put you on their radar?
What?
What put you on their radar? Like, how did this all start? That they just started busting into your house and?
No, it just kept escalating and escalating, because when you don't roll over for them in the court, you know, don't volunteer.
What was the initial incident that got you rolling on this path?
That pissed off pigs.
Oh, I dug a trench on my property. I dug a trench.
So they robbed at gunpoint.
It escalated to that. Yeah, it escalated to that.
Yes, it did. That's fucked up, man.
It went from me digging a trench to address, you know, septic water that was coming underground onto my property, to my door getting kicked in and me getting kidnapped, and you know, and getting beaten up, my motorcycle stolen. Yep, it did.
So somebody else's sewage was flowing onto your property. You tried to ameliorate it, and they've had a problem with you.
Yeah, that's when these public servants engaged me, you know, and then
where is that
girlfriend make false accusations against me, and in an effort to steal a house from me, assisted by the state troopers in the sheriff's department. And then
right.
I've been studying the law, and you know, I didn't roll over for them, and that pissed them off, and then they put me under such straitened circumstances that I couldn't pay their tickets, you know, and their imaginary permission slips, and I just gotten online, and I discovered the road to travel, and I studied it good, long and hard before I decided to take that plunge, because it's a big move, and you can't do it in little steps. It's, you know, you got like a Band-Aid, you got to take it right off, and
right.
I was doing fine with that too for a while, and until and the first attack on me was obviously planned, and when that happened, they were out of their jurisdiction. You know, they ran me off the road in an unmarked police car, assisted by a marked one. No names and badge numbers on their uniforms, and they smashed my window out in 3 minutes, I think. 3 minutes after they ran me off the road, they smashed my window out, and saying they had warrants, and still haven't seen those warrants. They think they can just say they have a warrant, and they never ever have it. They never ever have it.
Chris, if you don't mind giving this information out, if you don't mind sharing the information, brother, how large are you? How tall are you? What do you weigh?
Who, me?
Yeah, you big boy.
Oh, I don't know, 6 foot. 200 pounds. Yeah, why?
Oh, yes. Yeah, so you're no bigger than the fucking meathead they've got coming after you, right?
I'm meaner, you know. I could handle my own, you know, but I don't want to get shot, you know.
Well, the reason I say this is because
don't say that.
The reason
terrible advice.
The reason I say
this is all a matter of life and death. If you're not willing to die for your beliefs, then you don't really believe anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
They isolate people.
Bleak, it's just you on there again.
Obviously I'm not a big man. 185 pounds before the kids were abducted. I bet I weigh 145 now. When they pulled me over for my right to travel shit, they yanked me right out of the car like a rag doll. You know what I'm saying? And the officer was quite large by comparison to me. So, but they didn't. Where I'm going with this is they didn't fucking smash my window in. They didn't fucking assault me in the sense that they did you. You know, and this is because you're a threatening person. I give all the intimidation factor of a fucking 8th grade fucking female. You know, maybe an anorexic one at that. So, this force that
how did they pull you out? Did you unlock your door?
No, I didn't. I have my new Kia Rio, and like when you fucking put that shit in park, all the doors come unlocked. I didn't even think about it. I was trying to get my camera out to fucking record.
Well, they wouldn't smash my door either if they were able to open it. But you know how many times I've been on the side of the road for 45 minutes or something for a so-called traffic stop? You know.
Yeah, they can't do that.
Yeah, what is the urgency? They fail to demonstrate the urgency, you know, of doing that, and
yeah, they don't get to fuck with you like that, man. You know what I mean?
Well, unfortunately, judges agreed that they could do that to him for officer safety. That's a good enough explanation in court.
The guy with the fucking body armor, the guy with the body armor that gets the free fucking gym membership was afraid.
Well, you know, he could be afraid on his own territory. For one, he was outside of his territorial jurisdiction. You know,
right?
And I don't see where the duty to intervene was. And you know, he said that for one, he wouldn't even have known that. How do you know that I was the person? You know, because I didn't have a placard on there that would have linked me to it. And
okay, see, there's been Supreme Court cases.
Because 10 cars came for backup. I mean, within a matter of just a couple minutes.
There's been a couple of Supreme Court cases, and there was just one recently here in Kansas that heard a matter like this. And it's been established for a minute now that they can pretend as though if they run the registration and it says that you're such and such, then if it's your name, then you're fucked. They can go ahead and do whatever they want to you, assuming that that's you because of the registration.
Think so, because,
I mean, to register something is to give it out, you know?
Right, but you know, if I'm using my my brother's car or something, you know, people let other people use their cars, and I think it's been established that just because that registration goes back to a certain person that they're looking for, that doesn't mean that whoever is behind the wheel of that is necessarily the registered.
No, you're right. It doesn't. But what it does is it gives them probable cause to believe, have reason to believe, and to believe that person is you. But first off, you're not a person. You know what I mean? You know this.
That's not probable cause. I mean, probable cause is, you know, the corpus delicti has been established that a crime has occurred.
Sure. Mens rea.
You see, what the police do now is they skip the whole investigation part. Their idea of an investigation is getting their hands on whoever a complaint was made about and getting them to incriminate themselves and make admissions and confessions. That's their idea of an investigation.
Right. Well, I mean, they're revenue officers. They don't get paid to fuck around with us. They get paid to fucking warehouse our bodies so the state can steal that money.
Yeah, but the problem is, they're not producing papers they claim to have. They're taking violent actions in the claims of having papers that they don't have, and they're unable to produce. You know, so then
you're probably one of the first. You're one of the first person, Chris, that I've ever seen.
I can't hear you. You're the only one on the screen too. I don't know if you can tell.
Not telling me. It's doing pretty much what it wants. Oh shit, somebody else is here.
Say that again, please.
Sorry,
I didn't
man.
hear what you said. I was the first person that what?
Oh, okay. So, you were the first person that I've ever seen stand on that square.
Of the warrant?
Of the fucking what we were just talking about. Okay, hold on a second. All right.
Yeah, to stand on the square of what now, Bleak?
Well, to say produce the document, to say, hey, you've got to produce the fucking document. You know what I'm saying? I've heard people bring that shit up.
I'm not getting off of that because I need to see that warrant. I need to see that warrant because no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, and it must be supported by oath or by affidavit under oath or information. And they never ever have it. They never ever have it. So why we can't get past that? Service of process and the warrant. You know.
Right.
They don't have it. You know, I got that from Chancellor Solicitor Free Inhabitant. He was one of the first guys that came across in this journey, and he gave me hope, man. And he's right. And he said, "Who's talking about Warren's family? Nobody.
You're talking about Taza Doc, right?
Who? Taza Doc? No, Chancellor Solicitor Free Inhabitant.
Okay, I can't remember what. You know what I'm talking about?
You broke out the audio cut out there.
Okay, hold on. So there's a guy who's probably in his mid-30s who his face is just from here to here, black, tattooed black. You know what I'm saying? That.
Oh, I never seen him.
Starts his thing. I know that I sub the guy you're talking about, but I hate it when I can't fucking. Then I can't say anything specific as to other things that they said. But yeah.
You're the only one on the screen again, Bleak.
Yes sir. I'm on it. I'm not painting right now, so I can see that shit. Anyways, so back to the whole shit about the instrument and all that stuff. They basically, I mean, it's to my understanding under what is it? 40 statute at large. Is it 441? Do you know what I'm talking about? All that shit that came out with the abrogation of the gold.
No, but let's go think about that more on warrants, though. I'm the first one you ever heard say that or stand on that.
Yeah. I can't recall what exactly we were talking about, but whatever you said, yeah. You're the first person I've ever heard stand on that to the point where they could have got Billy clubbed to death. You know, like GBTY was saying, you know, if you don't comply, you're gonna fucking die. And I've seen you say shit that could get a normal sized man beat the fuck to death, probably. You know what I mean?
Well, I need to see that warrant.
So hats off to you.
I need to see that warrant. Because somebody must write an affidavit. You know, it goes back to the fictitious plaintiff. If nobody is willing to put in an affidavit under oath and affirmation that they're alleging they have firsthand knowledge of whatever they're trying to accuse me of, then they can't get a warrant because
right.
There's no probable cause. No warrant shall issue but upon probable cause.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I need to see that warrant. And they never ever have it. They never ever have it. I think I've demonstrated enough times that I pretty much proved that they never ever have it. Maybe if the U.S. Marshals are kicking your door and they have a real warrant, and I saw one online, an example of one, and it was like 8 to 10 pages long, the warrant, because it demonstrates probable cause. There's an affidavit under oath of information. That's different than a cop saying, under penalty of perjury, and he took, he signs it. Who was the witness? Himself? Not good enough. It's not good enough.
Right. No, and it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. You know what I mean?
Did you ever listen to that audio that I put on? I got it in the community section on my YouTube. It's unbelievable. You know, it shows the incompetence, the deception, and that
You're talking about with
they
the
know.
you're talking about the audio with the prosecutor, correct?
No, not that one. It's just a black screen. It's in my community page, and it's called
Yeah.
It's called What Affidavit. That's very revealing.
Right.
And they got me off track there. She did actually say to me, "What do I want in that one?" But I screwed up. They got me off the topic, and I said I need to see it on warrants. What I should have said is I demand for this to be dismissed with prejudice. Failure to state a cause of action where relief can be granted. But I said I need to see it on warrants, and I gave him a bill.
Sure, and this is that would be 12.6B, right? Shit.
Did you listen to that one where I was talking with the prosecutor, though, Bleak?
Yeah. I've tried to catch all your stuff, man. It's pretty captivating the way you fuck with these guys.
Yeah, thanks, man.
No shit. Thank you. You know, if it wasn't for guys like you and Jason and your friend here, I would have never had the balls to try this. Not at all.
I've been charged with the duty to stand up for my rights because nobody else is going to do it. So I've been charged with that.
You are your hero. You are your hero.
You know, charged is such an interchangeable term. It's another one of their words of art. You know,
right?
I gotta find a solid definition for pending. The matter's pending. Does that mean I've been charged, formally charged, or not? It's pending.
Oh, see, this is what I wanted to talk about, the abrogate the gold clause. Now, that's why they call this a charge, is because there is no lawful money in the United States. We have stamps, insurance, bonds, securities, gold and silver coinage, bills of exchange, bankers' notes, drafts, and acceptances. So that's why they say that they're charging, and that's why they say you, because they're charging you, the decedent estate. You know what I'm saying? It's one of these things where
what do they mean they're charging? They're giving me a bill for something that I received, or they're making an accusation, or they're assigning a duty or an obligation to me, or they're formally charging me with a crime. There's 4 different ways that can be interpreted. It's a word of art.
Right. See, and this is something I also wanted to double back on when you brought it up earlier. Under legislative intent and congressional application, every title has its own. First chapter will be the intent and scope. The second chapter is generally the definitions. You know what I mean? And then it goes into the code itself. So, where was I going with this? So this is where you find out whether you're a person under the 13th or 14th Amendment, or whether you are, being tried. I guess what I'm saying is, if you're asking which definition of charge, then you have to look no further than what they're charging you with under the criminal statutes or under the penal code.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I did.
That's where your definition will be.
It doesn't matter what the cop is accusing me of, because he's not qualified to make a legal determination. You know.
Right.
All he could do, he could say, in his report what he thinks the crimes are that I've committed, and he could go ahead and attach that to whatever evidence that his investigation yielded. And then he could take that to the district attorney's office, and then the district attorney's office has it's his duty to bring charges against the man.
Right.
And there's no exceptions to that. They do it every day, and nobody calls them out on it. And
right.
So I have taken it farther than anyone has in this area. And
absolutely.
They don't have it.
I can say the same.
They don't have it.
I can say the same.
They don't have it. They never ever have it.
No, not until you give it to him.
The policeman can't. He can charge. See, that's how it works. The policeman charges that on or about such and such date, I did such and such action with such and such intent. Which fits
right.
Whatever this crime of the statute. But him charging that means that he's suggesting it. He's making an accusation, but that is not being charged with a crime. But they use the same word. They use the same word. So then all of a sudden in court, oh, you've been charged with such and such. Do you understand? No, I don't. I haven't been of any action against me. I haven't been presented with any evidence, and I haven't had the right to confront my accuser.
Right.
And I haven't been charged. They must contact the Department of State, who must then contact you. I now know what that means.
That's where we keep running into trouble here, Chris. Is you? What the fuck is you? Who the fuck is you? You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. But I don't think that's one to really hold them on. But it's definitely something that they use.
Oh, dude, we're talking about people who say understand and mean stand under. That's definitely going to hold them.
It's so stupid, man.
Dude, I know. I get embarrassed.
That can be included on the list of questions. That's become my approach too. And I didn't overdo it. On the punctuation and stuff. I could have made twice as many pages than this of questions, but I put it in.
Right.
I made it in the form of an affidavit because it's an affidavit because in that I'm returning a document to the sender, and I'm attesting to that, to the action that I'm taking and the reason why I am doing it,
Right.
And then it's also a notice of deficiencies and irregularities and opportunity to amend, clarify, or quash. So
opportunity to amend.
Yeah.
Nice.
The document,
I've never heard it.
So it can be interpreted because I can't respond to something that is nonsensical. So the name of this is affidavit of return of documents to sender, notice of deficiency.
Yeah, you sent it to me. I digged it. You sent that to me. I dug it.
Yeah. So then, it's mostly questions, but the first paragraph is explains why I'm doing that. And I'm attesting to an affidavit that I can't interpret. I can't understand that document, and that I'm returning it because of that. And it's kind of a conditional acceptance because I'm noticing that deficiencies, irregularities that are ambiguous, vague, and
they'll do it to us.
They'll
pitch our fucking documents fast as fuck.
To amend that, clarify those points so I can understand it, or just quash it, because I don't wish to contract anyways. But I think that's like
you ever seen how?
What's that?
You ever seen how they do them in Cali, brother?
They got demurred there, right?
Right, but yeah, they got all kinds of crazy shit there. In California, dude, you can have the best paperwork in the world, and every expert witness money can buy, and they can have absolutely nothing but their dick in their hand, and they'll still fucking nail your ass to the wall if you forget to use fucking recycled paper, and they will.
Well,
like some courts say that.
There's stuff about that though. A defect in form doesn't negate the content of the document.
I've heard that too. And this is also what is it? Hale versus Hinkle, or is it
Hale versus Hinkle? Man owes no duty to the state because he receives nothing therefrom other than the protection.
Which one is the?
Property.
Give me one sec here. Which one is the one that says while the statements of counsel are enlightening, they do not rise to the level of preponderance? It's the same one that says that the
Trinsley versus Pagliaro is statements of counsel in their briefs and
Pagliaro,
arguments or enlightening to the court are never sufficient for a summary judgment or a motion to dismiss. Transley versus
right, and
Pagliaro.
they also say that the caliber of a pro se's paperwork can't be held to the same standards. You know,
here's the thing: Transley versus Pagliaro. The meaning of that, the significance of it, is that an attorney can't testify because they have no first
they can't
knowledge.
enter shit into evidence either. They can't enter shit into evidence either. So what the fuck is the prosecutor doing putting fucking evidence in again?
Pagliaro, you'll hear it over and over again because you know, if they got an attorney in there, the prosecutor standing up for the state, who is is a fictitious, you know, that's a corporate fiction. The state, the people of the state of New York, and that's why you'll always see attorneys like on you know, TV shows. They're always saying where, oh, my client, he's a good guy, you know, and then the prosecutor saying, oh, he's a menace to society, you know, he's got a history of this and that, because that's all they can do is try to paint something in a certain light. Because they can't testify. They cannot testify.
Yeah.
They have no firsthand knowledge of anything, so they can't testify. So that's when every time the prosecutor opens his mouth, you got to say, I object. You know, is he going to testify? Because if he is, I need him to go under oath. You know, does he have any
have you tried that before?
The matters here today? You know, that goes
Brother,
back
have you tried this before?
Have I?
Have you tried this before?
Yes, I have.
A judge will hear it once or twice. A judge will hear it once or twice, and then he's going to tell you to stop.
Every time he opened his mouth, I said that. I object. Is he testifying? If he is, I'm going to need him to go under oth. And does he have any first-hand knowledge of the matters here today? I said it like 3-4 times.
I got to show you my transcripts, dude. I got to show you my transcripts. This is why I lost my last case with Blit and Gaines, because every time that motherfucker spoke, I was like, he's going to need to shut the fuck up or get sworn in. Like, I'm getting tired of repeating myself, you know?
Right. Is he testifying?
I said it so many times that he ignored, or my judge ignored the fact that there was an arbitration clause and fucking handed this dude a default judgment. You know what I mean? Arbitration clause, man.
You know?
Right.
But,
right. Yeah.
So now with the mindset to not even let it get to that point. Not even let it get there, because you know, there's defects that should have been addressed way before you're arguing on Transley versus Pagliaro, you know?
Right. But check it. The belligerent claimant is the only one that fucking has any rights, or the belligerent litigant is the only one that has any fucking rights. You know what I'm saying? If you're not belligerent, you have no fucking rights.
Yeah, you have to. You can't go with the flow because they're trying to sell you down the river. You know, if
right?
You can't get the intestinal fortitude to you know, to oppose everything they do, including the so-called judge. You object to whatever they say too. Bill Thornton said, anything you don't like that they say, object to it.
Yep.
And if you can't come up with attorney reason why you're objecting to it, you say, well, why are you objecting? Because it is not my wish for that to happen.
Right.
You know, if
well, check this out. Fucking GBTY had said earlier about the oh fuck, what'd he say? God damn it. I lost it already. Oh yeah. This is what he means by fucking freedom is a costly and dangerous fucking thing. You have to fight for it every fucking day. Oh, you have to be ready to die for your freedom and someone else's, or you don't have it. You can't think you have freedom. You have to know you have freedom because you're standing over the corpses of your fucking enemies. You know what I mean?
What I wanted to say about that is, yeah, that's right. And, you know, you have to establish your principles beforehand, so you can't be tricked, you know, into making decisions on the fly, you know, or calling an audible when you're in battle. It's just like when they smashed my window out, you know, if I hadn't established that I wasn't going to roll the window down and unlock the door beforehand, I think, you know, most people would have caved in the face of the gun, you know, and the force and the aggression. They would have unlocked that door. But I had already established that I wasn't gonna, you know. It's like Abby Hoffman said, make them kick the door open, make them pry open the trunk with a crowbar. You're under no obligation to assist them in their investigation. You know what I'm saying?
I loved Andy Kaufman. That was the guy that like body slammed all those chicks,
Not
right?
Andy Kaufman, Abby Hoffman.
No, yeah, I'm being a dick. I'm sorry. I got kids, so I make a lot of dumb fucking jokes. I jest. It's you're certainly right, but at the same time, dude, these people will look you in the face and tell you that driving with an expired registration is a fucking crime. So they don't give a shit if you help or if you hinder. They're going to beat your ass. They're going to fucking load up the charges. They're going to do whatever the fuck they feel like doing to you. You know what I mean? And that's where the problem lies.
But you know what? They already have. And I've already won in court on it. I've already won in court on the one, and you know, in the face of a laundry list, you know, including a felony. You know, they thought that would be enough to get me to volunteer, and then you know, a couple rounds with the prosecutor in the courtroom, they came with an offer of disorderly conduct. You know, and
did they bring Andy Kaufman?
I declined. You know, I'm sure they couldn't believe it because you know, if someone paid $10,000, $20,000 for a lawyer, and you know, and in the face of the threats of you know, over a decade in prison, and the lawyer got him result of a disorderly conduct, they that guy's praises, you know. But I turned that down, and it got adjourned in contemplation of dismissal, which is now expired. So that's dismissed with prejudice. That matter.
Nice. You got them they didn't whop it. Cool. That's good.
I get no credit for that. You know, people think I must have got lucky or something, you know, but
luck had nothing to do with it.
That one, an affidavit of status, a declaration of non-consent, and demand for dismissal with prejudice for a lack of jurisdiction.
Right.
And, yeah, that was the only paperwork I put in. And then I said that they should be in default because the prosecutor has failed to respond to my affidavit. You know, because they want to just give it a blanket dismissal by saying, well, a lot of those things those issues he's raising, that's for a civil matter, and this is a criminal matter. They'll always try to dismiss stuff by that. I'll say, well, you know, rebut my affidavit point by point. You know, you can't disregard it with a blanket statement like that. You know, and then, they wanted to roll forward. So I told them, well, if you're going to proceed without jurisdiction after jurisdiction's been challenged, you know, over my objection, then I demand a trial by jury in the common law court.
Right. Dude, I've gotten to the point with this thing that the trap house across the street where all 12 of the homeless IV drug users live, if you want to call it living, those people, they're leery of me. Those people, they will look at me coming out of my house over their shoulder with that fucking stink eye. You know what I mean? Like, as I'm like, hey, you fucking drug addict, I heard you got your kids trafficked. Like, you want to sue these fucking assholes? You know, because I can help you. And they're just like, man, that Mike motherfucker creeps me the fuck out, guys. Has anybody got a dirty, empty pop can that I could flip over and shoot some fucking methamphetamines up, you know, off of? Like, I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Like, they have made this so fucking convoluted that we sound crazy, and our peers who we're trying to fight for will fucking sit there and throw rocks at us until we are nearly dead. Like these people, the Matrix. Well, the Matrix is, huh?
I know exactly why. You know, I experienced the same thing in different, you know, different ways, different relationships.
Stockholm.
You know, it's because when you take that path, you know, to stand up, like GBTY said, you know, you established your principles and you decided that you're going to stand on them, no come what may. You know, so there's so you can't be calling an audible in battle. You know, and it's because
but in all fairness,
courage, you know, it takes a lot of work and a lot of courage.
Well, and Christopher's a very bold individual. If you ever watch any of our videos, you will hear me say that very often. And
I will be for
like
sure.
in situations where I have extreme anxiety, he's like, "Oh no, who cares?" So that's the problem with most people, is that the anxiety is just, I mean, people have been indoctrinated. I mean,
I have a maxim along those lines. Fortune succors the bold. You know what succors means?
No, but it sounds like something my dad would drink.
It means it's spelled SUCCORS, I believe, and it means rushes up to the aid of.
Nice.
Or something.
So this is where they get the favors. Fortune favors. Sure.
Fortune concurs the bold. You know,
right.
I don't know that you say that the meek shall inherit the earth, but I heard some sheep just bought New Jersey last week, and you suckers ain't getting nothing.
Yeah. Man, having your buddy on here and his wife, it really makes me wish that I had stopped and taken the time to invite Thinking Roughneck. He'll be one of the dudes that's going to be doing this podcast with us coming up, actual no shit podcast, not live streams on YouTube. We're trying to talk with the same people that Rule of Law Radio is broadcasted under to get some kind of syndication. But anyways, Thinking Roughneck is just like your friend here. Fucking GBT's fucking attitude towards this shit and his willingness to, I can tell this dude will stand there, whether it's 1 or whether it's 100. You and Thinking Roughneck, you guys speak from the same fucking mouth, man. You know what I mean? Absolutely.
Yeah, Bleak, you were saying you don't understand why those guys across the street, act like that towards you.
Yeah,
because,
I don't.
It's because for them to acknowledge, your bravery and the skills you've acquired and things like would be to, they would have to come face to face with their own cowardice, which are unwilling.
But do you think that's really it?
Most of the crap you would deal with is based in envy.
Really?
Yeah, but they'll never admit that. They're just gonna try to discredit you, and slander, defame you. It's
Well, they do this. They do this shit. They'll be like, Mike, eat a sandwich. Mike, take a nap. And it's like, bro, I'm dying. I'm terminal with cancer. Like, I can't help the fact that I look like I'm dying. I'm fucking dying. You know what I mean? And then I'll be like, so are we gonna try and get your kids out? Or no. I'm just gonna keep pissing in this cup. No. I'm just going to keep letting them take my money. I'm like, how does that boot taste? That boot must taste amazing.
Let me give you an example from a movie. Have either of you guys seen the movie Kingpin with Woody Harrelson about bowling?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. Now, I remember when he first hooked up with Big Earn, and he was going to go out and do his a supplemental income, and they went to that bowling alley in the city, and the preacher was there, the fake preacher, and his thugs and all that. Now, you remember he finally ended up beating him at the end, and of course they found out that the jig was up, so then it turned into the big confrontation. And you remember they were sticking his hand down into the ball return to punish him, to take away the thing that he has. Now it cuts to a scene, and one of the people, I believe he was the bartender at that, he was a guy in a wheelchair, an electric wheelchair. And you could see on his face, he's the one that turned on the machine when they went to put his hand in the ball return. And you could see on his face the vicarious thrill he was getting to see something happen to somebody that he didn't like, that he was incapable of doing himself. And that's what, unfortunately, a lot of people in society feel like, is that they don't have the courage to stand up to the things they see other people doing. So rather than use other people's examples to encourage themselves, they would rather just revel in watching somebody else be destroyed because it's far easier, and they can hope and pray that they're not going to be next on the list.
And you're talking about people who are meth heads. These people have been broken to the point that waking up every day to stick a needle inside of them or whatever they do is acceptable life for them.
Yeah.
I mean, like, they're happy. If they weren't happy, they would do something about it. They can say that meth is addictive. They can say whatever, but they have methadone clinics. They have options. These people have settled for that kind of lifestyle because the world is beating them up, because the world beats all of us up.
Right, but
so when you talk about people across the street from you, the fact that you're even walking out your front door, they probably give you the evil eye just because you're doing something.
Right, but they're never going to admit that. They're never going to admit that.
You guys have got to take my fucking number down, man. I swear to God, I'm so fucking happy you've introduced me to these people, Chris. Like, fucking, you never fail to fucking come with the good shit.
That's why we're here, man. Chris, I just pulled up one of your videos today, which I have on several occasions. Birds of a Feather. I keep going back to that one.
Oh, with the top shooter in Buffalo.
Yeah, right. I'm in Buffalo. Yeah.
Oh, and that's the video. Those with the I called about
Yep,
the top shooter in the grocery store.
Yeah, exactly. I've been back to that. I don't know, 20 times probably.
Well, you know, and see, that's part of what we try to do is, you know, I was getting to this earlier, you know, and I've been trying to stay back and let you guys have more of an established relationship on this whole panel thing. This is my first real panel where I've been.
Where you care about it.
Yeah, where it's not turning into an argument, a shit fest, and a bunch of name calling, you know, and I'm trying not to steer your chat. So I've been letting you guys talk, but like, you know, we're talking about earlier about size. You know, I don't consider myself a big guy. Susan's going to laugh. But, you know, you talked about other Chris here. He says he's 6 foot, 200 pounds. And you say that, you know, you were heavier before you were ill. Of course, 185 pounds is like the average man in America now is around that, you know, between 165, 190 pounds, something like that. Yeah, Susie looked that up. But you know, I'm not bragging, and I don't see myself as this giant person, but I am 6 foot 2, 220 pounds. And part of my fight is for people that are not my size, because even though I don't appreciate my own size physically relative to other people, apparently I have an imposing presence in person.
When he was in court for Brian Fillers, the Commonwealth's attorney actually used Christopher's size as a reason for why he should have been attacked. That's Christopher's large.
But what I'm saying is that if these police officers have done to me what they've done to me, and now we have the first incident that got this started in 2017 with a police officer attacking me on video, you know, for daring to say no to him after he started a confrontation. And then that led to an incident with the police chief, who I attempted to secure help from for that incident as, you know, supposed to be my local neighborhood friendly policeman. And he blew me off and ended up doing the exact same thing. And he's a little guy. I mean, he's probably 5'8", 5'9", maybe 165, 170 pounds. You know, and then I had another officer that arrested me in my house for disorderly conduct. That he got mad because I embarrassed him in my neighborhood when he showed up at my house to start a confrontation. But if they're willing to do it to somebody that's me, somebody that's 6 foot 2, 220 pounds, they're willing to do it to my wife, and they're willing to do it to a 15-year-old kid who weighs 140 pounds. They're willing to do it to the lady in Colorado that was elderly and demented, and, you know, she maybe stole something from Walmart and wandered down the street picking fucking flowers, and this big bird fucked up and throws her to the ground and breaks her arm and shit. They will do it to anybody, and 95% of the time they'll get away with it, and not just because of the system that they inhabit and populate and constitute, but because of a good portion of the country is that crippled guy in the movie who loves to watch somebody else get fucking taken care of, because at least if they're being taken care of by the police, they're not in danger because the police's attention is drawn somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're not in the danger because they're not in the poorest percentile of the population who's targeted for human trafficking.
And you say you live in Buffalo.
Nice.
I know that based on that in the we live in a fairly urbanish area. I mean, it's not New York City, it's not Boston or LA, but it's also not backwoods of Kansas where, you know, Bleak might be from.
Well, I live south of the city. Buffalo used to be a world-class city. I was just talking about this today. In 1901, the World's Fair was here, and it was probably one of the top 5 cities in the country. But now I don't even think it's in the top 100 as far as size. But I live in the country south of the city.
Okay. Well, what I was getting at is that I live in a semi-urban area too. Newport News, Virginia is an industrial town. It was founded by the War Machine. Huntington Ingalls Shipbuilding is what founded this area. You know,
yeah.
It became the corporation of the city of Newport News back in the 50s after it transferred out of the county of Warwick. But I live in a semi-urban area which is almost nearly split half and half, black and white. It's like 41% black and 45% white, and then the other 5 or 6% are a mix of Asian and Hispanic descent. And we have about 180,000 people. We have a predominantly black local government. That includes the majority of the city council. All but one is a person of color, a black person. Our commissioner of the revenue is a black woman. Our Commonwealth Attorney, the elected Commonwealth Attorney, is a black man. Our elected sheriff is a black man, and we have a predominant, it's a very, like I said, it's pretty much split down the middle. So I come into contact with people of color a lot more often than you probably do outside of Buffalo, or that Bleak probably does where he lives in Kansas, especially given the demographics of Kansas to begin with. But that's also something that we're fighting for here, is that if they'll do it to a 6'2", 220-pound white guy with a shaved head and blue eyes, they'll do it to the fucking 12-year-old black kid. They'll do it to the 18-year-old black kid. They'll do it to the 30-year-old black man. And they do it, and they get away with it.
Right.
And the reason that they get away with it is that because they've already been told for their whole existence in this country that they're not worth anything to begin with, and they begin to believe it themselves. And nobody that doesn't look like them is standing up for them. And it's become part of what we do here because we have a predominantly black local government and a good portion of our police department is black. I find as part of what I have as white privilege as this 6'2" white man in America, I might not be rich. I'm not Bill Gates or anything. Obviously, I don't have that much white privilege, but the fact that I am white and I can stand up to the police and they haven't killed me yet is something I feel I need to use for other people's advantage. In the meantime, if I can have some fun shaving some pigs, all the better. It's a win-win. So that's what we do here, is direct action. So I was trying to ask earlier what we're going to do. I understand that you have matters that are pending. He has matters that are pending. I know you guys have those things going on, and it's not really the background, but that's stuff that's already in process. Even while all this time that I've been under prosecution, now going on 6 years, we continue to go out. Well, I continue to go out.
Yeah, see,
I continue to go out and provoke them.
Yes.
Because the only way to fight the system is to, unfortunately, to stick your hand into that tar baby and fight with it.
Yeah, but what I said earlier, these two people are isolated now, right? I mean, you both had women in your lives, and now they're gone.
Right.
So
mine was phenomenal. Mine was phenomenal, but Sarah was amazing.
I mean, who do you have locally that can back you up to go and do anything?
I have no surviving family. I have no friends. I actually, right before the stream, I got dumped by a chick that I didn't even know I was dating, who's 2 years older than my oldest daughter. You know what I mean?
So
I've got
you
no
both, yeah, okay, and I think that's really, because we had a guy who lives here in Newport News, middle-aged white guy, ran his own business. He had a son, and he lost custody to his son to his wife, who lives up north, about a few hours. And he was calling the Newport News Police Department because he was concerned about his son being beat. And he really believed this. And they tried to say he had mental health issues, but there's been no doctor who said this. But anyways, they went to his home with no warrant, busted in the door, tried to tase him. And when one of the officers tased another officer, they shot him in the back.
What?
And I really think that's one of the most dangerous things. They prey on people who are isolated, where you're in a home by yourself, where they can kick in the door. There is nobody who can get a camera. There is nobody who can. One time, Chris went down to Hamptons. It's another city close to us. He went down there to the courthouse, and they started harassing him about and we learned this, but anyways, he wasn't on the public sidewalk. He was on the court's grass. And they were trying to tell him that he had to ID because they were going to trespass him and all this kind of stuff. But I was watching. I was able to call down and say, what are you guys doing down here? And I think that's the biggest thing, is that they isolate people, or they find isolated people, and then they can have a field day with you. You have nobody
to help. And I proved that a couple times that all it took was they caught wind that I had witnesses on the way, and they disappeared right back into the shadows from whence they came.
See, yeah.
And I've had people over, house guests and stuff, and like the moment that I was alone at my house is when it came. So it makes me wonder how much there's surveillance in me too. you know, they do not want witnesses. It just goes to show that they know that what they're doing is dirty, and they're not acting in good faith.
Well, and Chris told you about his background, and I'm the complete opposite of Chris. I have no criminal record. I am a white woman, blonde haired, blue eyed, and when Chris talks about the racial issue, because of the fact that we live in a community that is so much of people of color, the stories that we hear, your stories, not the exact same, none that I've heard were as serious as your felony, but we hear these kinds of stories all the time. We watch the cops come in our neighborhood and arrest people for, because they're drinking, they've been drinking and they're in their home. I mean, it's
so what?
They are very comfortable. So the corruption with police and the judicial system, they know they can get away with it with a certain population, and they do it. They're so comfortable doing it that they have prosecuted somebody for 5 years over a flag.
Yeah, because he's the first one that didn't roll over for them probably in years. You know, they're so used to getting that result, and the people that they're victimizing, they feel helpless. You know.
Well, I mean, again, we go back to the meth house. I'm not trying to be. When we first moved here, we had a neighbor, and her son took me to the grocery store, and I asked him, if money didn't matter, what would you do with your life? And this is like a 21-year-old, and he had nothing to say. So you're dealing again with a population, just like with the meth heads. You're dealing with a population of people who have been beaten down, and they've been told they're nothing. And I think that's the same thing with the meth heads. I think it's the same. And so people who are actually offended and want to do something about being wronged, that's a very small percentage of our society.
Yeah. You know, it's a pretty thick skin to do what you're doing, and I commend you for it. You know, and I know Chris got a little discouraged. I think it was like a week ago or something. You know, we're going to get some negative feedback. You know, I've had a lot of trolls too coming on. You know, they want us to they want us to get to us and give up what we're doing, but
they have to do this. They have to do this.
They are making a difference. Or why would they have all these people putting energy towards, trolling our videos, and stuff like that. And, erasing our comments. I've seen the views go down on my videos. How is that even possible? And the pig empire, a lot of the things that they do are by design to isolate you, starve you out, make your conditions so bad that you give up, all because they can't support their position in a court of law. Why would they, all that stuff to try to break you down, they raise the stakes to the threats, they act in violence against you, so you're just waiting for it to come again, and the thing, you're not going to find many friends when you find yourself in that position, because people, they don't have the stomach for it. They're not doing it.
And then look at the allies they give us. And fucking move forward in a group, like they give us alphons and fucking who's that Miller? Jeez, I can't remember the guy's name. Not Carl Miller. It's he's the dude that's gone to jail recently. Dave Merlin. They give us guys like Dave Merlin, and Dave Merlin's real smart, and he knows his shit. But he will sit there and fucking mock you to the point where you will never show your face in this community again. And so will Alphonse, so will Big Sid. They're not civilized guys. They're fucking assholes. The law is about fucking being proper and acting in honor and equity. I yield.
Well, I'll take on anybody. Send them my way. Who is this Merlin? Bring him here.
Chris, I just got home from work and turned on the TV today, and I see there was a terrible tragedy in your city. And I just got one question for you. How come none of those officers feared for their lives?
Uh-oh.
What's that? What I miss?
But no, your video, man. That's you. I was quoting you there.
Oh, when I called up to your neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of what we do too. Is that we talk about isolation. This stuff it's not as isolated as you might think. The incidents, the people might feel isolated afterwards, but unfortunately, it's very commonplace and it happens every day. You know, American police kill 1,000 to 1,200 American citizens every year on average in violation of their due process rights, and that's just the people. That's just the people that they kill that they're keeping track of, and that's not counting that's not counting the assaults and batteries. That's not counting the unlawful arrest. That's not counting, you know,
that's just
you know, there's 1 million sworn police. You know, that's the figure I've seen, is that there's 1 million sworn police in the United States, you know, dealing with 330 million people. So, you know, each police officer is technically responsible for 330 people, and they pretend like it doesn't happen. It's just a few bad apples, and yet every single day there's a brand new story about this person was shot, or this person was tased, or this person was thrown to the ground, or this person was happening. It's every single day. And the more, of course, you read about it, the more stories pop up. But it's clear that it's a daily occurrence everywhere. And not only can you can't just focus on your own area. When people feel isolated like yourselves, you have to reach out beyond your own physical boundaries to try to prompt and push in other areas. I've made a lot of phone calls. When we first got into this, you know, we started with the first video that unfortunately we had to acquire from the police officer attacking me. And then I felt so compelled while I was struggling with my own case to try and give other people a push, because, you know, I had one video and like 300 subs maybe, you know, there had to be more done. And at the time, of course, we were still naive enough that we weren't as vigorous in enforcing our rights and others as we are now. So we found other avenues, which, you know, included sending emails to other places, and then it started making phone calls. And then when you make the phone calls, you know, it's like, well, maybe someone else needs to hear this too, and you post that on there. So, you know, it's not even just fighting your own problems in your own locality. Sometimes you got to reach out and touch someone. And Buffalo was one of them. I called North Dakota. Hell, I called one in Canada. One time. They had one of their Royal Mounted Police was accused of some sex crime with a kid, and they gave him, you know, a paid vacation while it was all pending. And I called him up and said, "What the fuck is going on up there in Canada? I thought you guys were the polite white folks on the continent, and clearly you're not. You're the Canadian police. I thought you were, you know, your Royal Canadian Mounted Police with your fancy Ranger Rick uniforms, you know, and you're just as bad here." And the guy had the temerity to say back to me, "Don't you have enough problems in the United States to be worried about ours?" And it's like,
yeah, they said that to you in Buffalo too. I remember they said that.
Yeah. Then it's like, it's all of a sudden, what business is it of yours if we want to abuse our citizens?
Temerity. Well, you know what I like? You know who else? You know who else uses words like temerity? Fucking Jordan Peterson. I like you, man. I'm glad I'm on the same side as you. Win or lose, I'm glad I'm standing next to motherfuckers like you and not people like them. You know what I mean?
Well, we're here.
Well, brother, I was born fighting, and unfortunately I was born with a very well-defined sense of justice. And I went through a lot of pain and agony going through elementary school and high school and all that, because a lot of things to me seem very simple on their face, and they're very easily debunked and explained. But of course, anytime you question the authority, especially if there's an audience, immediately what the initial issue is that's being brought up is no longer the issue. It's you're responding to the issue. That's the issue. It's not what
sure. Well, that's all we are. We are seriously just a series of electrical impulses. We exist as a series of electrical impulses in a point in space and time that are viewed by others as reactions. And so literally you are but the stories that you fucking are told of, you know, when you leave the room. So you die twice in essence. Most people will die once, but guys like us will die twice. You know what I mean?
Right.
You'll die when you expire, and you'll die the last time someone cares enough to say anything about your ass. You know what I'm saying?
A coward dies 1,000 deaths.
I think that the difference is that there's some people who can't look themselves in the mirror and live with the concept that their integrity has been questioned.
Right, because they have
integrity. I think that's the difference. Because who cares if anybody talks about you later on? Who cares? It's about what you see when you get up. I mean, That's what I see with
the way I said
It's
that, the way I
he
framed
can't-
that probably did sound super conceited. I certainly meant to say that
No,
any kind
no,
of
no,
man
I
that's
didn't mean
worth
it
the
like
skin
that.
that he's packed into had
This
better make
is-
a good story of himself.
This is my perspective as somebody looking from the outside into somebody that they care about being accused of things that they're innocent of. I wasn't
Right.
implying that you're being selfish or conceited. I was.
Oh
when I was trying
no,
to
and I certainly didn't. I certainly didn't mean to sound like that I was accusatory, but in a sense, I certainly am conceited about that. If there's one thing that I don't want people to say about me, it's that I was a pussy and that I didn't fucking stand on the right side and push as hard as I could. You know what I mean?
Right, and for me, I feel like it's when you're laying there on your dying bed, whenever that happens, are you gonna regret giving in and letting people treat you however they want to treat you, or are you gonna do something about it? I mean, that's my concern. I think that's what Christopher's concern is, and so he really pushes really, really hard. So he really pushes the boundaries of things, but that's because he really believes in it. And I think that's the same kind of thing when you're talking about with that. They ended up kicking in his door. Well, they ended up kicking on his door because he couldn't just bring himself. The other Chris couldn't just bring himself to just handing himself over to the cops. If they wanted to do the right thing, they were going to work for it.
Why? You know why that is? Because I don't accept fraud, and I refuse to participate in crimes that are being committed against me.
And you're under
right. You'd be a member of the RICO fucking act too. You know, action.
You know, Mark Cassio said, you're one of them guys that you got something you could bring to the table, but you don't want to. You want to maintain your privacy. He said, look at yourself in the mirror every day and tell yourself that I refuse to do what I have the power to do to combat human slavery because I want to remain a private person. And you yourself and get the fuck over it.
Passio is a very conceited guy, and I don't like to talk ill of people whether they're in the room or not. He's an asshole, but I mean, it's what someone needs to be to get that kind of a point across. No one would listen to Passio if he wasn't. I wish the guy was
can't be sugar coated, you know.
Well,
right.
Yeah.
Well, there's the whole honey and vinegar and flies thing, you know. But
that's a good way you went that term though. When people say that, you catch more flies with honey than you will with vinegar. It always reminds me of a Married with Children episode. Okay, so somebody said that. I might have been what the hell the wife's name was. Said to Kelly Bundy, Peggy said to Kelly, you can't, or it might have been Marcy, the neighbor, said to Kelly, you'll catch more flies with honey than you will with vinegar. And Kelly turned to her and said, but if you rip their wings off, they'll eat whatever you give them.
Oh my God. And that's why all of us loved her.
That's why.
That's the society we live in.
It wasn't anything else.
Is that they will ply you with promises of freedom and choice and the ability to do anything you'd like and choose in your own life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, as long as it doesn't infringe on somebody, until you do something that, for whatever reason, catches somebody's eye and they decide that it's actionable at that particular moment in time, and then it turns into, well, you had the honey, and now here's your vinegar, and if you continue to resist, they'll rip your fucking wings off, and you'll eat whatever the shit they give you. And I'm not going to live my life like that. If they're going to give me shit, I'm going to regurgitate it right back in their fucking face, because if that's what they leave me with, is to not be a civilized human being and use short, to-the-point words that make sense and, try and form cogent thoughts and express them to them and have them come to some sort of meeting of the minds between ourselves, then if all you leave me with is barfing shit back up in your face, well, then I'm going to do that and shame you too and still win my fucking cases.
Oh, yeah.
And I do.
Okay.
I love it. I love it, man. I love it. This is where I'm at with it.
So
how many people we got in the room, Bleak?
Because this is my second is my alt channel, and because Sarah decided to get rid of my big channel, we have one, and we have had all night. No one's going to see this, unfortunately, but it's okay. I am a firm believer that the exact amount of people that need to see this in the space and time that they need to fucking see it precisely, not a moment sooner or later,
Yeah, I was just curious. They can watch it later because I think we are putting out there some good ideas and stuff. That people need to hear. And, this is
Right.
Chris's first stream. That's great, man. I'm proud to be here, man, with you guys.
I'm hoping Steven gets in here. Thinking Roughneck has a massive following, and you could not tell the difference between him and your friend Chris. Chris, he honestly, they sound alike, they look alike, they think alike, and if I was either one of their size, and they're modest about their size, I would be king of the fucking planet if I was that size. Thank God I'm a fucking tiny little rat bastard, I'm not saying I would be evil. I would be a bully, but I would still be a bully. And I'm glad I'm not,
Man,
Well-
remember how you're saying, Bleak, that you feel like we're on the brink of be turning the tide. That
we've won. We've won.
Right. I found I wrote something about that just like a year or so ago. We already won it. We're going to start seeing results then because I predicted that. I think we've seen the maximum bloat, of this power, and there's only one way to go is down from there.
Right. Oh yeah, I promise you, you're correct.
I now see. I now see this as a self-fulfilling prophecy. A small faction chips away at the foundation of bullshit and lies. In time, things get exposed as illusory protection. Once it is realized how to handle the con game, degeneration comes swift. The Empire gets beaten at the game, their foot soldiers never learned how to play. Just as the game of chess evolves, is exactly demonstrative how the lack of the same creates a progressive weakening. Momentum in either direction is something tends to continue unless great effort is taken to cause it to change course. Like they say, once you hit rock bottom, there's only one way to go. That works both ways on any scale. It's evident the Pig Empire will fall. I wonder if all the soldiers of the standing army had the word if it could spur an industrial revolution. That's a lot of mouths to feed, and I predict the wizard behind the curtain starts a war and packs off the hired muscle who now seek purpose up to enslave people and be slaughtered on foreign soil. And all those of integrity from their ranks have joined the resistance, exposing them and aiding in the downfall.
Just some random musings.
Huh?
Just some random musings.
Yeah.
All right. Christopher, you have a poet's fucking mind. You know what I mean?
I don't know about that. Depends on the definition of poetry. I'll have to look it up though.
Well, I mean, I suppose we could go with the Mel Gibson warrior poet. That was a really horrible Scottish. You're gonna really fuck this up.
It's not trying to be poetry. It's just like sometimes something bridges the gap, of things I was struggling with, and it brings about like ideas and revelations. And sometimes I got to write them down because I wouldn't be able to express it like that again. If I did.
And that's the real skill, is being able to capture it.
Right. You know what I mean, Chris?
We both, everybody has that monologue going on in their head, at least you hope so. It's being able to put it down in a tangible form that can be either referenced for yourself or passed on to somebody else to inculcate and spread it.
Right. Finding it again is key, and finding someone that wants to hear it, because most people don't. They don't want to hear it. They really don't.
But what's something you said earlier about the days coming when we're gonna have some wins, or winning now. There is no winning. This entire existence is your life and death is a battle of good and evil, right and wrong. That's all there is to it.
Right.
The duality of existence is plus and minus. There's always, you can't have something without a con to it. There's nothing without an opposite. So all of this has been going on, and depending on your particular religious beliefs, going back to Christianity earlier, there's a verse that we like to go to a lot of times when we're dealing with people and trying to explain the errors in the corruptibility of human government. So, of course, Jesus Christ was a rabble-rouser who spoke out on the corrupt Roman Empire, which basically was a commerce empire based on war and pillaging and so on and so forth. But even
cost him his life.
But years before that, the same things had already been told to other people that had not been heeded up to that point. And here we are 2,000 years later, still not listening to what's already been written. So I want to read something to you so that you guys can see where we're at, because this explains a lot of human existence. So this is 1 Samuel 8, okay? So this is on the page I'm reading it from. They title it Israel Asks for a King. So I'm going to read it's a bunch of reading, but when I pause, I'll let you know that now it's time for discuss. So here we go.
No, yeah, you're good. You're good, brother.
All right. So when Samuel, all right, ready?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Sweet. When Samuel grew old, he appointed his sons as Israel's leaders. The name of his firstborn was Joel, and the name of his second was Abijah, and they served at Beersheba. But his sons did not follow his ways. They turned aside after dishonest gain and accepted bribes and perverted justice. So all of the elders of Israel gathered together and came to Samuel at Ramah. They said to him, "You are old, and your sons do not follow your ways. Now appoint a king to lead us, such as all the other nations have." But when they said, "Give us a king to lead us," this displeased Samuel, so he prayed to the Lord. And the Lord told him, "Listen to all that the people are saying to you. It is not you that they have rejected, but they have rejected me as their king, as they had done from the day I brought them up out of Egypt until this day, forsaking me and serving other gods, so they are doing to you. Now listen to them, but warn them solemnly and let them know what the king who will reign over them will claim as his rights." Samuel told all of the words of the Lord to the people who were asking him for a king. He said, "This is what the king who will reign over you will claim as his rights." Now, this is the important part. Now, see if there's any modern corollaries to anything in this next section I'm going to read. "He will take your sons and make them serve with his chariots and horses, and they will run in front of his chariots. Some he will assign to be commanders of thousands and commanders of 50s, and others to plow his ground and reap his harvest, and still others to make weapons of war and equipment for his chariots. He will take your daughters to be perfumers and cooks and bakers. He will take the best of your fields and vineyards and olive groves and give them to his attendants. He will take a tenth of your grain and of your vintage and give it to his officials and attendants. Your male and female servants and the best of your cattle and donkeys he will take for his own use. He will take a tenth of your flocks, and you yourselves will become his slaves. When that day comes, you will cry out for relief from the king you have chosen, but the Lord will not answer you in that day. But," and again, another corollary, "but the people refused to listen to Samuel because they refused to listen to God. And they said, 'No, we want a king over us. Then we will be like all the other nations with a king to lead us and to go out before us and fight our battles.' When Samuel heard all the people said, he repeated it before the Lord, and the Lord answered, 'Listen to them and give them a king.'" And the story goes on from there, and it only devolves, of course, and you see where we've ended up today, but it's been written for thousands of years that what happens when you put your faith in another person to do right by both of you, because a duality, again, the lowest common human interaction is two people. So once you have two people, there's going to be disagreement, because there's no way that you can expect some other human being to always take you into their best account as well as their own best interests. It's just not going to happen. And here we are today, we're running in front of his chariots and horses. He comes in, takes the best of your stuff and gives it away to his friends, and we're still just not learning the lesson. We're just not, and it's not that, I guess, to circle back, there's not any wins, because it's been going on from the very beginning of human existence, and it's not going to be finished until it's ultimately finished. So don't give up the faith, because the fight is not going to end, I guess is what it comes down to.
Yeah, right on.
Correct.
Really, really, truly, if you want to correlate religion with the fight against government, 1 Samuel 8 is your argument.
Right.
So
they say that there's a separation of church and state.
1 Samuel 8, because it describes exactly what we live under. I mean, we have a society that says that, oh, your sons and daughters should sign up to serve the military. We have, he takes the best of everything. I mean, how much government land is there? We live around a lot of bases. So they have like all their crops, and they have all kinds of land that they use specifically for them. Anyways, if you go and you read it and you try to look at it in today's context, you will see that our president is our king, and he takes those things. Oh yeah. Anyways, you are correct, Christopher.
I tend to stop dead when I hear people speaking from the word. You know what I mean? And I don't care personally if it's KJV. I don't care if it's NIV. I don't need a blue letter Bible or a Strong's Concordance. I feel that what your husband was saying something earlier about intrinsically knowing this, and that's because the desire and the will of our Creator has been written upon the hearts of every man and woman, and that's why we don't need fucking laws. We don't need laws, and we don't need governed. We've been told how to act. We've been told very clearly how to act. And I'm not talking Noahide laws, even just the 10 Commandments. You know, it astounds me.
The 10 Commandments pretty much cover what is most laws now, anyways. Is
I think
absolutely.
You don't steal somebody's things. You don't murder them. You don't bear false witness against them. I mean, it's all pretty common stuff.
It's the common law. It's common sense. You don't cause your fellow man loss, injury, or harm. And by man means man and woman. You know, and the common. It's never been reduced to writing. It's the common law.
Right. And see, unfortunately, I understand that in this existence that we are in, there cannot be just us and not them. There must be an evil. Just as Chris was saying, the battle will never be over, because the minute that we quote unquote vanquish our captors or whatever, we will in essence become the same thing. Not necessarily us, but this thing will come back, because we're a vile and loathsome fucking species. And the fact that our Creator loved us enough to allow us to fucking survive the deluge, it astounds me. You know what I mean? Look at Job. Job is my favorite book in the Bible. If it wasn't for the fact that everybody would think that I had a tattoo that said job, I would have had that shit on my arm. You know what I mean? But Job, he was righteous, man. You know, there are people I've heard Jaron say that Satan had done Job a service by killing his family, because his children were gluttonous, and they were wasteful. They would have squandered his fortune. Perhaps his wife had been with him long enough to have long grown contemptuous. You know what I'm saying? All of these things that he had were burdens, material burdens. Well, all I mean to say is that if I'm not suffering for my Creator and for the purpose that He's placed me here for, if I'm not struggling and fighting for it, then I'm doing something wrong. You know what I mean? I'm not using it to the fullest of my abilities. It's like having Jimi Hendrix in your band so that you can fucking play Mary Had a Little Lamb or something, you know?
Well, he who endureth. That's the whole point, is to not let go of it.
Yeah,
right.
Adversity and struggles and hard times, that build character, you know? On Easy Street.
Absolutely.
It's not.
I certainly wouldn't want to play this game on easy. I mean, I was telling my brother killed himself a couple of weeks back. He shot himself in the face, and he shot himself in the face in front of his current wife, but his former wife he had tried to kill in a drunken fit about a year and a half prior, and she tore up over this, a lot of psychosis, and she called me this evening. Talking about how she was worthless and she didn't deserve to be here and everything. But I was explaining to her that when Russell and I were children, we would play John Madden football on easy, and we would play on the same team, and we'd be like, "Oh, dude, awesome, 98-yard pass, dude, good catch," and we'd high five, and we were really pleased with each other. But as an adult, again, back to 2 Corinthians, as a man, I put these childish things away. I would not wish to play a game where I was given the win. That's not what I have envisioned for my purpose here. When this matrix is fighting us and when it seems to be beating us and it's doing everything it can, it's because it's losing. Just like the federal government likes to monitor the phone calls of people like ourselves and our conversations, it's because they are afraid, and they fucking should be. They fucking should be. Look at what they're doing. They know that this is wrong, and yet they do it. You know,
the government is comprised of by and for Americans, and you see that Americans have become complacent in their comfort. And as long as they get to watch their show on Friday nights and their football team won the game, then
right,
you know, they're fine with it. You know, and we've become a lazy species in our comfort. So
it sickens me. It sickens me. But at the same time, I can't say that I'm any better. I am also a deeply flawed individual and not worthy of the air that I breathe. You know what I'm saying?
And that's why you wouldn't take somebody's kids from them.
Right. Well, see, and this is why we have insurance in case we bump into each other on the road. They have insurance in case they ruin our fucking lives.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you
that's
so,
not a good start.
So when they're forcing a non-consensual encounter, you know, and creating a dangerous situation along the roadway, who should be asking who for proof of insurance?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
But what you just said, though, is the very premise of Christianity to begin with. You see, there are anarchy is the natural state of the universe. We believe in God because there is no hierarchy other than the creator and the created. And
the creator and the creator's law. Yeah.
And we are dependent on him, and we are all equal. But people don't want to accept that we're all flawed, and whether you shoplift a roll of candy or you murder somebody, in God's eyes, they're both the same thing because you made the conscious choice to do something that was wrong.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but it's not on another man to punish that theft of a candy bar or that you know, no man.
Agreed.
The problem is that they don't fear God, so they get to do what they want.
What they're doing.
They believe they are God, but they do whatever they want to people, and they don't think there'll be a consequence for it. I mean, and they're not built. The kind of people that become judges are not decent people. They do take children away. They do try to put somebody in prison for 30 years because
it's lucrative. Because you know, that's how they make money. You know, they don't produce something tangible. They sell people into slavery and, you know, extort them. And it's sick.
They sure do.
Yeah.
People to find ways to, you know, excuse that behavior, you know, in this so-called society, you know, just because they can't come face to face with their own cowardice, you know, is it's despicable. It's pathetic.
It is pathetic. But they're happy with their breads and circuses.
Yeah, I'm not, you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens, I guess. You enjoy that stuff, and then the real stuff isn't important anymore. Like people being incarcerated who are innocent.
It's like Bleak said the other day, I don't even want to talk about this shit anymore, you know, but what is that? What else is there to talk about? You know, it is the problem, you know, that we face.
Yes, until we solve it, it certainly is. Until we solve it, it certainly is. But therein lies the problem.
We got to work cut out for us, don't we?
We are.
Have any of you guys?
To find ways.
Have any of you guys read
so you know, they don't continue to want to do it, but, you know, people feel helpless against it. You know, they want to bring in fraudulent action. You know, well, I'm not going to have to learn it on the fly. You know, next time after I you know, get through this, I'll know exactly what to do. You know, and I can teach others. You know, that want to learn. You can't teach those that don't want to learn it.
Right.
But
right. I don't remember. I don't remember where in the Bible it was, but there's a verse that says, "There in the camp of my enemies I shall also be." I want to say, I always want to say Daniel, and I don't know why. I know it's not in Daniel.
Well, that's not what the Art of War says. The Art of War says you don't want to have the battle on their turf.
Oh no, this is to know the hearts of your enemy. if you know that your enemy is suffering from cholera, then you hold him out. You make him fucking stand longer. If you know that he's hungry, then you cut off his supply chain so that he can't eat.
The art of war goes back to if your opponent is of choleric fever, irritate him.
Yes, that's it. Absolutely. Who was the commander for the Hebrews that said, everybody go get a drink, and then they all drank, and only the ones that cupped the water up to their mouths were the ones that were allowed to go into battle or whatever. These are the people that are observant. If you turn your back on these people for even a second, you know what I mean? They will gut you. And this is what happened with my family. I failed my wife and my children by not having the balls to say, I love her, but what she's done is messed up, and it's taught my sons that they're disposable as men, they're disposable as fathers, they're disposable as husbands, they're disposable as humans, they're disposable. And so whether she did this due to what I believe, which goes back to what your wife was saying, Chris, about isolation, and this is something that the NHS and the fucking DARPA and CIA and all these people, they know, MK Ultra exists because of isolation. If they couldn't isolate their victims, then there's no way that they could control them. It's one of the rules of hermetics. They say that hermetics is peaceful and it's equitable. Bullshit. Mentalism is the first fucking rule of hermetics. Says that I'm going to control your mind. I'm going to wrestle your mind, and you're going to lose it to me. You know what I'm saying? It's a sticky, huh?
The chains are in people's minds. Look at like the uprising at Attica prison. That was easily done. But that's why they keep the racial tension and all that, because they're fighting amongst themselves, the prisoners. Otherwise, if they united against their oppressors, they could walk out of every prison.
Right. Yeah, all they need to do is understand the numbers. If you look at it, dogs have a very, very incredible understanding of physics. They, a dog is an animal that can count. A dog, you take a ball out of your pocket, you bounce it on the floor and off of 2 walls. That dog knows exactly where to be to catch that ball. A dog with 3 other dogs sees a dog with 5 other dogs and immediately knows we're not fucking with these guys. We're outnumbered. Now, this being said, this is all carnal. All of this is carnal, and this is what allowed them to survive to the point that they did and progress. But at the same time, I could show a picture of a dog, and it does not understand that it's looking at a 2-dimensional representation of a 3-dimensional object. It just knows that it's a dog. If you spend all day hammering nails, and because you're a carpenter and you leave work to go home, there's a good chance that something you see on the way or something that you experience when you get there is going to make you want to start pounding again. Everything becomes a nail to you after a fashion. It's very hard to police this train of thought. You know what I mean? Because it leads somewhere that our reptile brain, our inner brain, our amygdala and our hippocampus, we love that. We love that kind of action. Like a lizard does. You put a mouse in a cage or in a terrarium with a lizard, and it's carnival. Yeah, I love it. So you put a pinky in there with a snake, and that snake is going to observe it. And if this little rodent is dangerous or unpredictable, not dangerous, if it's doing unpredictable things, the reptile brain doesn't want to waste the fucking calories to monitor this thing, so it's either going to fight it or it's going to run from it. If it's being predictable, if it's not doing anything that registers with the reptile brain as something that could potentially cause it harm, it's going to go on about its business until it's ready for that thing. It knows that it's the predator,
That's part of the problem.
And this, I don't know. Are you guys what you would consider born again Christian?
We wouldn't consider ourselves any sort of what anybody would call Christians.
The best terminology would be
a biblical Christian. Right. By the book. And so the
Everything
hippocampus,
has to be judged off of the red text.
right? Absolutely. Just like any woman can be swept off her feet if you have the correct broom, you know. Now the reason I ask is because the amygdala is basically a little bullet in your brain, and the first time you get that fight or flight response as a young baby, the very first time you experience that fight or flight, it's going to explode like a bullet does in ballistic gel, and it's going to turn into this mushroom or whatever. And after that point, it knows its job. But then the hippocampus is this little kind of thing that sits around it, much like the mushroom cloud does off of the A-bomb. You know, the cloud is something that's deadly, and it's something that's a part of the explosion, but it's not the explosion itself. The hippocampus sits outside of this amygdala, and what it experiences is the equivalent of what you would call a born-again Christian. This is the Christian that will say, I am washed in the blood of Christ, and without him I am worthless and I have no purpose. This is a born-again Christian, and I don't say that there's anything wrong in my estimation. I'm no one to judge. If this is how someone feels about their existence, is how they feel, and it's not my place to have any part in that, you know, to try and influence it one way or the other. I myself understand that there's a possibility that I could have existed in some way, shape, or form without a creator. Sure. Now, would I say that I believe that there's a possibility there's no God? Fuck no. You know, and I wouldn't want to live in a world where there wasn't. Without Christ, we would still be lighting people on fire, covered in tar at night on poles to light the streets. So yeah, I wouldn't want to.
According to the scripture, without Christ, we wouldn't exist.
There's a lot of people that
3 billion letters. That's your DNA, and it states that Christ spoke existence into existence. Christ is the Word. So you're
okay, sure. In the beginning, there was the Word. Yes, absolutely.
Word. Without him, we wouldn't exist at all. So when you talk about being a born-again Christian, the reason why I use the term biblical Christian is because born-again Christians are in denominations. And that any kind of denomination, in my opinion, that exists is some alteration of the red text. They add something in. You know, like Methodists, you have to dress a certain way. Or, I don't know. I mean,
yes. Catholic, no, I get it. Catholics
to live to some extent.
Yeah.
So the problem is the whole point, and Peter and Paul got into this argument over circumcision. I apologize, but that's what the argument was about. They got into this argument about this, and they ended up settling on the fact that it didn't matter whether or not somebody did that or not. So when you get into these denominations and they are telling you that you have to do this a certain way or that a certain way, it's not biblical. It's dividing, it's separating people from God, it's twisting God's word.
Absolutely.
To its own ends and steering people straight to hell. Well, yeah, well it is. Yeah, it's telling them to live that day. Yeah, sure, there's the Bible. We all believe in Christ. We all believe that he died for us. He's our Savior. He's our leader. And we're going to add these other things onto it too. Yeah, if you don't come in on Saturday instead of Sunday, then, you know, you're going to hell. But those guys over there say the opposite. Now, neither one of those beliefs was said by Jesus Christ. And really, it's not a salvation issue to begin with because it's not a matter of righteousness. Maybe it's a right and wrong fitting argument that men want to get into, whether individually or in groups. You know,
oh no, I got cut.
They're putting their own touch on God's creation as though they have the authority to do so. And that's the problem. And then you end up with people who then can correlate their religion with the government. And that's how you end up with preachers and pastors who tell you that you're supposed to give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. And then they go sign up for their 501(k) and they don't have to pay any taxes. So you end up with this. So if Christ didn't say it, and anything that you look at, you would always have to look back at what Christ had to say. If Christ didn't say it, then we're going to have issues. Anyways, it's complicated. We're the only ones left. Looks like it. Probably big. It looks like our host is reboot.
Cheers. Yeah. Anytime somebody's saying something that I really need to hear, I've noticed that either YouTube or StreamYard or both will make sure that that doesn't happen.
Well, what was the last thing you heard?
Okay, so you were explaining the concept of being born again, and then your husband said that it's divisive, and I went to agree. Chris had started to say something, and it cut, and I didn't have anything from there.
Well, if we all believe that the fundamental is Jesus Christ, or the Creator, or the start with God, God created all of these things, and He has this finished creation that He has presented to us in our existence, and then all of a sudden this other guy that calls himself a certain name, and Jesus Christ said not to call yourself teacher, or pastor or priest. He says not to call you those things. So again, they're skipping the red tags, but they get to put their own finishing touch on God's creation. And who the hell are you to have any authority to finish off what God started? I think is what the problem, I think, inherently with denominations is that we pretend to believe the same common fundamental things, but then everybody has their own version of it, and that just doesn't jive with me.
Right, you had said something about semantics early on.
The same text and laws, then we're not on the same page, so we're never going to be able to come to an agreement to begin with.
See, and I'm the type that if your soul speaks to me that we're on the same vibration, I don't care if if you believe that Muhammad is the one prophet of Allah, and that peace and blessings be upon him, that Christ was yet another prophet, but not the son of Allah, peace and blessings be upon him, or whatever. Who am I to say that you're incorrect? And I would never ever assume to say. But at the same time, I understand what you're saying. If it's not there in principle, in specificity, then you truly are not singing the same song.
Well, what we like to say when people have disagreements and we start to try to contemplate our existence as it relates to God and our human civilization, and when it comes to our particular religion, one phrase we always come back to in a disagreement with somebody else is that if it's not a salvation issue, if what you are debating with another person does not directly impinge on your ability or option of being able to go the good way instead of the bad way, then it really doesn't have any merit, and you're wasting time and breath to begin with.
Right.
That makes sense.
Right. Yeah, absolutely it does. This are you guys familiar with the Egyptian Book of the Dead?
Yes.
In it, there's a spot where your heart is plucked and it's weighed against an ostrich feather, and if it doesn't weigh less than the feather of an ostrich, then the Cerberus, the three-headed dog of Duat, will eat you, and you don't get to go to the afterlife. Mm-hmm. And so it's fun, and everybody likes fiction, but where I'm at with the whole thing is that prior to that, you have to say these 50 things that are essentially very specific kind of subsections of the 10 Commandments. That I have not ate of food that was not mine. I have not stolen. I have not felt the need to be violent against my brother. I have not killed him. I have not, and it goes on and on. I haven't acted in dishonor. I haven't seen my neighbor washing his clothes downstream as I piss in the river, and this is really where it's at. To me, this is where it's at. And unfortunately, this stems from my mother, who was a very, very unholy and very facetious Christian. My upbringing, while healthy, it was damaging to have a Christian that would sit there and say certain things like I was young, and she had just left my father and kidnapped myself and my sister from him, and we had been trafficked away from him, and he had no idea where we were, and we went and saw Robin Hood, Kevin Costner Robin Hood. And so I'm watching Robin Hood with my mom, and I'm young, and I'm sitting there, I'm holding her hand because I'm scared, the painted man, that fucking woman creeped me out, right? And so when she comes screaming in that room and she gets speared, I'm like, whoa, fuck. Grab mom's hand, and they're in there fighting, and Robin Hood loses his sword, and the sheriff's about to fucking run him through, dude. And he pulls that little boot knife out and sticks it in his heart, and he says, and he falls out the window. And I look at my mom right there and just loud as shit. I'm like, Mom, if he cries out to God on the way down, he's not going to hell, right? And she's like, well, of course. And that nearly made me an atheist. You know what I mean? It nearly did. At that point, I didn't want to go to heaven. Like, if someone could do all the things that sheriff had done, and it wasn't that bad of a movie. It wasn't graphic or anything like that.
That is a false doctrine, and a lot of people believe that, whether they're being serious about it or not. But a lot of people think, oh, well, if Hitler, if he decided right before he shot himself in the head, he could just repent for all his sins and he'd get into heaven.
Right, and then you're up there with Hitler and all of his wives and all of his cats and dogs. Yeah.
But see, that's the ignorant arrogance of the human mind, that you think that you could have that thought, conceive that thought, and then do that action, and that God wouldn't know your heart to begin with. And you're
right.
You're clearly not showing that you have any awareness of what you're actually dealing with.
That's very thought out, and as an adult, I would never have questioned something like that so childishly. But as a child, it rocked me to believe that. And my mom, she was very uneducated. She could barely read, and she could not spell or write. You know what I mean? She was tone deaf, and so she couldn't sing. She would say "wash" instead of "wash," and so I would say, "Mom, if my name was Ted, would you call me Turd?" But so she was not a smart gal. But I believe what she said. If she told me when I was 3 that if I swallowed any bubble gum, my ass would turn pink and I'd sit down to poop, and they'd have to have the fire department come pry me off the toilet seat. So I didn't shit for like a month and a half, and I was toxic and I had to get dug out. And I remember all that. And if that should have been enough to tell me never to trust that fucking woman again. Because of that, we never lied to our children about anything. They never caught us wrestling. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We weren't smoking a cigarette. We were, this is a doobie, and you're going to wait until after fucking college because it's still going to be here. And if you decide you want to make these kind of stupid decisions like your mother and father, then we'll discuss it then, I suppose where this falls in the scheme of things with the law and with, religion or with theology and spirituality, in essence, I liken this back to the first caveman that's burning his father on the pyre, and he's got mom next to him and he's holding her hand, and he's probably thinking, I wonder if dad called out to God before he passed away, and he's holding dad's club. He's looking at it, looking at mom and looking at dad burning over there. And he says, holy shit, dad is never going to be here again. And I'm holding this thing that he knocked mom over the head with and drug her back into the cave. And here I am. Dad's gone. Ergo, the essence of my father is in this stick. And at this point, the spirit would have been born in the conscious mind of the human. Of course, our creator would have known what he was putting inside of our carbon vessel. But to this caveman, he inadvertently and unknowingly just created the spirit, this thing that was I call this essentialism. So, it's just like your husband just said, and it's like they say about equity. There's 20 maxims of equity, and these all supersede anything that fucking law has to say about anything. If there's a conflict between law and equity always wins. There's no discussion. And this is because our creator wrote upon our hearts and minds what he wanted. You know what I'm saying?
I think that the way that, and I think this is why it's so important to us, I wouldn't be as upfront about my religious views when it came to police accountability, to government accountability, if they didn't always claim God. They say they do it in the name of God. So
right.
If they're going to say that they're doing this because scripture says that this is what they're supposed to do, but the scripture doesn't really say that, we, like Christopher said earlier, we feel as if we've really been taken down to, like, the only thing that we have is public shaming. Yeah. So you just shame them, but you have to know how to do that. And when they say that they're going to do this, it irritates me. It boils my blood that, cops have "In God We Trust" on the side of their vehicle. No, they should have "In Law We Trust." They don't.
They don't. In LA, they got to serve and protect, but it's in quotation marks. What does that mean? It's like,
yes, exactly. It's not even there. And if it is, someone else said it, not me. Absolutely.
Well, when you come to the South, in God we trust is still on the cop cards.
Wow, man!
I believe that when Christ said, "Give to Caesar," sorry,
Chris was talking about making the phone calls, the power in that, and I was denying myself of that for a long time because I didn't want them all having my phone number, and then I learned how to use a text phone number. They probably know my number. I don't know. But phone calls is one of my favorite ones. Videos I've made. It's my best stuff. Is some of my phone calls, and it takes a lot of discipline, to you're kind of going into the lion's den there, because don't talk to police is don't talk to police because all they're trying to do is get things to incriminate. But I mean, you can't expose the fraud and get them to say dumb things without talking to them. And they've said unbelievable things. I mean, the head guy from the state troopers barracks down the road came to my house with a fake warrant again, and he said warrants don't have to have probable cause. And he said that his he goes, no, that's how it works. He goes, well, did you bring that up in court? Dismissed because there was no probable cause. I said, yeah, maybe in a perfect world. He goes, no, that's how it works. He goes, I watch court TV. Johnny Depp was just on there. This is the head guy of the state law enforcement agency at that barracks, knows jack shit about the law.
It sounds like it. It sounds like it.
Yeah, he knows jack shit. Because I told him, that's not a real warrant, right? Oh, no, it's real. It's got the watermark on there. What watermark? What the hell are you talking about? Oh, it's embossed? Watermark. Signature. Where's the fucking the probable cause affidavit?
I think that to double back to what both you and she were saying, this gosh, I don't know how to frame this correctly without sounding like I'm talking out of my ass completely. Yeah, I'll have to try and come back to it. Yeah, sorry, I yield. That's my bad.
Hey, I got a suggestion. Would you want to let's play a short video and criticize it, and analyze it to see, that's how we got to find the weak spots, because I certainly see them in my own performances. I mean, just from in a year,
right?
Because it starts. Yeah, we got to learn how to win in court, but like you said, the war, the best way to win is by not fighting. And it starts.
See, okay. Oh, dude, you just reminded me what it was. Okay, so she was talking about something equitable that was making me think about how when Christ said, "Render unto Caesar," you know what I mean? Now, a lot of people would take that as Jesus kind of kowtowing or acquiescing or bending the knee to the Roman government, which was legion. To make no mistake about it, all roads lead to Rome. The word Vatican itself means land of the serpent. Anyways, so Christ said, render unto Caesar, just like he said, eye of the needle. Everyone fucking knew that he was being a smartass, and he wasn't being a bang pow to the moon Alice smartass. He was being a who's on first smartass. So if you weren't clever enough to catch what he was saying, render unto Caesar, he wasn't saying that we need to stop turning the other cheek or that we need to do violence unto these people. But he was still saying at the same time, we're not going to pretty please them out of their position. You know what I'm saying? And so she had mentioned the stocks, the modern day equivalent of putting someone in the stocks and throwing rotten cabbage at them or whatever for a week. This, when I was a child, we had call back culture instead of call out culture. Like if I started being a dick and I rode past my neighbor on my bicycle and flipped him off, he would have fucking put a stick in my spoke when I came back through. He'd have dragged my crying ass over to the porch and he'd have knocked on the door. My dad would have came out, whooped my ass right in front of him. They'd have had a handshake and a cigar and a beer, right? And this is because it does take a village. It says, child, you are straying way far from the flock. And the one that keeps over us in the pasture is nowhere near to see your tiny ass amongst all of us or the wolves. And so you're about to get fucking devoured if you don't get back here this instant. And so if it took a little bit of tough love, this is what it took. But nowadays we don't do that. We see someone pushing out a little fucking close to the center. If we're a leftist, anything, right come bang my girlfriend while I sit in the closet in a gimp suit, and videotape it. If you're anywhere right of that, then you're basically Donald Trump or whatever,
All right,
it's silly.
So on that render unto Caesar
Sure.
thing.
Yeah.
What does render mean? Because it, the word give is used in the Bible, so it doesn't mean give. So I think that the whole meaning of it
to me is
because people think they're just using that fancy talk, but what does render really mean?
In Greek or in Hebrew, it's different. But to me, in English, render as DP
render
and
derive, does it not? Like you render render wine from grapes, or what?
Sure. Okay, yes, but it's in the mix down. This is like if you know how my videos are overlaid and they're really messy, Chris.
Yeah, they're great.
Like my videos are hard for most people to follow because I put layers on top of layers, and what I'm doing is I'm talking to your subconscious. I don't want you to think about what I want you to think about. I want your subconscious to think about what I want your subconscious to think about. Otherwise, I would just tell you this thing instead of show you something elusive and through symbolism. It's way easier to just be direct, as Chris was saying earlier. But I don't find that that's the way that I communicate best with people because of the way that I communicate. I lack brevity. I'm not clear. I use a lot of metaphors, similes, limericks, anecdotes, things that I should not do. And so, but anyways, in mentalism, it's the same thing. If you're trying to control someone's mind, God damn it, of course, right in the middle of the screen.
It's more the words of art. I mean, if it's open to interpretation, that's why the law is expressed, not implied. It's supposed to be clear and concise, so as to be not open to interpretation.
Right. So when I'm rendering something,
when it is clear and concise, like in the Constitution, they pervert the definitions of words to suit their objectives.
This was for our own good.
This was stuff to the Bible and history and stuff like that, man. I want tactics, and field test tactics in battle and have results, so to share them, because I'm in a state of war, man. The philosophizing and stuff. I don't know. It ain't getting it. I'm trying to just break it down to because there's not time doesn't allow for it, at some point.
Shame,
right?
Shame. It's the only thing you got is public shaming.
Yeah, right. I mean,
right.
And
I'm inoculated with that bullshit.
I'm doing that with the phone calls, and I'm exposing the fraud and the violence. If you listen to that one court thing, I mean, that should have been enough if anyone listened to it. But I put that out it was last May, so 15 months ago, and it was on my other channel that got hijacked from me, and it's still only gotten 200 views. But I mean, I wish you guys would give that a listen. I put it on the community page, and nobody listened to it that I see. It got no comments.
See, if anybody, because I'm on mobile right now, so I do not have the ability to share videos that I'd like to share. I only have what I have uploaded to Streamlab. I can't even share something from my device. Now, someone else can share screen, and they can pull something up, and we can go through that. I'd love to. If anybody else would care to share screen, I'm all for it.
I see errors in there that I'd like to point out, so other people don't fall into the same traps, but
that's clever. I'm down for it if you guys are.
But I'd like, someone else to, tell me what they see of it first, before I taint their thought process by, interjecting my thoughts on it,
Oh hell, you don't want my 2 cents, man. It turns out to be 22 cents, and they're all Canadian wheat pennies or some shit. You know what I mean? Or pesos. So I just before we do that, while somebody's pulling up something, Chris or whoever, is anybody on laptop right now, or is everybody on mobile web?
Yeah, I'm on a mobile phone.
Okay, I can pull my laptop up out here real quick and get it running, and then just run a hotspot.
Like my traffic stop, I see a lot of things wrong in that one too. That with the smashed window, but I think that was the last time I ever used the word officer.
Overseer.
I had to purge a lot of words out of my dialect because
Chris, what was the name of the video, brother?
That's like me calling the guy a Taco Bell manager. I'm just trying to get some fucking tacos. Officer of what? Taco Bell. They're all fucking officers. Wouldn't officers be the rank? Like the rest of them are just fucking peons. They're fucking, fucking privates. One of them's an officer. Get the fuck out of here.
My phone sounds like demons right now.
Yeah, it is kind of like a bit. All that sounds like
Legion.
Electronic.
They are many.
Or something.
They are many, and this is why I quit seminary, because I began to understand that as at least the Hebrews know it to be, that Yahweh or Jehovah, whatever you want to call him, to the Jews that pay attention and understand the Torah for what it is, it's a sky calendar, so that they can kind of keep track of the way the story goes. This is a Holy Helios Sun Bible Biblios book. But anyways, I digress. So I started to kind of fall into this thing in seminary where as the more I learned about Latin and Greek and Hebrew, and the more I learned Hebrew, the more afraid I got, because I started to understand that they're telling you, they're fucking telling you that that's Saturn. And this is why when your son is born, you strap him to a cross and you cut the tip of his fucking dick off, just like Saturn did to his father Uranus, and just like Jupiter did to his father Saturn.
Don't minimalize that procedure. That's not cutting the tip off. It's the removal of half of the skin of the penis.
Right, exactly. And so here's what happens. So then you've got Goya's monster, Saturn, who says, I'm going to chew my babies up so that they don't cut my dick off. And Hera feeds to Saturn a rock in swaddling clothes. And so she takes her son and she puts him under Tartarus, and he learns to fight. And as Jupiter, Zeus, he fucking grows into a young, strapping young man. He waits until his father's asleep, and he sneaks up Olympus and he cuts his fucking dick off. So Saturn's geometric symbol is the cube. And when you cut this along any of the vertices, but I think 2, 1, it unfolds as a fucking cross. There's no way that it doesn't. And then, so we strap our children to cross, and we give the doctor the hat of Osiris. And then you fucking take that skin off. And what do the rabbis do? Anyways, I'm not really going there with it. What I'm saying is that later you go to the church and you go inside this gypsum cube of rectangle drywall, which is salt. And you're in there in all of Saturn's element. And he says, hey, drink my son, eat my son. I'm Goya's baby eating fucking monster. Smell my burp. Does that smell like Poseidon? You know what I'm saying? And so this fucked religion up for me a second time. I'm so incredibly lucky that I have any kind of walk with Source. I should be terrified of this fucking thing, because to me, it's the thing that snuck up on Yaakov as he's trying to leave Israel and at night to get to where the Samaritans come from. He doesn't want to be robbed, so he leaves at night, because it's dangerous to take that fucking path by yourself during the day. And what happens? He gets fucking mugged. And this dude's like, we'll wrestle until the sun comes up, buddy. And then once Yaakov's about got him, he says, boop, and he pinches him on his little fucking Achilles tendon. And he says, yo, I'm gonna name you wrestles with Saturn, Israel. And so he says, Israel, you better follow my God here, man. And if you don't, he's gonna fucking burn you forever. And your kids too. And so it scared me to think that this is what we're dealing with here, because to me, that's a captor. That's not a creator. And so this is why I don't balk when people say that Jesus had a different father than the God of the Old Testament. I'm okay with that. I hope so. You know what I mean? Yahweh, I'm not the largest fan, but Yahweh, probably isn't very, very, he's tolerant of me, obviously loves me, created me. He must have a hell of a sense of humor. But at the end of the day, man, if I'm following one of them, it's going to be the son, because the father scares the fuck out of me.
Well, I think that with not understanding the context, God, in my opinion, and the way that I look at it, is God is like working on human beings. So the Old Testament is a history lesson, and it is to prove how humans are under the law. And it was supposed to bring people to a realization that we needed a savior, that no matter how many laws were made, that human beings would still do terrible things.
We'd mess it up every time, yes.
Yeah,
certainly.
Okay. So he had to teach us that. Like when you talk about Job being your favorite book, Job didn't just go through that for anything for himself or for God. He went through that so somebody could write about it, so that way you could read about it, so that way you had people to look up to that went through the same kind of experiences that you're currently going through.
Yeah.
And you have connection and you have understanding of that somebody else has done this. And this is what the law will do to you. Because at the end of Job, the people who stood and mocked him and told him it was his fault that all these things were done to him, because that's the back and forth in Job, they were required by God to come and bring him sacrifices for the fact that they misrepresented God. Yeah. So Job was being punished, but
I never thought of it like that. I never thought of it like that. That's brilliant.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, it's an understanding. So then the Old Testament means the word testament means covenant, and Christ brought the new covenant. No Christian can abide by Old Testament way of life. You can't live the Old Testament and the New Testament at the same time. So anyways, my whole point is that it really depends on how you look at the context of what it is. And if we don't have the foundational things correct, then we're confused. So,
yeah,
I mean, of course, Christ is who we're supposed to follow. That's the new covenant. God said, look what you're like when you're under the law. Christ came and said that you go by the letter of the law, but you don't go by the spirit of the law. He stood between a prostitute and judgment. So that's the same thing. If a prostitute went into court today, Christ would be standing in there telling the judge, well, if you're not without sin, then you can cast the first stone.
No, yeah, first stone. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Corey, thank you for joining us, brother.
We have that whole individual, and anyways, they misrepresent him just like your mother misrepresented him to you. And there's scripture that covers that too.
You know, a man shouldn't be represented.
Yeah, thanks for that.
This is my buddy. He's from Los Angeles. He's a owner of a studio, and he works with local talent networks, and he studies in commerce. And this is probably one of the sharper minds in commerce that I know. I mean, and I haven't been doing this as long as everybody else, man. But I have been fucking balls to the wall about making contacts. You know, oh, Chalice, fuck yeah, Chalice is in here too. Awesome, man, awesome. So this is my mentor's wife. My mentor, Jason Kosher, Kosier, absolutely, without a doubt, is the most brilliant fucking mind of our time legally. This man, if he doesn't know, he's about to in 5 fucking seconds. You know what I mean? Chalice, thank you for joining us. Cheers.
Hello.
Hi. How we doing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Are you guys seeing me?
No, you don't have a camera right now.
Okay, good. Hey, I didn't realize what you just sent me. I didn't realize you guys were live right now. Thought I was going to be listening to something already recorded. So, how are y'all?
Oh hell, I'm sorry, Miss Johnson. I'm glad you're here. We had a chance to discuss some of what's going on with Jason.
You're on the reverb.
If you want to.
What was that?
Blake sounds like it's on the microphone with too much echo on the truck on TV.
Oh, oops.
Now I could see you.
Now. Oh, well, I'm not trying to be seen, but.
I'll just
you're fine. There where you guys are in Texas, you guys have a really unique signal that does it does an audio loop feedback without any kind of actual amplification, which as a dude that's been producing music for 25 years now, it blows my fucking mind. Sometimes if it gets hard to hear, you might mute out until you're ready to say something. You certainly don't have to do it all the time by any means. I don't care. A little feedback's not going to bother me. So where are you at with habeas, Chalice?
Well, I talked to Jason a couple of times in the last few days, and also, I mean, I'm just kind of overwhelmed right now because I've just been reading and just trying to get my head wrapped around what it is I need to do. And I received a call. Just everything just comes together somehow. I don't know, but earlier today I was on Jason's computer. And all of a sudden a call comes through, and it's this guy that is calling Jason about some other subject, but he happens to be proficient in law. Like he almost became a lawyer. But then he discovered that he didn't want to be a lawyer because he knows what the truth is, right? So he's been helping people in situations what Jason is in right now, which I thought was just like, you know, I'm like, who are you and what do you want and what's going on? And, you know, and I didn't want to give Jason's story all out, you know, to some guy who's calling on his computer that I have no idea who it is. And anyway, we talked for a little bit, and he's helping me. He went over the documents that are already submitted, that Jason had already submitted, and what was in the record already with the court. And he's got some ideas for me to go in with, but one of the first things he said is that Jason needs to apologize to the court. He just needs to get the fuck out of there, basically. We need to get him the fuck out of there right now.
Essentially, holy crap, I was in the same pose that I was in the picture. That was really stupid. I agree, but he's not going to humble up at this point. Your husband serves, you know, he's a fighter. There's no way that's going to happen.
Well, I talked to him earlier, and he said he's kind of knows how he might want to go in. He's got to try to find out when he can have another chance to talk with them. But the thing is that he has a new bond. They raised it from $5,000 to $10,000. The judge revoked his bond and then reinstated for $10,000. So
I think if we, you know, probably for $10 in stamps, we should be able to bond him. I think that I think my friend Retta has found a remedy there. So we should be able to bond him independently ourselves.
I think they fucked up on that. I think they fucked up on that. I got look into every detail of that, because the only purpose of bail is to secure the defendant's presence.
Yeah,
themselves, and excessive bail shall not be required. So they can't just pocket that bond if they know you gotta give them something. And they did it to him in court. You know, it sounds to me like, you know, they sent him to court for contempt of court, which if he's there, I guess they're assuming jurisdiction. But what did he do that was so disruptive that you know, to be jailed for, you know, they didn't like the wearing, you know, they broke a bond from what? From court. The only purpose of that bond is to secure his presence in court, and he was in court, and they sent him to jail.
Well, Chalice, if you feel like explaining this to him, go for it. I certainly don't want to I don't want to give any details without you guys' approval first. So you can go ahead and rock that one.
Well, it was a pleading hearing, and he was wanting Jason to plead, and Jason didn't want to, submit, so he didn't. And the judge says, all right, well, I'm going to call your name 3 times, and if you don't answer, then I'm going to revoke your bond and put a warrant out for your arrest or whatever. And so basically,
They didn't answer the name, so they were trying to say, well, you know, you can have failure to appear, and because he wouldn't answer to the name.
I wasn't there.
Yeah.
So all I know is that he didn't.
That was his plan.
He did
that
not
was his plan, absolutely. So
respond.
The way I've been dealing with that is when I was going is when they call my name, I say I'm here on that matter. And then you know, and I wouldn't they said over here to
well, see, if I know Jason correctly, he said, I am surety for the principal. I am surety for the name principal was all he intended to say until they got past that part. I yield.
Because they want that plea because, you know, that's why they act like, oh, the first court appearance is for the purpose of arraignment. No, it's not. It should be to be informed of the nature and cause of the action. And to have, and you know, then they go to it for a probable cause hearing. You know,
right.
I've been
sure. After this, another date is supposed to be set so that he has an ample amount of time to defend himself. He's got to be presented with a charging instrument so he knows the nature and the exact names of the claims that are being levied against him. You know what I mean? Otherwise,
Yeah,
it's a violation of due process rights.
Yeah, exactly. And none of that happened.
You know, they never have it. And this last matter I've been involved with, it's been over a year. It's going on 14 months, and I'm not arraigned. So they just collected bail and subjected me to mental evaluations on a matter that I haven't been arraigned on. And
wow.
I challenged jurisdiction, yeah, and collected bail. I haven't been arraigned, so I haven't submitted myself to the jurisdiction of the court. In fact, I openly challenged it. And I demanded a probable cause hearing, which, you know, some scheduling tricks there. They're trying to say now that the jail failed to produce me to the court.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to Jason too. They're just railroading people, and the guy that I talked to earlier, when he was looking at the paperwork, he says, yeah, there's no real probable cause here. It's all just, there's no witnesses, there's no, you know,
that there's no real probable cause. There's no probable cause.
Yeah,
and that should have been established beforehand, before they even started barking up the tree, because they would have had to.
That's the deal. They don't have a charging instrument, and it's my belief that the prosecutor is not fucking bonded for this case. I think if Jason asked to see that bond, that this thing goes away.
Has he been presented with the charging instrument from the district
attorney?
No, sir.
No, sir. They don't have one, and that's because of the Castle Doctrine. You cannot fucking charge somebody for what Jason did in Texas. You cannot. That's why that exists. The Castle Doctrine is not to be fucked with.
He hasn't been charged with a crime. So what is the reason for this hearing? You know, what is the reason for this hearing? Because the district attorney's office hasn't brought charges, and they want him to volunteer, you know, into a Star Chamber hearing. It sounds like
this is what happened, Chris. Jason is not a member of the Baby Raper Club, and so Jason, whether he's right or wrong, doesn't get to be fucking heard. And so, you know, he knew the proper thing to say for anything that the Baby Raper in the dress had to say. So it didn't matter what the Baby Raper in the dress chose to say or how Jason responded. He was going to fucking jail anyways, and Jason knew this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what's happened here is that Jason's going to lose a week of his life, and Chalice and Jason are going to gain $12.8 million every fucking 28 minutes. You know, with inflation, the Trazavan versus City of Tampa, you can't do what they've done to Jason, and it's a very well established fact
with no problem. I mean, I'm just like, I can't even believe this is the most corrupt. We already have problems with this court, and they are so corrupt, and it's the good old boy system. Like anything you have stereotypical, feelings about Texas, we're in it. We're in that area. Okay. We're in a small town. It's the county seat. And it's the good old boy.
You guys say Mexico is so funny. I love the way you guys say Mexico. It's almost like foreign to me.
But this is
say
very
it again.
Similar to my situation. Very similar.
Yeah, it's a stronghold here. And that judge was just irritated with Jason. And
yes, before he even got in there.
When I was in there the first time, I think the judge was trying to help Jason a little bit here and there, but I don't know what happened this last time.
Your husband is hard-headed. He got a judge to say that the Constitution does not apply in his court. That is not an easy thing to fucking do.
You know what I got a judge to say? There's no affidavit that goes with a warrant.
Right. Wow. Well, technically he's correct. There's an affidavit of probable cause that goes with the warrant.
Well, yeah, she said
any affidavit doesn't do.
Well, no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, and that probable cause must be by an affidavit.
All right. Well, this guy today said that we need to put a motion in to suppress. And also, Jason had submitted a quo warranto, but he made some mistakes on it, according to this guy. So when he gets out, he just has to correct that. So the motion to suppress comes from this guy looking at the paperwork that the court had put in, and the statements that they wrote into the affidavit, stating that Jason pointed a firearm at the tow truck guy, which that did not happen. But I was given a homework assignment, which I haven't started yet. Like every night, I am been up all night, just reading and listening and trying to figure out what to do. But this guy gave me an article to read about the significance of what firearm means. And he said Jason did not have a firearm. Jason did not point a firearm. There was no firearm.
Exactly. Because a firearm is a commercial term. It says we have the right to bear arms, but firearms means you're a gun for hire. You know, that's why
that's how they're getting them.
What's that?
That's how they're trying to, gain jurisdiction. Yes.
Yeah. What evidence do they have that he was operating in a commercial capacity?
See, there we go again, though, Chris. They won't play this game with him because they know that they lose. And so what they do is they throw him in jail because they know that the Texas taxpayer is going to have to fucking cover that mistake, not the judge. If the judge acts outside of his ministerial duty, he's fucked and he loses the umbrella of his indemnity. So he's not going to do that. He's going to act outside of the scope of his judicial discretion because he is covered for that kind of action. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that doesn't excuse it because they denied him due process. Even if they had jurisdiction, the moment they deny him due process, that jurisdiction is out the window. And you can't, punishment in jail can only be for the conviction of a crime.
Well, again, brother, this is a matter of if they deny him due process, that is judicial discretion. If they deny him of the ministerial, what's it called, substantive due process is different than administrative due process. If they deny his substantive due process, that judge has to pay for the mistake. If he denies his administrative due process, Fuck Jason. Let the taxpayers settle it.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
No,
Seriously,
no,
that's what they think of you guys. That's what they think of you guys. Every one of these judges, and they're easy. You can fucking hang these guys off of their own stupidity. And that's what you do, is you ask him to do something that he shall do, not something that he may do. And when he doesn't do what he shall do, he is fucked. You can have his fucking shit held under the executive order that Trump passed, and you can say, don't let him liquidate that shit. I want to swim around in his kids' fucking toys like I'm Scrooge McDuck. You know what I mean?
They just falsely imprisoned for 18 days for mental evaluations.
Wow.
And this is how you beat the judge. You get him on shall. You do not get him on might. Like he may dismiss. He may dismiss if you file a motion. He may dismiss for failure to prosecute. But he shall issue a warrant for arrest when an affidavit of probable cause is lodged to a fucking sworn verified criminal complaint, private or otherwise. Period. So when he doesn't, like this guy that's going into Kansas Supreme Court next week from my district, Judge Mott. And Judge Mott, I'll tag you in the comments after this, you cocksucking child trafficker. Just along with Gayton T. Wood, fight me for charity, both of you pussies. I'll let you child traffickers pick your own favorite private racketeering firm of child traffickers to donate the money to. But anyways, Judge Mott was given a task and he did not do it. Judge Mott shall do this. And since Judge Mott didn't do this, Judge Mott is not going to the Supreme Court. He's going to fucking federal prison. And I'm going to be wearing his socks, period. It's not going to go any other way. You know? And that's not me being cocky. That's me being able to read.
I mean, when you decide you're going to stand up for yourself, they're going to fuck up, and they're going to fuck up big time. And then it's just a matter of, how to enforce that, because they're never going to say, oh, he's got us now. Like Rip says, they're never going to say that. You can enforce it to them, and the only way I see to do that is to expose them to their masters, because they're doing that to save themselves. Because if they can't get him to volunteer into their slave system, then it becomes quite evident that the actions they've taken, that they don't have the paperwork to support, are crimes.
The guy that I talked to earlier, he said that, I mean, he was kind of against the writ of habeas corpus. Because he says basically you're asking the same people who got him held up in there for permission to let him out, and they don't give a fuck.
It would be federal. It would be a federal judge that you'd be asking, not a district court judge, magistrate with no authority. But no, I get why he's saying that. And honestly, dude, habeas hasn't been around that long. They just gave it back to us, so it's not safe to do. Every judge hates habeas corpus because they have to fucking do their job, and they don't like doing their job. They like raping babies.
Right.
I yield.
Okay. All right. So the habeas that I was working on was partly from Derek Gonzalez, and then I was going to add the and I haven't worked on it yet. I haven't worked on it all day, but there was 3 cases that were proving that the U.S. is a corporation, and that they have that they're not government, that they're no different than any other corporation, and they're a drawee of commercial paper and are,
Clearfield Doctrine. It's the Clearfield Doctrine. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So that one, the Bank of Metropolitan Visas United States, and there's another one, Cook Visas in the United States, and there's another one, Floyd Acceptance. So all those, I mean, I was trying to go in to stay on the track that he already started, was saying that they have no jurisdiction from the fucking get-go. And what I was going to do is put 4506s for all these motherfuckers: the judge, the court, the state, the comptroller, the Secretary of State, the governor. Like, I was going to do one on all the motherfuckers and send it to all of everybody and take it to the federal court in Waco. and just put it on blast so that they all fucking know that we know what they're all about for real. And the thing is, I already put everybody on notice because I've had my status corrected and made a claim against my estate. So I had already put everybody on notice, and I was going to do a follow-up, and I was thinking, well, I could do a follow-up and then add Jason's paperwork in there too to encompass us since we're married, and do, kind of go along the lines of the estate, and that he's my husband and that they're doing harm to me because, they took him away unjustly, unlawfully.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is not unheard of. I actually found a case law that establishes a little bit of precedent for what you're talking about. Now, what you would be doing would, in essence, be something that is undone. It has not been done yet. But there is a woman that has done something very similar in that she had made it nearly as far as you had in your process. And again, I got to say, bravo and hats off to you. You've made it further in the owning of yourself as a woman instead of a person than anybody else I've ever met. So you're further along than, well, I take that back. Jason and I have a mutual friend who is, he's went to the Hague Convention with his ecclesiastical deed claim and stuff, went to the Hague, So I don't know why I said convention. Yeah. So this guy is currently trying to figure out how to access his trust. He's going to get killed just like Patrick Devine did when he does. But yeah, he's a banker. He's a banker now. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Private banker. Corey, my buddy Network King, he'd probably be able to fucking just waylay this subject, man. This dude, he's a fucking beast when it comes to the banking and remittance, offset, discharge satisfaction, accord, the monetary side of this of commerce. This guy's got it fucking locked. You know what I mean? But like family court, that kind of stuff, he's been fortunate. Not enough of this has been spilled in his fucking lap that he has to know about it. But that doesn't mean that he's gonna avoid it. I yield.
I'm trying to do the same thing that guy's doing, honestly. The main reason why I did what I did was to be on the do not detain list, because I hate cops. So, I was just doing my thing.
As you should.
I was doing my thing. Jason was doing his thing. And then we kind of came together, and it's very similar what we think, but we kind of went on two different paths.
Yeah, that's good. Strategies. That was
Sorry, Chalice. Chalice, from time to time, I'll have to probably hit pop a little mute on your thing, otherwise it will build gain and it'll start to squelch. But when I mute you, it doesn't mean that I don't want you to speak. It just means that I've got to kill the feedback for just a fraction of a second to stop the loop. So anytime you see your
I can do on this side to stop that?
if you have headphones or earbuds, it would kill it completely, but that's about the only thing you could do. It's your signal, and probably either you guys both have iPhones or something weird like that, and it's not compatible with the audio setup here on StreamYard, or I would guess more likely it's the service. You know what I mean? Because I don't think any of us are wearing earbuds, but it always does it with Jason. And that's because Jason's always got something to fucking say. It likes to, when Corey gets to talking, it likes to just shut the whole fucking stream down. Because when he gets to talking, he's talking about Elefantes and fucking pig farms and submarines and fucking kids getting trafficked. And this dude, he's an investigator, man. To be able to get it done the amount of shit this dude does in a day, it blows my fucking mind, man. I'm surrounded by really talented, really blessed individuals, and every single one of you guys out got a heart the size of a fucking, circus seal or whatever, big old motherfucker. Every one of you guys is about what you can do for somebody else with this shit. And that's what we're here for.
All right. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
I put on headphones.
Yes, ma'am. I think we lost Christopher
I'm
somehow.
here. I'm here. You can't hear me?
Okay. Hell yeah. Yes, sir. Hell yeah. Cool. At any rate, Chalice, what I was going to tell you about the stuff that you're doing is there was a gal who was at fault in something involving her husband, and this gal had accidentally gotten a fatality car crash and killed her husband in, I believe, Florida. And this was just maybe a decade or two ago. And then she went and she turned around and sued her estate on the federal side, in the private side of court, in chambers, in camera, in chancery, and they didn't want to grant her any relief, because there's no remedy in equity. There's relief, but they didn't want to grant her relief because it would blow the lid off of what they're doing here with the securities fraud. But they had to, and so she sued her fucking decedent, all caps estate, for millions of fucking dollars, and was compensated for the loss of her husband permanently. So there is no fucking reason why they can't give you guys at least the amount of a bail bond. You know what I mean? For your husband to go home and adequately defend himself. He doesn't need to apologize to anyone. Jason's a fucking man. Apologies are for children and people that make mistakes.
Well,
Jason didn't make a mistake.
No, but when you're dealing with this kind of court, they're so used to doing what they do, and they do it every day, all day.
Yes.
And
okay.
No
Corey brought up something, Chalice. Corey brought up something in the chat here that I'm going to highlight, and I'm going to text to you real quick so that you can read later, because it's very important that you catch this. Because he's right. End of the day, he can throw 5 billion fucking laws at them, and they can be wrong about every bit of it, and they're still going to eat his fucking lunch if that's what he's standing on. So we got to do better than that. But I'm telling you, we've got this. We've got this. No problem.
Okay, I'm reading it.
Is that something that'd be good for me to keep in mind too?
Okay, well, Jason's not going to do anything that's going to harm himself, I don't think. But the thing is that he's if somebody can help me with this, because I have no idea. I'm like just lost right now.
Help you with what? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Help you with what?
Going that route of what that
Sorry, guys.
The chat said.
Yeah, let me see if I can bring that up in the chat here. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have some thoughts about that. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, the first part he says there, I agree, because you know, that's making claims that could that puts a burden of proof on you, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. But I found like I'm trying to address that stuff by asking questions. I got a list of questions, like for instance, the all caps name. I got what style manual can I find the usage of this all capital lettering? You know, and,
Yeah. See,
the
those are
titles of my
fun, but
books,
those are
I got,
parlor tricks. They're gonna bat those away all day and all night. They don't care about that shit. They ignore FOIAs for breakfast. You know what I mean?
right. Well, that, you know, they can when they ignore the stuff. I'm keeping a record, you know, because what else could I do than ask questions and keep a record? Really, you know.
Hey, guys, it was absolutely awesome having you on. I put my private number in the chat there. If you didn't get a chance to get it before you popped out, I'll just say it on right here on the stream so that you're able to contact me later. But it's 316-207-2041. Give me a call. I'd really like to discuss your case and stuff.
I think yeah, Chris, and yeah, it's great talking with you all.
If you guys don't, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I can,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, is it clear?
Yeah, now it is. Yeah, real clear.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yep.
I just wanted to comment on what I put in the chat, just from my experience. We all have different experiences. We all have a different spiritual journey. Somebody that was talking about the Bible earlier. All this is etymology, spells, words. So what I hear, you know, from the chapters of the Bible Testament, I hear test of the mind. So it's all allegories and stories and metaphors and all that. So they're all stories testing the mind. You know, we're living in a world of a bunch of convoluted, double-minded people that are trying to figure out whatever plight, you know, that they have in their life, and they're trying to navigate and they're trying to do it right. So this is all spiritual. This is all contract. You know, when you get brought into court, I don't know how far you guys got into this, but we're not in the beginning of this. We're very far into this. If we were just beginning like 20 years ago or 10 years ago even, we could bring up the straw man arguments and it would make them flinch. But you guys got to realize that this is on TikTok. This is all over the internet. They created a sovereign citizen manual that the FBI gave to every single private business enterprise masquerading as a government agency that aren't government agencies, because you can contact the IRS and inquire under their tax ID number. So we're very far in this game, and you got to understand that they're expecting to deal with a worthy opponent. They don't want people coming in with the same arguments that they already got on their cloud, because from what I hear, they have a whole cloud for judges. So when they go in there,
that's fucking brilliant, dude. That is fucking brilliant.
You know, if they get stumped, they'll go in their chambers, and then they'll go online to the judge's cloud or whatever, and then they'll ask for advice from the other judges. But it is a taxable event. These are all contracts. These are all contractual situations. So we have to be competent. We have to study the IRS code. We have to study the IRS forms, not just 2 of them. There's over 800 of them. And they're not just for bankers and investors and, you know, lawyers and stuff like that. They're for all of us that engage in commerce. There's a whole rule book called the law that they created. And because we don't read it, they manipulate us and play us every step of the way. You know, so we can sit here for the rest of our life and say we're oppressed and they're beating us down and they're doing this to us. We're doing a lot to ourselves, and we're doing a lot to each other. At the end of the day, we co-create the world that we're living in, and we accept the world that we're living in. You know, so if we end up in a situation where somebody's locked up or somebody's going to court or something like that, we got to go deeper because we're deeper in the game right now. So we got to know, you know, how the tax system works. We got to know how the bonds work. We got to go deeper into that. And I think that's what Mike was talking about. You know, it's a lot deeper than just saying, can you define this word for me, or this terminology, or these assumptions? They don't care about that. You guys were talking about them giving you.
They're gonna ask you to look it up for yourself, and don't fucking waste their time. Absolutely, they don't give a shit about you. Or
yes, so like they gave you guys a psych evaluation. That's one of their methods. You know, I was out in Jersey helping a buddy years ago, and it's usually one of the lackeys of the judges. You know, he usually has like a PhD, you know, in psychiatry, you know, and something to do with the law or whatever. You know, usually has a few plaques on his wall. But this is all mafia. This is all organized racketeering. You know, this is all maritime insurance schemes. You know, so, and if we don't know how to utilize the system, and we don't know how to put things on the tax record, or, you know, I mean, that's a powerful thing right there. If you go in there and say, is this a taxable event? Okay, I have these forms right here, you know, fill these out. So we can go ahead and give the IRS notice of what's going on. What are these bonds? Let's go ahead and register, you know, these bonds or whatever, and, you know, put your affiant affidavit, you know, attached to them or whatever. And if we hit them that way, you're going to get a lot different response. You know, we can't go in there and argue. We can't go in there and create public controversy. We're already talking, you know, for an entity that we don't even have power of attorney over. We don't even have a 2848 filled out with the IRS. They don't know who we are. So that's all I was saying was we got to learn the taxes. We got to learn the bonds. We got to learn what they're doing. We got to learn the game that's going on. And once we can do that, then we can circumvent the deception and manipulation that they're coming at us with. And then we can share with other people how to do that. You know, I like to use movies, you know, like metaphors and reference movies. So I think I told Mike this one before. Independence Day was the UFOs that were surrounding the world, basically, right?
I fucking love this one. I didn't know where you was going the first time you gave me this, and I'm like, where the fuck is this headed? Yeah, this is a good one. Sorry.
And they were invisible. They couldn't touch them with any guns, any military attacks, you know, jets or anything. So they had to put a virus in the mothership, you know. And then when they were able to do that, they were able to actually hit it, and they were able to communicate with all the other people around the world, told them how to take them down, how to expose them, how to beat them. You know, the problem is that these movements became about ego. They became about greed. They became about, you know, everything but freedom and helping your brother, which they knew that's exactly what we would do. You know, we're none of us are perfect. We fall short, but we all have an opportunity to blaze our own path and connect with like minds. You know, because that's really what this is all about. It's the path that you choose to go on.
Corey is the one that really, see, Jason got me standing where I needed to be and got my center of gravity where it needed to be in my solar plexus. Corey is the one that made me understand that you don't get to leave here on your fucking knees. You don't. You know what I mean? You leave on your feet. You don't pass. You die like a fucking man. And until then, this thing is going to come back around and fuck you up as many times as it has to until you learn the lesson to beat it. Period. This thing is just going to keep coming back and giving you another chance and giving you another chance to take it out. Because that's what it exists to be fucking vanquished by the fucking light. All the darkness in the fucking galaxy could not extinguish one fucking match. Turn that the other way around. You know what I mean? Take a little bit of dark and tell me that all the light in the fucking in existence is going to even notice it.
And these
it can't exist.
These
it only goes one way. It goes one way.
And the judges and the court officials, they'll give you a chance. I've seen it. I've dealt with it. They'll humor you. Some of them will be like, okay, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Floor is yours. They might continue the case for a couple of years. But if you didn't put nothing on the IRS record, you didn't create any sort of administrative process to give them notice from higher agencies up or something, or change, your status or switch your assets around, then they know you don't know what you're doing.
Right.
And they're going to administer your property and your energy, and they're going to put it back out there. And it's not, to me, just as long as I've been on my journey, it's not really an inherently evil thing. It's energy that we're leaving on the table. We're doing a lot of this to ourselves. We're not operating or navigating the way that we should. So that's going to create the world that we see and the world that we live in. I'm not saying that they're not engaging in deception and they're doing fraud and racketeering.
They have to be here. They have to be here. What you're saying is these things have to exist for us to be something that we wouldn't be able to be without them. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like we complete each other. Jerry Maguire, or whatever.
Yeah, but they're just a reflection of the way we choose to live our lives and choose to treat each other.
Collectively,
yeah.
Yeah.
We can change this whole thing tomorrow if we learn how to actually talk to each other and smile at each other on the freaking freeway when we pass by people we never even met. If we could just do that, there's no telling what type of change we could create in this world.
Yeah, the key word to that is we.
Sort of. We don't need a we. Every one of us would have beat this eventually without each other. It helps to have each other. And I mean, my brother just offed himself because he didn't think he could beat this thing. But man, I got bad news for his ass. If he thinks he goes and burns for that, that's not true. Like, he comes back here and he does it again until he gets it right. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that Yahweh leaves any of us behind. I really don't. I think that, in a sense, have any of you guys ever seen The Egg? Hey, Corey, can you do me a favor, brother?
Yeah, what's that?
You at the studio, like around your computer, your workstation?
Yeah, not far away.
Do you think you could pull up a thing called The Egg? It's a in a nutshell video that explains this perfectly. It's animated too, and it's about 5 minutes long, I think, which would give us all a chance to get something to drink and smoke a cigarette or whatever it is we need to do, stretch a little bit. And it touches on what you're saying in its entirety. It doesn't say it any more eloquently than you have, but it's animated and it gives us a break. It's called The Egg. It's from a German channel called Kazergestat, but and I'm sure I murdered that. Yeah, The Egg. I think we've watched it before. It's pretty dope, man. It's shit almost made me cry the first time I seen it. It's like a clip art video. It's not meant to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, give me like 5
thank
minutes.
you, brother. Hell yeah, for sure. No, my fucking my fucking laptop, dude, from that DDoS. Like, whatever hit me that day, I feel stupid for just immediately declaring that it wasn't malicious. Like, I thought that it was Perdition. I thought Son of Perdition did it just to show me that I don't know as much as I think I do, and to humble me a little. But I don't think Perdition did it, dude, because Perdition's a good man. You know what? He's the kind of guy that will fucking kick you in the nuts if you're swinging him out there for everybody to see when you don't need to be. But I mean, he's smart and he's quick. And so I don't know if any of you guys have ever met my buddy Dustin. He has a channel called Perdition Media. It may be just Son of Perdition now, because he's been banned so many times. But that Brian from Oklahoma that everybody knows that does hey, I'm the guy that looks like Chuck Norris, buy my power drinks. And then he gets in there and he fucking does his little voiceover about your government really sucks and I should know, I'm from Oklahoma. And then he gets tens of thousands of fucking views and a bunch of money and he doesn't say nothing. Now, Perdition's over here doing 3-hour fucking streams by himself every night, breaking open the monsters that are in these people that took these fucking jabs. You know what I mean? Perdition's got a goddamn microscope in a lab at his house. You know, like that's how devoted he is to making sure that his brothers and sisters don't fall to this thing. You know, so I don't know, but whatever happened, dude, like I got struck that first night that Chris came on, man. I must have found some trolls that night, or maybe I pissed off somebody, you know, in the open source community or something, because I got fucking hit, dude. You know, and now all my devices, they're just fucked. They never work anymore. I yield.
Well, that was happening before I came on, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't. It certainly wasn't related to you, but it was related to me being a cocky asshole. You know what I mean? Which I don't think if I'd have just been sitting there having a normal stream, it might not have interested you enough to even watch long enough to hop in with us. So I'm glad I was doing whatever cavalier shit I was doing. You know,
I wasn't watching it before I hopped in. I just it came onto the feed. I just gotten out of the can, and I listened to one of yours before, and I like what you were talking about. So I tried to jump on it.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I wasn't like, oh, this is a real asshole. Yeah, but.
God, dude, I was such a sweaty fuck that night, dude, because my dog was not trying to pull at all. And like when I got to skate on my own with this fucking my lungs in the you know, the shape that they're in, dude, like it sucks. Having this, you know, Turner and Hooch fucking Dog de Wa fucking mastiff to yank me around on a longboard is you know, it's a pleasure. It's my pleasure. But when I got to actually skate somewhere, that fucking sucks. Ooh. It didn't used to, man. When I first started back up skating, it was just about 2 years ago, and started back up, and I hadn't skated since I was a teenager, and I was fine. But back then, I could run a mile in 6.5 minutes. Now, if I run across the block, I'm gonna die. Maybe.
I've done more walking in the last year than I have since I was a teenager. Probably walking across the country.
Yeah, it's something about cardio, man. I've always loved that shit.
Yeah, I need a little more exercise.
Yeah. Everybody still here? It got quiet in this motherfucker.
Looking for the egg?
Potentially. There we go. Oh shit! Did I pull you out, Corey?
Nah, I was on my phone.
Oh hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm not sure if this thing's working. My screen just went black. I might refresh here.
It's not black from what I'm looking at. I can see you.
Okay, there we go. Fuck yeah. If you can hear me, hell yeah. Okay.
So it's a short story. That's what it's called.
It's called The Egg.
The Egg, a short story.
The Egg. It should just be The Egg in a nutshell. In the thumbnail will be a bunch of really soft ass, round, pastel colored, cartoony shit. You know what I mean? Birds, usually birds, cartoon birds.
Let me see. So this one right here.
I think so. Probably. Your screen still hasn't. You know how when you try to show me something, for some reason it always gives me white. I'd almost guarantee it is. You're gonna have to tell me if I maximize the right one. Is this the right one or is it the other one, brother?
Hold on.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Or is it this one? Okay.
Yeah, that one right there.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, got you. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It only does that with you, dude. Only.
Weird. I wonder why.
Right. Because you ain't got nothing important to say.
Nah, man. I'm just a crazy person.
Right. Yep.
I'm just crazy enough to believe that we could beat this massive deception that's been in place for a long time that we were born
Dude,
in.
you really opened my eyes from day one. I thought Pizzagate and the child trafficking was all bullshit and my children had been trafficked. I didn't realize what had happened to my kids and wife until I met you and we did that stream. You know what I mean? And I went from Pizzagate, dude, come on, we're going to talk about this, to pig farm in like 2 seconds, you know? Like, you got a way of, I wish that dude hadn't come and fucking tanked our jump room session, dude. That would have been bomb. The shit we were going to uncover that night, that shit would have been fantastic. You wanted to get tripped up on me painting while you were getting set up. So get the fuck out of here. You got your own thing where you have puppets. Go do your puppet stream with your fucking bleach blonde hair, you 56-year-old homo. You're wearing sunglasses indoors. Get the fuck out of here, you know?
Trolling.
Fucking goddamn fashionista, you know?
I was listening to that one, you guys.
That was Reg from Alaska. He's a bitch, dude.
I was listening to that one.
Yeah, he's Reg who's lucky he's from Alaska. Because if he was any
interesting?
closer, man, Huh?
I was asking the guy if it was interesting.
Yeah, it was. And then I hit the StreamYard thing, but Bleak wasn't watching the thing. He was painting, and then it ended. But I was listening to it. Probably caught.
Well, yeah, dude. I jumped out anyways because that dude ruined it for me. Like at that point, man, I didn't.
He goes, come on here, and you're painting the painting, and he said, you know what, man, it didn't really work out the last time. We tried this either.
No, it didn't, dude. I was like, I said the same thing to him then. I was like, dude, you do puppet stuff. One of your puppets is a retarded kid, and you think that's funny. You know, like, get the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of here, you fucking Daniel Tosh. Fucking, who's that dude that's like, is it made of wood? You know what I mean? From Full House. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Hawaiian shirts and fucking tank tops. What are you, fucking Miami Vice? Like, it's you know, who dresses to impress people on YouTube? If you're worried about the way you look instead of the shit you're presenting, you fucking don't deserve to be on this platform, man. And I don't normally get like that about people, but if you're sanctimonious and you're going to be wrecking other people's shit, get the fuck out of here. You know, I hate that when somebody pops in the stream just to fucking derail it. Well, like that shit's funny for 4chan trolls, you know?
To think that that's not possible, you don't even need to be in a conversation.
Man, there's no space. Oh, cool. So you've been up there? You've been up there, bro? Tell us about space then. No space. You know, what are those luminaries up there? Were we just holographically projecting those from the fucking Earth or what? You know?
Well,
I don't know.
The way I answered the possibility of time travel, if we believe time travel is not real, then that would be saying that it's never been invented at any time.
Exactly.
Bro,
yeah, exactly.
I can look at a picture of my grandpa and he's been dead since I was 5. That's time travel. I don't care who says it's not. They're stupid. I could hop in a car and drive to Wichita. It's 45 miles away. I could make it there in about 40. That's time travel. If they don't think so, they're stupid. You know what I mean? We're currently time traveling forward.
Look how rapid, but look how rapid technology increased in our life. You know,
right?
What is it going to do?
It's insane.
When you're flying against the time zones or with the time zones, don't they say that you gained 2 hours or you lost 2 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's some Vatican shit, banking shit, but yeah,
it is. It fits into the Gregorian calendar and what I've come to call telluric currents. They're not the ley lines, but they're the transverse of this, because the ley lines are probably something that belongs to the creator of this place. It's beautiful. You look at the way it makes that flower of life and how the energy is on like the 33rd parallel. I don't think that Disneyland down there where you're at, bro, I think that at least that fucking carousel down there by that Club 33 or the bar, that's powered off the earth. That's not powered off of anything that we're doing. It's not like it's going 5,000 miles an hour in a circle or anything. It's got kids on it. But yeah, no, that's them throwing it in our face. Just like the cathedrals, they're cathodes. Just like all the fucking castles that were built in the mini ice age don't have any fucking fireplaces in them. None. So how they not freeze again? How did that happen? Oh yeah, because they heated the whole fucking place with mercury. But that shit's poisonous, so we better not have it, you know, except in our thermostats and in our food and in our water and in every vaccine we take and some of the fucking vitamins we take and the fucking, did I say food? Because, yeah, that's a big one, you know?
Yeah.
They lie to us about everything. These guys suck.
Exactly, man. You want to play this?
Yeah, I can't tell if it's full screen or not, brother.
It's not. I don't know why I'm not able to do it on here.
How about now?
Let me see. I mean, I'll try to.
I think I figured out why as you get older that, you know, they said the years go by faster the older you get. And it does seem to be the case too, doesn't it? Everyone seems to agree on that.
I think time is sped up, regardless of what age you are right now.
Well, I think it's like this, like you know, say 5 years old, right? And that year, you know, for 4 years old, you know, 5 years old, it seems so long when you're a kid, you know, the summer, you know, but that year was only 1/5 of your life at that point, you know. And then by the time when you get up to be 50 years old, that same calendar year is 1/50th of your life. So it's not, I don't know.
Yeah, it becomes different. Time is relative to the traveler. What you're saying is time is relative to the traveler, and it is just like there's always as many truths as there are observers.
Right. Yeah, but I believe I believe CERN did something to definitely speed up time, because it definitely feels like the days are going by faster.
Yeah, but that's to you. But that, you know, that 5-year-old kid is you know, sitting right next to you in the same house through, you know, through that same calendar year. But that you know, that year's not flying by necessarily for the kid, you know. But you can watch it on the wall. But, you know,
how do we know that's the case though? How do we know that's the case? Because we would have to take our childhood and then ask a bunch of kids these days, you know.
Right.
If they feel like time is speeding up.
The older you get, it goes by faster and faster. But it, you know, because it continues to, you know, it's flying by, or you know, you can't.
No, I get what you're saying, and I agree. Like theory of relativity, but I believe that things are being tweaked and messed with so much that it's happening to all of us, no matter what era we're in right now. I mean, that's just what I believe.
Yeah, it would have to be measured by something, you know, such as toenail growth or something, you know, to actually gauge it.
I love toenails.
Oh, that you know, that the month of April went by in a flash. Well, that's not something measurable. No.
Dude, that's really cool that you say that. When Sarah and I first got together, I used to joke that I would count the amount of time, like I was using the metric to know how long I'd been with her, is how many times I'd had to cut my toenails since she moved in. I miss my fucking wife so much. I'm gonna shut up now because it's really pathetic. Anyways, cheers to that.
I heard that you know, when the white man came across the seas, whatever you want to call it, to this land, and
it's the best way I can make it full screen.
Interacted with the Indians.
Oh, I got it right here, brother.
They've been studying.
I got it right here.
I got you.
For a long time, you know.
Okay.
Like looking at the stars and that. So that even back then, they were able to predict certain things that were going to happen, like an eclipse or something, you know, like that. So they act like they had divine contact, you know, to know those things were going to happen, but it was just the observance, you know, and document those periods of time.
It's all in the sky. It's all in the sky. If you look at the luminaries, dude, those are clearly the Elohim and like the little sun and moon dogs, the circles that appear around the moon and the sun. Those are the fucking wheels of Ezekiel, bro. Those are the angels. That's the Metatron and fucking shit like that. This is why the Torah to the Jew, the Pentateuch and the rest of the books from what is the Torah, it is a calendar, and they started at a certain time in the year and they finish it at a certain time in the year, and it tells them the story of their shit right up until the end of the Old Testament. And I mean, any one of them will agree to that. That some of them will fight me about the Saturn shit for a minute, but once they get to remembering mythology from school, they stop real quick and they're like, "Fuck, my rabbi's a piece of shit," because they don't tell them. But anyways, it's all of that shit. That's why I kind of balked at fucking Reg being a bitch about that. We let him read an article because that's what he does. He can't produce content. He can read the news with puppets. And so he starts making fun of Corey's shit. He's like, "Oh, Mars? This is where we're going. We're going to Mars with this shit." Like, yeah, dude. Almost 2/3 of the fucking man in antiquity prior to the Hebrews coming onto the scene believed that we came from Mars, and then after that, most of the fucking world believed that the Jews came from Mars. There's still a very famous channel called Spirit Science, and this dude, Jordan. He's got a whole theory. It's not a theory. It's based on fucking the writings of man in antiquity. Who are we to say that they were wrong? It's like when we laugh about them sacrificing babies to Baal. Like, there's no way they did that shit. Oh yeah. They just made those stories up. Those guys were just like, yeah, fuck it. There's no God, but I hate my oldest son, so fuck it. Get in there. Get in that burning bull. You know what I mean? That burning brass bull. Scream and let your sound come out of his nostrils like a fucking, like the fucking wailing of a demon. That's for production value, guys. It's definitely not because this thing was so scary that it made grown ass man say, "Please eat my wife, eat my children, do anything, just leave for a year." Like, whatever they were dealing with, dude, was something I'm glad ain't here anymore. At least we just got Hunter Biden's laptop. I can fucking handle that. I don't like it, but at the end of the day, I can still sleep. If I knew something was coming back here for my next fucking child next year, no, I've only got one wife. We're a tournament species, man. She can't have 2 babies a year. Like, I'm either fighting this thing or I'm getting in that bowl myself. Fuck that. But that's not what happened. So we got to understand that this thing is something beyond our comprehension. What we're trying to fight here is not dudes in robes. This is a demon that was so powerful that it demanded that the altar on the north side of the Temple of Jerusalem had a fucking trough to take the blood down into the synagogues so that it could drink it. And these sacrifices, they weren't always animal sacrifices. They were fucking human sacrifices. It's documented. You know what I mean? People knew how to write. The Sumerians had fucking cuneiform. It's well documented. But anyways, I'm going to shut up about that. You guys want to watch this video real quick?
Yeah, you ready?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, let's rock it. It's good shit.
I got it on VLC, so just make sure that you got it on that. I got it on VLC right now. That way I could do it full screen. So if you could, maybe you got to change the screen share, maybe.
I'll watch it small. I don't want to mess it up what I got.
Where'd he go? Did he leave?
I don't know. Every time I touch this thing, man, it'll disconnect me or something. I'm new online.
No, did he get kicked off or?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did he get kicked off?
I don't know. He said he was going to take like a brief intermission. Maybe he muted it. All I could see is that screen that he had on there.
Oh yeah, my camera's off. My mic is on, but I'm fixing to cook. I'm fixing to cook some dinner, and it's gonna get sizzly. So I'm gonna drop my mic once we get the thing going.
Okay, so you just want me to play it? Like I said, I can play it on full screen on VLC, but you got to change the screen share thing, or we could just play it like this.
Whichever way. See, I can't see it. I'm not going to be able to see it. I won't be able to see it until long after the thing's done, and I can load it up on YouTube and check it out. So you'll have to either describe it to me, or we can play it like this if it's bearable, or you can close it out and share a different tab, and then I know which one's you because I can see it's up higher than this one in the order. So if you close it and open it in a different tab in the share screen, then it should go full screen, I think, theoretically. It's StreamYard, so always there's the possibility it won't do what it's supposed to do. It's StreamYard.
Yeah, no, I can't get it full screen. So.
Okay.
I mean, I can try it. Let me do this. I can try to do it. Let me try to.
How small is it?
Let me try to stop sharing, and then let me try to do it with the other screen.
This should my mug ought to be off here as soon as this other screen comes up. I'll maximize it, and my shit should go away. There we go.
That work?
Got it. Yep, should.
All right, good. All right, let's go.
In theory, Gage, your software sucks. Let me fix it. Yes, sir.
All right.
You were on your way home when you died. It was a car accident. Nothing particularly remarkable, but fatal nonetheless. It was a painless death. The medics tried their best to save you, but to no avail. Your body was so utterly shattered, you were better off, trust me. And that's when you met me. What happened? Where am I? You died, I said, matter-of-factly. No point in mincing words. There was a truck, and it was skidding. Yes. I died. Yes. But don't feel bad about it. Everyone dies. You looked around. There was nothingness. Just you and me. What is this place? Is this the afterlife? More or less. Are you God? Yes, I'm God. My kids? My wife? What about them? Will they be all right? That's what I like to see, I said. You just died and your main concern is for your family. That's good stuff right there. You looked at me with fascination. To you, I didn't look like God. I just looked like some man, or possibly a woman. Some vague authority figure, maybe. Don't worry, I said. They'll be fine. Your kids will remember you as perfect in every way. They didn't have time to grow contemptuous of you. Your wife will cry on the outside, but will be secretly relieved. To be fair, your marriage was falling apart. If it's any consolation, she'll feel very guilty for feeling relieved. Oh, so what happens now? Do I go to heaven or hell or something? Neither. You'll be reincarnated. Ah. So the Hindus were right. All religions are right in their own way. Walk with me. You followed along as we strode through the void. Where are we going? Nowhere in particular. It's just nice to walk while we talk. So, what's the point then? When I get reborn, I'll just be a blank slate, right? A baby. So, all my experiences and everything I did in this life won't matter. Not so. You have within you all the knowledge and experiences of all your past lives. You just don't remember them right now. I stopped walking and took you by the shoulders. Your soul is more magnificent, beautiful, and gigantic than you can possibly imagine. A human mind can only contain a tiny fraction of what you are. It's like sticking your finger in a glass of water to see if it's hot or cold. You put a tiny part of yourself into the vessel, and when you bring it back out, you've gained all the experiences it had. You've been in a human for the last 48 years, so you haven't stretched out yet and felt the rest of your immense consciousness. If we hung out here for long enough, you'd start remembering everything. But there's no point to doing that between each life. How many times have I been reincarnated then? Oh, lots. Lots and lots. And into lots of different lives. This time around, you'll be a Chinese peasant girl in 540 AD. Wait, what? You're sending me back in time? Well, I guess, technically, time as you know it only exists in your universe. Things are different where I come from. Where you come from? Oh, sure. I come from somewhere else. And there are others like me. I know you'll want to know what it's like there, but honestly, you wouldn't understand. Oh, you said, a little let down. But wait, if I get reincarnated to other places in time, I could have interacted with myself at some point. Sure, happens all the time. And with both lives only aware of their own lifespan, you don't even know it's happening. So, what's the point of it all? I looked you in the eye. The meaning of life, the reason I made this whole universe, is for you to mature. You mean mankind? You want us to mature? No, just you. I made this whole universe for you. With each new life, you grow and mature and become a larger and greater intellect. Just me? What about everyone else? There is no one else. In this universe, there's just you and me. You stared blankly at me. But all the people on Earth, all you, different incarnations of you. Wait, I'm everyone. Now you're getting it. I'm every human being who ever lived. Or who will ever live. Yes. I'm Abraham Lincoln. And you're John Wilkes Booth too. I'm Hitler, you said, appalled. And you're the millions he killed. I'm Jesus. And you're everyone who followed him. You fell silent. Every time you victimized someone, you were victimizing yourself. Every act of kindness you've done to yourself. Every happy and sad moment ever experienced by any human was or will be experienced by you. You thought for a long time. Why? Why do all this? Because someday you will become like me. Because that's what you are. You're one of my kind. You're my child. Wow, you said incredulous. You mean I'm a god? No, not yet. You're a fetus. You're still growing. Once you've lived every human life throughout all time, you will have grown enough to be born. So the whole universe, it's just an egg, I answered. Now it's time for you to move on to your next life. And I sent you on your way.
Yeah, that shit ain't bad, huh? That shit ain't bad at all.
You know the funny?
I dig that stuff.
You want to hear something crazy?
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's the when I remember I told you in 2012 is when I really started to get serious about just going on a new spiritual walk, journey of just discovery and research and all that.
Hell yeah.
Science was one of the first videos I came across in that journey.
No kidding.
Yeah, the same guy,
yeah.
Characters, everything.
Dude, right or wrong, Jordan is fucking spot on. That guy could be dead wrong about all of it, and I'd still listen to him because he makes a good production, he makes a good point, and he's polite as fuck. He never says that I'm telling you and what you know is bullshit. None of that. None of that. Jordan's fucking straight up about his stuff, man. He's fucking awesome.
That's the guy behind Spirit Science?
Yeah, yeah. He's a dude that you can email that bro, and he'll fucking talk to you. He'll be like, hey, his name's Jordan. I don't remember what his last name is, but it's easy to find.
Yeah, like when in 2012, when I started going on my journey and decided I was gonna stop going to parties and chasing panty droppers and getting drunk and getting fucked up and getting in fights, which is the cycle that a lot of us end up in. That was one of the ones that I came across, and then the Mayan pyramids, the labyrinths, that was kind of the beginning of that. So that's interesting.
Hell yeah, yeah, dude. Spirit science is awesome, man. That guy, he backs his stuff off of some real stuff. It's not just some dude like writing fantasy novel shit. I mean, everything that he's saying is stuff that he's found in his research. It's not none of it's conjecture. None of it. That's what I like about it, is that you won't find anything in any of his videos where he's like, I think. He just says what he can prove or what he can show you. You know what I mean? Like in writing.
Right.
Cool.
I mean,
and very not abrasive. Never once will you ever hear that dude dog somebody else's belief, even if their belief is that he's a fucking moron. He's like, well, there's people that think that, I'm sure. Like fucking. He's like, but I'm doing my best, and tomorrow I'll be less of a moron, I hope, and you'll still be an asshole. No, he doesn't say that shit, but he should. Who the fuck is anybody to come at somebody for what they've studied and found? Usually it's what I see is like these people that like get on Chris's videos and they'll troll him. They'll be like, motherfucker, you can't call that fucking theft. You can't drive without a license. And what they mean to say is, I can't call that theft. I can't drive without a license, because Chris can. He clearly fucking can. You know what I mean? Chris does what he wants because he's a fucking man. You know what I mean? These people are people. They're persons. And that's, it's like I was just telling my roommate when I had this on mute and the video was going, like, other Chris really opened my fucking eyes when he said that shit. I had not even thought for a second that these people treat me the way that they do, until him and his wife were like, yo, they're looking at you like this with a mouthful of boot, dude. Of course they fucking hate you. Where's your boot? How come he don't have to eat boot? Yeah. And so I get it now. It doesn't make me happy. I'm not happy about it. I still want to save these fucking assholes, even though they hate me. And if I don't,
I help you understand that, Mike?
Yeah.
I help you understand that? Good. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. You and Chris and his wife. Absolutely. Because I mean, I was talking. What brought it up was when we were talking about you standing on your square. I was like, dude, you're the only one that I know that'll stand there like an obnoxious black chick and be like, no, not moving a fucking inch till you fucking hear what I'm saying. Do I need to start clapping my hands in between my words? Yeah, like you don't get that belligerent about it, but that's because they don't push you that far.
Start snapping your fingers.
It doesn't,
right?
Not being stubborn. People, they don't get it because they haven't established principles for themselves. So they're just they're subject to tricks and traps. Because they don't know they don't know where they stand, and they quickly, as soon as I established the principles for myself, it quickly propelled me past the point anyone's been into uncharted waters,
Right, right, and that's, while I'll guarantee that what Network is saying about them having a cloud, I promise you that's true. In every state in the country that you go to get a tattoo license, they're going to ask you for your fucking portfolio, and they're going to scan that shit. And they're going to make sure that you're not using somebody else's portfolio. It's the first thing they're going to do before they give you a license.
Do you know what they did? Both of these female magistrates left the bench, pretty quick when I went in there, because I went in there like a gunslinger, I had my
right.
I knew what I was going to say, and that, I knew what they were going to say because I'd been in there enough to observe it, and it shut them right down. It should have ended it, but. Yeah, they can't admit, defeat because they've never lost before. But they left.
That's what I was telling Reddy yesterday.
That imaginary reset button, hoping I don't know, to say it all over again when they come back out, But came up with. Did you know what their tactic was? After they go to their little clandestine judge meeting in the back room to order me to go for fingerprinting. That's what they came up with, and that's all they've come up with, and that's what they stood on.
Jeez.
But
That's pathetic. What were you saying, Corey?
I was just gonna say, in my experience with them, they'll never admit you did anything right.
No.
The only confirmation you'll get that you did something right is when they start doing things without asking you permission, like, because they actually have to get your consent to do everything. But like if they give you a public defender and you didn't request one, you're doing something right.
That just happened to me. Yep, that just happened to me.
You're doing something right. You didn't apply for one. They don't want you to talk. If I've been locked up and I've heard the inmates say that the guards won't come anywhere near where we are because of me.
Right.
I
believe it. I believe it, dude. I believe it. You're the dude that was like a month into commerce and fucking getting a potential fucking big shit trouble, and you're like, motherfucker, and you rattle off a fucking minute-and-a-half thing without stuttering, and that cop's like, see ya, like fucking.
Yeah, I was looking at like 20 years a few years ago. It was a false accusation, but it's not about the facts. It's about the bonds, the money, the the game, the banking, and everything. So, had I not approached the situation the way I did, I probably never would have been here.
Bro, you'd have been fucked.
Would have been on a different track.
Their threats they're making against me added up to about 30 years, I think, recently, and I got about a third of that off of my plate. And
yeah, this is a dangerous game they're playing because most people aren't going to fight it. They're going to go, and then when they get out, they're going to be better criminals.
So this is,
you know what I'm saying?
So this is a matter that you're dealing with right now. Like you got another future court date and everything.
Well, no,
yes.
I don't. Because they stopped sending their fraudulent invitations in the mail because I reported them for mail fraud. And I was discharged from the jail without any paperwork, and I requested paperwork. I put a slip in there every single day. I was in it for 18 days. I was in there, and they still haven't produced any paperwork. And when they kicked my door in June, after they roughed the hell out of me, and I said, well, what's your names and badge numbers? They got me handcuffed to my dining room floor, with three of them fucking out bouncing up and down on me. And they said, it'll be on the paperwork, asshole. And I still haven't seen this paperwork. It's been 2.5 months. You know why? Because there is no papaperwork.
Right, exactly.
I'm asking for things nobody ever asked for it before. They just they say they got a warrant. Like, oh, he's got a warrant. Oh, look at it.
Here's the game that they're gonna play, though. It depends on where you're at, but here's the game they're gonna play. That I've seen them do it plenty of times. They'll wait 120 days and then they'll send you a new invitation. They'll keep recontracting. So
invitation, he's correct.
You have to close that with the tax matter. You have to make it
stamps and all
record. So you have to get as much data as you can. It's not going to go away. They're going to bother you for the rest of your life. You have
not Chris. They're not.
But I'm just trying to put the ball in their court, so the ball's in their court,
Right. But they might leave you alone for 4 months. That's
y'all should exchange information. Is it cool if I give Chris your digits and shit like that after this?
Yeah, that's cool.
Hell yeah, because I mean, y'all, there's no way that y'all can't help each other out at some point. You know what I mean? And Corey's right, dude. You got out of this round, but just like that judge gonna Beetlejuice or whatever, like he did with fucking Jason, they'll be back unless you like you said. You got.
I know it's not over, but I don't see any reason why it can't be at arm's length. I don't.
It is though. It's like he was saying. You file a 34. What is it? A 3484 or a 3989A or whatever, and then you file a fucking form 56 fiduciary. You know what I'm saying?
3949A. Yeah, I mean.
Top part of an 8300. OID. 1099 OID.
Yeah, that's the one I
original
from Tone was talking. said something about that from
Oh yeah, Sovereign Production 369. I fucking love Tone, dude. He'll sit there and fucking shoot the shit in an email, and then he'll offset or he'll fucking charge off your $10,000 student loan with his personal exemption for free. Tone is a fucking badass, man. I'm so glad I met that. I don't have student loans, and I'm still glad I met that dude.
Right, but everybody has to start. The thing is, they're calling us minors, so we gotta stop acting like minors. That's number one.
This is when you go into chancery, right? This is when you become the executor.
Because we never changed the relationship when we were minors. That was to protect.
Right. Nope. Everybody thinks that turning 18 is the end of it. You fucking file for your fucking draft, and you file for your jury duty, and that's it. But it's not.
So we never changed our relationship with the government. You know, with those contracts. Mm-hmm. So
we're still minors in the state of waiting for adoption, and what are we, a ward of the state that is incompetent to handle their own affairs?
Right, which makes complete sense, because if there's no money, I believe there's a very spiritual reason why there's no money and why it has no value. Money is all evil. Okay, so we don't give them money. Money is worth nothing until you actually make money with money. There's no value to money unless you make money with money, because it becomes a liability and a tax. So, you know, like I said, the way that we operate and navigate and live our lives, that's the way the system is interacting with us.
Right.
We got to stop looking outside.
Yeah.
And look within, because all the problems and the solutions are within.
You know, I told you about what I was going to make the documentary about last year, right? And I didn't do it. Sarah and I was working on this documentary about currency and how it's our life force energy, and that's why they call it currency. But you and I have talked about this a few times. Back when they made coins out of soft metal and presses, they had those cylinders with the presses on them, and they would put the metal on the barrel head and smack. They'd hit the top of that press like a roll of coins, and it would fucking impression like in prison.
Yeah.
This is how they trapped our souls and bound us to this fucking hell. Was through coinage. If you look at the etymology of coinage or impress, to do this is to imprison. And so they would trap our souls in these fucking coins and these metal through alchemy, which it all ties back to Egypt and everything, dude. And so anyways, this is why they want to move off of fiat, because it's checkbook money. It's not the same. They can't bind our souls to this shit. That's why we got so many people wandering the earth with no fucking soul now. They want to move us over to crypto, to the blockchain. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then they've got shit like Ethereum. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. There's even a soul coin. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, but see,
they're going to trap us here again.
But here's the thing. It's been digital.
Yeah.
We've had a digital currency system. We've had a debt system. You know, we've had a credit system. So
yes.
It doesn't matter what they do. They're not going to change this system. They're just going to change how you deal with people. And to be honest, like from my position right now, I know it may not be easy to listen to, but just like you learn as you go on your journey and you go through all these scenarios and experiences with these people, and you have epiphanies and you unlearn and relearn and constantly learn new things to change your perception on what you used to think you knew and how you used to look at the world and people and everything. But the way I look at it is it's not I don't really put anything against them for operating the way they're operating, because if it's a fiat monetary system and we're wasting the energy, somebody has to administer it. You know, somebody has to get the money that's left on the table, and they keep records of all that.
That's an astute observation, dude. That's very, very clever.
Yeah. So when we do come back, they're like, hey, here you go. Money's not real. It never has been. Welcome home. Here's some credits for you. You know, when we know how to access the proper avenues and chambers and doors, everything reacts different to us. A lot of people will never go on this journey that we went on. I mean, we've talked. How many people have we talked to, and they're not about that life. It doesn't matter how tough they think they are or say they are. They're not about that. You know, not one bit. There's only a select few of us, I believe, on this planet that actually go on a real journey.
1 in a million?
I don't know. Like, I mean,
what? I don't know anybody in my, face-to-face life.
They can't even fathom it.
No.
They can't even fathom it. All these people on TikTok, they want the access to the imaginary money and accounts so they can go get more clothes and things. And just stop. Stop doing what it. Just stop trying to figure this out. You're not going to get it,
bro.
I've dealt with
when you're talking about people that want to use a 1099 to go pay for a vehicle that they don't plan on making a single payment on, and then they're like, I also want to access my SUEQ trust, but hey, let's burn down Washington. Like they have no fucking idea what they're doing. They're running around like chickens with their heads cut off. None of this works.
The first thing I tell people, and Mike knows this, the first thing I tell people is you have to, for one, you have to change your life. You have to make a drastic change in your life. A real one. You can't be who you were previously. It's not going to work. And then you have to be honorable, and you have to you gotta be honorable. You gotta be honest. And you gotta be kind of this goes back to Roman mercantile law. So you have to be a gentleman.
Right. It sure does. It predates the civil law, doesn't it?
Yeah.
To my understanding, it predates Roman civil.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, law of merchants. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So you have to be a gentleman. You have to know what you're doing. You have to be very candid and cordial with people, because that shows confidence. You know, it shows that you know what you're doing. You know what you're talking about. You know how to move. You know how to navigate. You're not going to be a public liability. You're not going to go out and cause public controversy.
An incapacitated person, they call it. I just learned that last night.
Double-minded. Yeah, like you're 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You know, like I live in LA.
I love that, dude. I love that.
I know people that can't choose whether they want to be gangsters or business people still.
So you don't know nobody like that, right?
And they can't get it to their fucking head that it's not going to work for you. You know, like that energy follows you.
But it'll work, but not for them. It'll work against them, you know?
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. But I mean, they think, and then people are so greedy and inconsiderate and immoral.
I think it's because they're trying to do things to get a result instead of doing things because they've decided that that's the right thing to do.
Exactly.
It's their emotion, in my opinion. It's the emotion. It's somebody that brings an emotion to a fucking debate or any kind of contest of intellect. Even if you're just exchanging ideas, if you bring your emotions into that, you need to go back to the fucking kiddie table. You know what I mean? Because that's where it belongs.
And if you dishonor yourself in that matter, you're done.
Yeah, absolutely.
People
absolutely.
Can't
See, in law, we can't make mistakes, but we can. How do they say it? Then there's certain things that you can do that you can fix, and then there's certain things that you can't. That you, yeah.
Since you've known me, how many commercial battles with people have I won, and they just fucking got obliterated?
Bro,
out of the way.
I've seen anybody buck up to you as the fucking people that didn't know you, the Armenian, that hit you, T-boned your ass or hit your rear end of your ass or whatever, man, fucked you up. Like that's the only one I've known that's even said to you, and he didn't. His insurance company did.
Oh yeah, they're gonna.
But how long did that last? How long did that last?
I mean, it's still going on, but I'm
yeah, but it's over.
I'm basically putting the
You
pressure
got
on my insurance company now because they denied their claims, which means they're supposed to be taking care of me, you know, and they didn't. So
yeah, who they identify?
I'll probably end up suing both insurance companies at the end of this. But
you probably should.
But
I'm getting ready to sue YouTube.
But I'm talking about people though, not like you know, people that
commerce with the corporations, yeah.
Commercial situations, yeah, like or people like my business partner, like the guys before that, like the people before that. They couldn't even lift the sword out of the stone with their energy.
Bro, you didn't have a business partner. You had somebody that slowed you down. You know what I mean? You've been doing it this whole time by yourself any fucking ways. I'm so glad to see you owning that whole company by yourself, because that shit, you know, it's fire. The motherfucking clientele you got, the artists you got coming in there, the talent, they're fire. Yeah. Like fucking, you ain't going nowhere but up. Oh boy, he already knew he fucked up when he. Yeah. Oh yeah. And I mean, dude, old boy knew he fucked up when he had to bring people to come get his little tiny bit of shit. You know what I mean? Like he didn't need people to help him move a bunch of couches and shit. He needed people to help his little fucking ego not shatter when you were like, so you're sure you're gonna do this over this? Because I ain't gonna spill your tea or nothing here. But you know what he chose. Oh, and what he chose it over. Because the alternative would have been swallow your pride, don't be a fucker, and hold up your word. And those are things that like everybody should be able to do by the age of 4 or 5. That's a grown ass man, or I used to think he was. You know what I mean?
A mistake I used to make in business. I had like a little painting and construction business for many years, and
nice.
I would be like coming up with a number for the proposal for the job, and I would always if I had another guy helping me, I would always think, like, okay, that aspect of the work is going to be, well, I could do that in 2 days. So that's, one guy, 2 days. But I'm thinking of everything like of me doing it. There wasn't another me on the job, and then I absorbed everything in the end, when the smoke settled. And, but it was all learning experience, But I learned now that I threw out some of my old notebooks or burn them. I flip through them, make sure there wasn't a phone number in there or something. But it's just unbelievable going through a whole notebook of numbers, and figuring jobs and stuff. And I spent a lot of years of my life doing that. And I did enough of it, man. It was time for. It would have been. I got other talents than doing that, I think I learned.
Dude, look what you're doing now. Look what you're doing now. You're changing the history of the world.
Huh?
You're changing the future of the world, what will be the history of the world to our children's children. You are changing history before it even becomes history. You know what I'm saying? You are part of this reality in a way that most people could live a fucking billion lifetimes and they'll never get to where you're at. You know what I'm saying? They won't even know where you're at as a place to which they could get. To me, that's quite a fucking achievement, win or lose. Personally, I see it that way.
Thank you, man. People hate me, man, for what I'm doing. They really do. They don't want me to expose the fraud. They try to sabotage my efforts because they want to be right about they think that it's impossible to do because it's impossible to them. So. Well,
Morpheus told Neo when he caught him looking at the girl in the red dress. He turned around. He's like, "Look, you dumb fuck! You better quit that shit." He's like, "These people here, the people here, not the bad guy, the people here, your peers will fucking rip you to pieces to keep their chains. So what do you think that dude with the glasses wants to do? You know what I mean?"
So you with them, yeah,
right.
And as long as they stay
as long as the chains of their oppressors are just loose enough, you know what I mean? They'll fight you. They'll fight you to keep them.
As long as they stay attached to that system, they are our enemies.
Yes. Fuck, we're the enemy as long as we're using Federal Reserve notes. We gotta, we all have to climb up out of this and get away from this fucking system that they've got us in, because this is what makes us the enemy. Not the fact that we don't jive with the way they fucking do business, the fact that we don't know how to do business. But you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? We gotta move. We gotta move away from that shit. But I didn't realize that till I met you. You know what I mean? You opened my eyes about that shit. You know, big time, all the way.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this thing, like I was saying earlier, a man can do this shit alone. He can. It might take him a little bit longer, but he can. But this it don't have to be done that way because people like us exist and we exist for each other. I think that's why your answering machine go the way it go. You know what I mean? Because you know what this is about. Whether you're going to benefit, they're going to benefit, or you motherfuckers don't ever even get a chance to part ways. The first thing out of your mouth is, I hope you enjoy your fucking spiritual journey. You know what I'm saying? That's the way a motherfucker, if that ain't equitable, I don't know what the fuck equity means. You know what I'm saying?
You know, it can't really be done on one's own because it's like in chess. You know, the greatest chess masters of the last couple centuries. Life's not long enough to do it on your own. You have to take what the masters have learned and left us. You know, absorb that, and then that can be built upon. But if you have to go through trial and error, you know, to figure out truths that these guys have discovered, there's not time for that. You know, so you really do it on your own. You know, if you read all the books and stuff, but the information that you got out of those books, you know,
what comes down to it, like I said, anybody that gets into this, it comes down to their intentions. You know, so if your intentions is to be a guru and make money off the less informed, well, your wish is the universe's command. Just be careful what you wish for. You know,
right. They'll get it maybe, but not the way they think.
There's gurus out there. There's gurus out there at this point that have made $500,000 on a Zoom.
Alphonse made fucking $750,000 this year.
I wouldn't want that kind of karma though, because everybody is selling something that's selling something of somebody else's, and they're jumping into other people's Zooms and grabbing new information and tailoring it to their platform. And none of them are really giving any full remedy to anybody, but they're getting full payment.
No, there ain't no gems. It's just enough to get your ass in trouble.
They're getting full payment for making somebody feel like they're giving somebody, you know, they're selling hope. And I wouldn't want 300 to 500 people energy attached to me that
you can't. Dude, Mr. Clean ain't taking that off these motherfuckers. I agree.
They're done. They're already done.
Yep.
You know, and as the world continues to move forward, the honorable are going to continue to move up. The dishonorable are going to continue to be exposed, and they're going to deal with what they chose, because it comes down to basically the way I see it. They chose themselves before everybody else. I want to live this way. I want this. Me. My ego. In the Bible, it says if you aim to save your life, you'll lose it. If you aim to lose your life, you'll save it.
Yep. And I mean, this is as above, so below, man. All of us know. All of us. It's written on our hearts, man. It's written on our hearts.
If you're really not willing to sacrifice yourself for the greater good of the world, humanity, and the future, you're not gonna pass this test that's going on.
Right. Well, I mean, you think about what y'all said, dude. I think it might have been Jesus who said, "You're in this world, not of it." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with that. And people, they can't. That's why they can't understand why I'm doing what, you know. Why don't you just comply? You know, you don't. Your life's in danger. You got to do. You know, you got to bow down to them. They don't understand what makes me tick. You know.
Yeah,
I'm saving myself. If it was about saving myself, I wouldn't be where I am. You know.
Right.
If this is about me, I would have never left the drum circle, bro.
Yeah.
Still be wearing a grass skirt.
I've had money You know, I've lived in nice places. I've been roommates. I've had roommates. I've been homeless. I've been locked up. I've been extradited. You meet the same people in all those places, regardless. You know.
Yeah. Yep.
Every time you have money, you know it's a bunch of people there that try to attach themselves to you for the wrong reasons, for the most part.
Yeah.
Right, for sure. Well, you can't shake it.
People don't had nothing, you know, living on the street, and yeah, I learned, you know, I met good people. I seen people get torn up, you know, in the streets, and get eaten alive, you know. But for some reason, I don't know. I learned a lot.
Yeah, I've been homeless before.
I close things up. You know?
I've been on the streets before, you know, just for circumstances, and I've been on the streets just because I chose to be. You know, just a social experiment, really. Right.
Yeah, I thought that was really neat. The first time you told me about that, that was like, that's when I fell in love. No, I'm teasing it. That's when I knew you was a real motherfucker when you told that story. I was like, that's some shit people don't do, you know?
I moved away when I was 16. I hit the streets there, and I spent about 15 years on the street.
This dude was kind of like Buddha about it. He just kind of washed up on the beach just to be, you know what I mean? I'm sure everybody around us has benefited from it too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't understand it, but
no, but they would at some point.
Back in 2012, yeah, like I said, when I was going on the journey, like my roommate was selling his house, and or the lady that owned it was selling it, so we had to leave, and I was like, what am I gonna do? Get on Craigslist and find some asshole roommate so we can argue about the fucking Bible or some political shit or whatever, and go get a fucking telephone.
Yeah, who's gonna win the Super Bowl, or whether that dude stepped out before he fucking made the shot.
Yeah, feel like I'm walking on eggshells for something I'm half paying for. Like, no thanks. Like,
right, dude. That's what being married is like.
That's when I first came across like Jordan Maxwell and, you know, the money, the straw man, the birth certificate, and all that. And I was like, no, I'm just gonna hit Venice Beach, you know. Like, so I told my roommate, drop me off at the beach. You know, so
that was that.
Smoked the joint, and he's like, "Are you serious?" I had like a duffel bag and a backpack. I was like, yeah, dude. Like, what the fuck is what's the difference?
Right.
You know? So I went down there for about a year, you know, just to observe all the yuppies walking down the boardwalk, looking down their nose at you know, people that have less than them, looking at their plastic fucking fictitious relationships, or the people that they're choosing to walk with, looking at their fucking fashion billboard selves, you know, just walking around.
Kind of like, bro, yeah, I feel what you're saying, man. It's kind of like you find out who you are by observing what you're not, kind of.
Yeah, just a different point of view. You know, like I said,
brother. All the shit's ready.
It was kind of a social experiment, like. And then I would kind of advocate for the homeless too, like, because there were certain businesses that were attacking them. And I remember one guy had like a little coffee shop / stage where, you know, he had comedians and stuff to come in, and he was trying to clown on the homeless to me, basically. And he's like, I don't want to treat you like them. I was like, hey, don't do me no favors, man. Treat me worse. You know, because I'm one of them right now. You know? Like, if you're gonna talk about them, talk about me. You know, whether I look like it or not, it doesn't matter. I mean, it says something about your character. So, I mean, I was militant back then. I would go to like a Starbucks and just be on my laptop, and you know, when they would harass me about buying a coffee or whatever, I'd say, this is the people's land right here. Before you put your little corporate fucking flag right here and force people to buy your commercial goods or whatever, this was the people's land. So I don't even think about much. Stop harassing. Oh.
I dropped a big old pizza knife in it, and it fucking landed on my foot. And then it fucking slid off and tried to land on my other foot, landed on instead on his point, and it slid off and tried to drop on his fucking edge on my other foot. Damn. Oh,
That's not good.
I've been some hospital shit. I fucked myself up. Wow.
Almost. Thank God you did.
Yeah, exactly. Not today. Not today, motherfucker. Not today. Get off me. Get off me. Where's that?
But yeah, I mean, all that is that's the thing. Like everybody, like just observation that I see in the movements nowadays, they're just cherry picking shit. You know, trying to create a YouTube channel, trying to create a TikTok, trying to, yeah, look what I know, look what I see, look what I found out. Look,
oh yeah, look what I can do. Look at yeah.
But they don't really have any real fucking life experience, really.
Huh?
Well, you know, my channel might seem like that, but because I'm not putting my personal life in there, because it ain't really about the story of my life. My life, it's telling the story of my experience with the corrupt system. And
no, I'm not talking. Yeah, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about people that just started doing this and they only been doing it for like a year or two. And like they're in a race to discharge debt first. I've talked to them. Like
yeah,
literally
the pissing contest. The pissing
they
contest.
come at me and said, "You've been doing this 10 years and you haven't discharged debt yet?" Like, I'm like, dude, like 10 years ago, we weren't even talking about discharging debt. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, pay homage to people who went to prison, who suffered, who went through blood, sweat, and tears to find this fucking information. Like respect the history of this shit. That's what's wrong with you kids nowadays. Like you have no respect to the foundation of where the stuff came from to give you the opportunity to utilize it for what you want. That's why you'll never get there. You know what I mean?
I studied the right to travel, man, extensively. Before I took the plunge, I call it. But my desire wasn't to really to test the waters. I stand by my decision, but it took me where it took me. But all I really desired to do is to be left alone. And I resented paying those imaginary permissions for always. And nobody they never wanted to talk about it. I try to discuss things about how to do business, and it wasn't getting any feedback. I wasn't online. I didn't get online until 2.5 years ago.
And the problem with right to travel is everybody has it confused, and they have for a long time, because they believe they have a right to travel, but it doesn't matter if they're a liability on the road. They're like, I don't need a license, I don't need insurance. That's an insane person right there.
Well, I disagree.
Right.
I disagree with you there.
If you're only on the highways, if you're on the highways and byways, meaning the bypasses.
Well,
that's how I've read it.
I mean, you could disagree, but if you run into somebody,
who's going to indemnify them for the damage?
Who's going to indemnify their vehicle or them or their injuries? Or
here's my position on that. For one thing, if you get an insurance policy, a liability insurance policy, that if you read it, it's all the reasons why they're not going to cover it. If something happens, and such as if you had a drop of alcohol, it's not going to cover the other driver if you cause the collision. Another thing, there's a lot of uncertainties. No amount of insurance can stop things from happening, or protect and guarantee. I could be insured. I could have the best insurance policy the money can buy. But, if I fall asleep and, cause a collision and kill some family, no amount of insurance can be able to bring them back. But if I do, you know, if I get a little
Absolutely.
fender bender or something, sue me. And
Absolutely.
and then on top of that, if you read the insurance policy, it mentions, it's got pages in there concerning uninsured motorists. So the insurance company is acknowledging that there are uninsured motorists on these highways and byways, because it doesn't call them criminals; it says uninsured motorists, and how you know.
I get it, but I get what you're saying. But the point I'm making is, just like sovereign citizen, people want to jump out there and say, "I'm sovereign, I'm free," because I say I am. Leave me alone. That's not a competent individual, because that's not somebody who's actually intellectually operating or navigating in this world. Like it or not, there is, just like anything, there is rules. And the law lays out the rules of scenarios. Case law, things that have happened, things that have been, you know, adjudicated and litigated. And, you know, it's written out in black and white how those scenarios are supposed to go. Insurance companies are just trying not to pay anything. Your insurance company, their insurance company. So that's why we got to know consumer rights. That's why we got to know how to nail their feet to the, you know, to the fire and everything.
You know, the speed limits, stop signs, and things of that nature are really good suggestion. You know, you should follow them. You know, but it's not a crime to roll through a stop sign unless you hit somebody. You know, because there's no injured party. And you know, these policy enforcers, they're protecting and serving. They're protecting the interests of the insurance company, because now, you know, you have to do this and you have to do that, because the insurance company has a vested interest in your actions with your property. But it's not your property anymore.
Right. But the only point I'm making about right to travel is that, and I know it's a lot of it's ambiguous. But the people that just go out there, just like a sovereign citizen, and they're called sovereign citizens for a reason too, because they want to operate in both worlds. They want the benefit when they're there, and they don't want to deal with the liabilities when they happen.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. You know, because I'm not receiving any benefits and privileges. The so-called benefits I've been receiving, I didn't want. They were forced on me, and you know, except for like using you know, Federal Reserve notes, but that's for lack of any practical alternative. You know, and it's not. Nobody's providing a service to me for using that. You know, it's because
we live in a usufruct system.
Yeah,
so those are benefits for us all. Society is already set up to service us, and we have a credit system. We have a lot of benefits. If we know how to act.
That's what I was saying earlier before you came on, bro. Congress fucking loved us. Congress fucking loved us when they made the United States, or the USC. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they were against the corporations. Congress
they
broke down very distinctively the difference between corporations and living men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Very distinctively. But nobody goes to read it.
Well, I read a couple things that support that. One is I got a book from 1905 of bookkeeping and accountancy. And one of the most basic principles of bookkeeping and accountancy is that corporations deal with corporations. There's a positive side of the ledger and negative side, and men and women deal with men and women. They don't mix.
We can sue corporations too. They just can't come after us.
Right, but this doesn't have. To be honest, like, yeah, the system is a fucking cesspool. The people in power are fucking equal. Fuck, agree on that. But the thing that a lot of people don't talk about the most is that the people are manipulating the system. The people down the street, the people running the businesses, the people creating insurance companies, service financing companies, and all that. The people that know the IRS game better than other people.
it's the people.
It's my understanding this is why they made the corporations people, because corporations don't get a fucking
That's why we
vote.
have those higher
You know what I mean?
agencies to go after them. So if we learn how the stuff works, we can learn how to send them debt notices and IRS notices.
Yeah.
Right. Which we have. We have.
So we gotta stop looking at it like it's government everywhere. No, it's people. It's people manipulating with their companies, their franchises, their commercial operations. You know, and
Chalice?
It's not the government
Chalice,
either.
Chalice, if you're still listening, didn't you and Jason tee off on a bunch of these fucking companies last year with the reporting to the IRS and fucking and doing your civic duty as a fucking adult and a taxpayer in this fucking this country? I remember Jason was telling me you guys. I think he even said you guys fucked with some tax a per Q or something too, and had feds show up. You know, or suits anyways. People talk about, yeah, this ain't gonna fly. You guys ain't trying to fucking, you know, send a bunch of shit with no postage here or something. Yeah, like see that they don't play like Jason and Chalice. They don't play, dude. I'm pretty sure that these motherfuckers probably spend way more time studying than they do playing. Like they don't. I'm sure like they probably go out on walks and maybe take the dog and throw the ball in the backyard or whatever, like couples do, cook dinner together, wash dishes together. But I'll guarantee you while they're doing that, Jason listening to something, she reading something all the time, man. These guys, they don't fucking play, man. I don't.
Man, you know, network. I got one more thing to say on that insurance, if you don't mind. I was reading it in the New York State Vehicle and Traffic code or law. I'm not sure which it's called, but also in there it clearly demonstrates that there is uninsured motorists, and what it says about insurance that it's only for commercial purposes, or to be not either insured or to have a bond.
Have you seen Texas's? Have you seen Texas's shit for this? Their insurance and registration. It belongs to. I don't remember the correct legal terminology, but it belongs to something that essentially, like King was saying, the usufruct or whatever. It belongs to the state and people that are registered for in a certain capacity to conduct commerce. Period. The registration and insurance. But that's on the fucking roads, like on the highways. It's different. You know?
So it's a template-based system for the incompetent minors.
Right.
That's what it is.
Of course, well, that's what they had to do. There are caretakers. They can't have it's like when you pull the bumper lanes on the fucking on the bowling alley lane that you fucking got for your 5 and 7-year-old. You don't want them to just sit there and fucking throw that ball in the gutter for fucking 3 minutes and then waste your $50. You want them to bowl.
Right. Oh. Right. So it has to be there. So I get what you're saying, and I agree. We shouldn't have to create these contracts and all that. But the issue with people who just want the right to travel, they're not expressing anything. They're not expressing anything in the law. They're not expressing any of their intentions. What they're doing is saying, I'm going to just do what I want to do. And if something happens, I'm going to just say whatever I want to say or make up whatever I want to make up. That and that's what I see, like I used to go, like the reason I got into all this stuff was I used to go to rallies, protests, activism. I was in activism at one point. And then I realized that, people didn't want solutions. They complained about things. They just wanted to complain.
Yeah, that's no good.
They didn't want remedies. And I was attacked, and kind of like by some COINTELPRO elements when they realized somebody was there talking about law, talking about, okay, well, let's do this. So I learned what that world was. And to be honest, that's the majority of the populace. Just imagine conversations you have with people. You could literally tell them about the 56 form, the 2848 form, and some other stuff they never even heard of. They're not going to go fill it out. They're not going to go call the IRS and have a conversation and get further clarity. There's a reason that the corporations want to destroy the IRS. because the IRS was all it is a tax assessment agency. That's all it is. They're assessing the contracts and the tax liabilities of a commercial situation or transaction. That's it.
Yeah. It's a service. So it could be obligatory. Look at what it's called for, the internal. That means, part of internal. How would that define? Applies to everybody. It doesn't.
Well, check this out. Check this out. You have the IRS, right? That's a tax assessment agency. It's not biased. They deal with creditors and debtors. So however you express yourself to be within the law and how the law interprets. Who writes the non-taxable checks from the IRS?
I don't know.
The Treasury. So there's doors that we can access based on performance and what we know and how we choose to execute what we know within the law, how it's already written.
So they do crunch the numbers. Whatever numbers you give them, they crunch them all and they tell you, this is where you're at.
Yeah, I mean, you can ask them to do the taxes, yeah. But you got to fill out the proper forms and you got to know why. Like a form, a Form 56 form. You've heard of that, right?
No, I really haven't delved into the IRS stuff too much.
Okay, very important.
Oh, really?
Very important because everything's a tax event. We have a fiat monetary system. So if you look up the actual document of a 56 form, it says anytime you create a transactional relationship with anybody, you're supposed to fill one out.
Really?
That's what it says in the IRS form. Yeah. Well, why is that?
Any person who
any corporation, anybody that you're doing business with. Anybody that's doing business with you, anybody who's making a commercial claim or whatever. That's what it says in the IRS, form when you read it. Anytime you create here's what it is. Anytime you create a fiduciary relationship with anybody, that way it can be monitored. It can be on record. They can't play the same games.
Fiduciary, does that imply that the three parties to a financial transaction?
Anybody who engages as the agent for a financial transaction, yeah. That's a fiduciary to a commercial matter.
Well, for someone to be an agent, they're the authorized representative then of a corporation or a trust, then, right?
That's why they have a 2848 form, a power of attorney. And on both of those forms, it says that you relinquish and cancel any previous person that claimed to have a fiduciary fiduciary control or power of attorney over you.
Yeah. Now, how did this court, grant somebody or this guy assume power of attorney, without my consent?
Well, I mean, anybody can put a life insurance policy on anybody, can't they?
Yeah, but the only that can only be to the benefit only for the beneficiary. They can't. That's the only time you can put it on somebody. That you can't be the.
No, people can put life insurance policies on anybody without them even knowing. That's part of the game.
Yeah, my friend Jack suggested that I do that because he thought he wasn't going to last more than a couple of years. He said I should put a life insurance policy on. I said I don't think you can do it like that.
It's done on entertainers. It's done on entertainers. I mean, you just have to be in contract with them and not really know what's really going on. But I mean, my point is, there's a system in place that basically deals with us as we perform. And the way Congress broke it down, they're not making a distinguishment of who's winning that matter. It's based on you. They're still going to do the taxes. They're still going to do the assessments. They're still going to do their part. They don't care if you want to operate as a debtor. They don't care if you want to leave your equity out there. They don't care if you want to let somebody play you in commerce. The world wants to be deceived, so let it. Right? It's maximum law, right? So it's up to us. I mean, look at all the people that we try to talk to and convince on a daily basis. They don't listen. They don't change their life. Why would a whole system care about that?
Well, a system can't care. It's just
right. It's an inanimate object. Yeah, it needs operators.
Yeah, it's just it's a term to describe the aggregate of a bunch of actors and corporations, how they interact in the system. It's
yeah.
There's no book called the system. The system's everything. Yeah, it doesn't care. It doesn't want. It doesn't wish. It just it describes everything together, good or bad.
Right. It's like a computer. A computer can't do anything without an operator. A system can't do anything without operators.
Right.
Characters.
I read a thing that like with chess computers that they would think that it'd be an advantage to have the white pieces, but they wouldn't be able to get past the part of flipping a coin to decide who was going to get the white pieces or black pieces.
On chess, you're saying?
Chess.
Yeah. I play chess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
cool.
I play chess for a minute.
Yeah, I love that, man. That chess is a big part of what's got me where I am, because the maxims of chess, they apply to life, and
yeah,
it's not always clear, how to make, what decisions need to be made to improve in your life, but it is clear, what could be worked on to improve your chess game, and the translation's automatic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played chess when I was a kid. Like I was in chess tournaments like when I was younger, and it's always been a game that I liked. Strategy.
Yeah.
Definitely, good to exercise all your muscles. One of the things I tell people a lot, that try to manipulate or play me or whatever. I'm like, hey, bro, like, stop trying to play chess on a checkers board or checkers on a chessboard.
Yeah,
it ain't gonna work. But they don't get it until it hits them in the face. Maybe they're not supposed to get it. A lot of people can't get past their egos. They can't get past the way they see things, the way they do things, the way people can't even listen. Like they can't even learn anything from people nowadays because they feel like they're losing control of whatever dynamic your relationship or friendship is. They feel like they're gonna be looked at as dumb. Like,
they think it's about being right. They don't ever want to admit they're wrong, so they prevent themselves from learning anything, and so they just take a standoffish position on whatever knowledge you're trying to share with them. They jump on the other side of like the devil's advocate or something.
Yeah, like the saying goes, it's better to be a fool for 5 minutes, and ask a question than be one forever and not ask any questions.
Yeah, or it's better to be thought of as a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Yeah, unfortunately, the way I gauge the energy of the world now, I think a lot of people know that we were right, and they'd rather fall off the face of the fucking earth than to admit.
Oh, I laughed way too hard at that, Chris. Boy, you fucking you woke the dead with that shit, man. better to fucking be thought of as the fool than to open your mouth and fucking prove them right.
All doubt, yeah. There's another one too. It's much easier to fool someone. You like that one? You never heard that?
No. Write that on my tombstone, dude. Write that on my tombstone, please.
Yeah, you never heard that, huh? Man, I got all kinds of them. Like another one is it's easier to fool someone than it is to convince someone that they've been fooled.
Right.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, man, I got no man. I'm thankful for meeting you guys, man, and to conversate because I've been lacking that, man, and I'm glad I got in line when I did too. I resisted it, man, longer than anyone I know except for two guys. But I had my reasons to, and everything that I thought would be undesirable about it. That I was right about it, But the time came when, okay, I get I'm going online, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's good. It's good to connect with like minds and people on similar journeys. I think where we're at in our journey, we don't have that blockage up of not being receptive to other people's viewpoints in the journey because we know that we have to be open-minded to, any possibility or any gem or puzzle piece, to get a clearer picture of what we're dealing with so that we can, unlock the paths in our own life. But that's because we went on the journey.
Yeah, most people, they won't take the first step because to do that, they'd have to admit that they have been wrong their whole life. They've been deceived, and they just won't take the first step. They're more interested in feeding their desired beliefs than admitting mistakes and trying. They're not trying to improve upon themselves.
No, they're just trying to do the same.
Anyone that's trying to actively improve their vocabulary, they're just consumers.
We're just trying to run the same game on people in the world that they have their whole life that allowed them to survive.
Yeah, they I resent having to all this court shit, but I guess it was necessary because I was a slave, I read some of the stuff I wrote a couple of years ago, and I was naive about stuff, that just that shows that I've grown, and that's good. I shouldn't look back at stuff I wrote 2 years ago and be like, oh yeah, that was it, and see no flaws in it, because it's never going to be done, and I had to free my my schedule. I had to free my schedule to do what I see that needs to be done, and not making money, spending all my time making money, and
yeah, a lot of people can't fathom sacrificing their lie. I don't even call it a life for most people.
No, they can't. No, they can't, and they can't fathom it.
Yeah, they can't sacrifice their lie, to discover a greater truth. Like I said, like with COVID and everything the last few years, like what I seen in the majority of people is they would rather, they'd rather die than admit we've been right this whole time.
Oh yeah,
or look for themselves. Like their whole attitude is, I don't care, fuck you,
Yeah, but they do care. They're wishing ill will upon us because they desire to see us fail, so they can say, "Yeah, I told you so."
It didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And you got to be aware of that because even those that you thought were in your social support network will try to sabotage your efforts.
Oh yeah, the ones you're close to for sure, because they're envious, they're jealous, they got secret, resentments to you that they've never expressed. Yeah, all types of
Crazy.
stuff.
The shit fucking my shit getting hacked. It just it's like it's malicious because I don't have any money, and it's just designed to discourage me, get me to give up. Like I think gaslighting means to like question my own sanity, because of things that they're doing to me, and but
Yeah, they blame you. Yeah, they blame you for doing to them what they're doing to you. Yeah.
Most of all to waste my time. Yeah, time is I don't like wasted time. The one guy said, careful about how you spend your time, because that's the very thing that life is made of.
Yeah, that's true. And be careful who you spend it with. And you allow to have it,
And when people are taking up your time and shit, like if I had a house load drunks over here and stuff, I couldn't be talking with you guys right now,
Mm-hmm.
Then you got to clear that. You got to clear them out, or let them go, and so others can come in to your life. If your life's full, you ain't.
Yeah, exactly. If you have certain energy in your life, you're blocking your blessings and other doors and opportunities. Exactly.
Yeah,
that's 100% true.
If anyone agrees with me, I don't need someone else to say, "Oh yeah, I'll do that with you." For me to take that step, I'm trying to show by example, and I already got results, but not acknowledgement for it, and people I thought would be receptive want to hear, they don't even want to hear about it. There's gold. Some of these recordings and stuff that I have, there's gold in there.
Yeah.
The ones that told me it can't be done, I'm foolish for even trying. And then when I did achieve it, I think, oh well, and they brush it off like that's a common thing. Oh yeah, people get lucky in court all the time.
That is the gold. The gold was abrogated and it became knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I called knowledge, the gold. That's what I've been calling it for a minute. Like when I connect with people, Mike knows I like to me, it's about iron sharpen iron. If we could share our journeys and we could share things that have helped us, and different material that we've come across or it's been shared with us or we purchased or whatever to give us better insight. I refer to that as sharing gold, basically.
It refines, it strengthens all of us, because we're past the point of just a basic level of knowledge, that gets acquired by bits and pieces, just by our diligence of continuing to absorb it, and process it, and that most people never get past the level of continuing to do that until something bridges the gap. You reach the point where it comes together, it comes together, and then at that point, then you can sift out the bullshit from the stuff that the truth. Because if you got the base knowledge of truth, then a piece of bullshit doesn't fit in with it, but the stuff that you do need to know does. It falls right in. But if you misfiled some bullshit as truth, that's going to prevent you from receiving things that are true, because something's misfiled, and until it's identified, you got a blockage of you can't absorb information.
Yeah, you gotta reorganize your file cabinets in your head quite a bit, and that's what a lot of people don't want to do. They don't want to unlearn and relearn and unlearn and relearn and unlearn and relearn, and I don't think most people could really fathom that the level of the strength their mind has to be to go through that.
No, they watch sports and shit,
Yeah, I don't think they could even handle it, to be honest.
No,
You know?
I really agree with this on how I observed, pretty much your the process, the learning process, and because you get to a point too where you feel like maybe I can't do it, give up, but when you power through that, something happens, and
yeah,
there's
you learn,
levels.
you evolve, you show yourself you could do something that you may not have had full confidence in the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, when you feel that, that the worst, you're beaten down, you get no money, that the shit circumstances seem to be worse, and then you got to power through that, and it always comes with renewed vigor and confidence.
Yeah, that the reward is growth, and that you now embody if you're able to get through it, for sure. Because you can look back and look at the circumstances and the situation and say, I did that.
Yeah,
I was able to take that on, and I was able to knock it out of the park. And you know what? It was easy, and everybody around me was telling me I couldn't do it.
Right. Yeah, and then once you do it, then it will become easier to do it. So you could do it with ease. Like in passing, was something that seemed before impossible. Because no one knows. They don't know what they don't know. They don't know what they don't know. So you can't explain to them what they don't know because they don't know it.
And you don't know what you don't know what you don't know.
You don't know what you don't know, right?
Yeah, but there's the other layer of that as well. You don't know what you don't know that you don't know.
Yeah, they could go on with the ad infinitum.
Yeah.
But we get to the point, man. Where because this isn't like a course of study where start with book one, and then when you pass the test on that, go to book two. It's a different journey for all of us, and we get things from different sources, and everyone's gonna have a little something to add to it, from people they learned from, and then taking the combination of that stuff and having realizations of your own, and expressing it in ways that nobody has, or at least that you know of. So if you didn't hear it somewhere else, then that was your idea.
Yeah, you just you got to connect with your tribe at the same time, though. Like I tell Mike all the time, I have no intentions of being a guru. I have no intentions of putting up a whole channel, look at me and look what I know and check this out, and I don't think
me either, because that means I'm done learning. I'm never done learning.
I don't think but I don't think your spiritual journey is supposed to be public like that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, my spiritual journey isn't public. My tactical journey I've made public because for many reasons. But yeah, I'm not bringing my personal life into it. Really, it's just all it is about is my struggle against the pagan empire and the courts. Really,
Man, I agree with you. Your tactical journey, brother, you're doing that shit so that somebody else can find your fucking path and run through it because they ain't got the energy to blaze their own. That's why you're doing it. That the only shit that you're making public is the shit that your subconscious and your spirit knows that the next motherfucker that ain't got Chris in their life is gonna need to see this, and they're gonna find it. You know what I mean? Fuck yeah. Hey, y'all are killing it, by the way.
It's one of the best weapons I have to protect myself, because if I turn up dead tomorrow, I think it's quite evident, who.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. I wasn't speaking about you.
No, I didn't think you were, bro. I was just, I could only speak upon.
I'm talking to these people that are going on talk shows and all that. And like, look, I know about the Bill of Exchange and money and all, like, to me, you're putting a target on your back.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I was just speaking upon, in that regard, the thought process I've gone through, because I had to, have a mission statement of in my mind, of why am I doing this? What is my approach? What am I doing it for?
Right.
Before I go off half cocked, I got some of my opinions in there. I drug their name through the mud. It's like, yeah, touche, motherfucker. Because they're publishing shit about me, defamatory means. So, yeah, but like, yeah,
Yeah, but this is guerrilla warfare at the same time. They have cameras on us. They have surveillance on us. They have all kinds of neat shit. They're trying to put all that in our bodies. They're trying to control the mind, the brain. They're trying to control our actions and everything about us. We're on a corporate plantation, and anytime slaves were rescued in the past, there wasn't no announcement about that shit. You don't. I'm not speaking about you. I'm speaking about the people that are out there and loud, and they're trying to wake everybody up. And I was on that at one point too, but then I realized that that's not the way, because look, even they respect free will. Even they respect free will because it's a universal law. So, like, us going out and trying to save everybody and reach everybody and teach everybody everything, it's going to do more harm to us and to our journeys and to the people that we can actually reach and impact.
Yeah, I wrote a treatise on that too.
And good. It's going to do more harm than good. And I know that by experience. Like, you can have the best intentions in the world for somebody. You could try to share with them the Bill of Exchange Act, the IRS forms, the Treasury contract, the process, and they'll turn around and say, you didn't teach me shit.
Yeah, because you didn't.
Well, you did.
Trying to hear you,
No, you did, but they would rather look at you like, I taught myself.
Oh yeah, like that, right?
Yeah, I've had people literally tell me like, he told me a couple things. But I did my own research. I'm like, bro, like, when you break down 10 years of a spiritual journey of the straw man, the banking system, the territories, history, the Libra Code, Trading with the Enemies Act, Federal Reserve Act, the courts, the enclave admiralty territories, the etymology, that ain't you doing your own fucking research. That's you listening to a motherfucker that learned that shit in years and was able to articulate it and break it down in a way that fucking tweaked your brain to a whole new world.
Yeah, but you got to have a base level of understanding.
You didn't know existed.
It sounds like you're speaking Chinese,
Well, I was just doing a montage of all the things, but what I'm saying, the point I'm making is it would have taken him 10 or 15 years to figure that out on his own.
Oh, that's like I said with chess. If you sought to learn to be a chess master through trial and error, it would never happen. Life's not long enough for that, So,
exactly. But people have no appreciation for that.
And then practice them and understand them. But the basic principles, the elements of the game, that it took hundreds of years to be discovered. And it's all from the next generation builds upon what the former masters before them had learned. And sometimes
exactly.
It's found that it was folly with the conclusions that they made.
Right, and the majority of the world don't even know that all this is contract. They don't think like that.
No, they don't.
The majority doesn't even know how to use the post office.
No, and I don't know either, but I'm learning.
The majority thinks that English is a new language. You know, like
yeah, Carl Miller. What, you don't speak the King's English?
German, Greek, Roman, Latin. You know, it's a bastardized language of multiple ancient languages.
Yeah, can I read you something here real quick, man? Stop me with it, but it's exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, go ahead.
Re-examine self always. Shed dogma. Identify one's principles. Subject principles to examination. Bounce them off of those with whom you communicate best. The people who understand you throughout significant changes in your life. When conversation flows, is productive and not forced. Stop trying to teach those who do not want to learn and put in their own due diligence. Contact initiative should be balanced. Leave feelings at home. Do not appease people or allow them to appease you. Don't overlook or disregard any detail because it doesn't fit into your ideal model. Misfiling one thing in the mind can prevent revelation until mistake is acknowledged and misfiling identified. The longer it remains misfiled, subsequent filings in the mind were accepted for filing based on the flawed acceptance of the validity of the filing error. Desired beliefs are counterproductive. Desired results should compel action, even if they cannot be specifically defined. When you can describe this in detail, I contend that progress has been made. In this light, direction, perhaps an unidentifiable, but nevertheless, perhaps unidentifiable, but nevertheless. Sorry about that. Now you can find better words to express thoughts to comrades to welcome feedback. Not automatic opposition, not an exercise in argument, but debate. If your ideals are in alignment and nobody feigns comprehension or agreeance, refinement, strengthening, and clarity will come at once. This gaining momentum towards objective. Examine current state and nature of goals. Digest and define. Write down. Now you can repeat and absorb more. There is no full point to the amount of knowledge, but fooling oneself as to the actual comprehension will stymie any further revelation. If you hit a wall, rewind. A vital aspect may have been overlooked. Outburst by someone in disagreement means you are not getting their true feedback because outbursts are caused by suppression. Also, your perception has been flawed because you have been forcing your ideas on them without realizing this, or if you did realize and continued on anyway, you knowingly wasted your own time. Unwilling audiences will yield no benefit of feedback. They are not ideas are not refined by hitting a wall. They evolve, but by well-reasoned debate. Do not mistake fatigue for disinterest. Information overload is real for whatever reason that is. If your attentive ear has grown weary and you want to finish the thought process for yourself, write it down. And yeah, I got more, but yeah, along that.
Yeah, I get it.
Huh?
I think I say I get the concept. Like what I've learned, because this is all like the spirit world that we're dealing with as well. So like you ever seen the movie Final Destination?
No.
Okay.
Well, I don't think so. Seen a poster for it, I think.
So basically it was about this kind of how I look at it now. Like when we teach people, we teach wrong people this stuff basically. That have no intentions of being honorable, have no intentions in using it for good. Just the wrong intention. So Final Destination was about a kid who like basically envisioned the plane crash before he boarded the plane and it ended up happening. And he didn't get on the plane. So everybody that he saved from their fate, death started to come after them.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I did see that. I'm familiar with the concept from somewhere.
So what I kind of see with giving wrong people the right information is basically the karma that you save them from, by knowing the information or learning it. In some instances, that's going to come for us. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like I should just be minding my own, and
yeah,
when someone needs the knowledge that I have, it's like when the student's ready for the lesson, the teacher arrives.
And when the student's ready, the teacher disappears as well. Yeah. So like I know people who I said I'm out here in LA, so I know people who, are on the block all day. Their mindset is fuck the government, fuck the police, fuck anybody that's not us. And teaching them contract and commerce and banking and negotiable instruments and contracts and administrative process and all that. I might have saved somebody from getting shot in a drive-by or something. But maybe that's what they were supposed to go through. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, if they're picking up what you're laying down, man,
right. But they might not be using the information for positive reasons, is what I'm saying, though, because they're already a corrupted spirit.
Yeah.
So
maybe that
could come.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that could come back from me. Because helping is costly.
But you're just like reading them a book, though. That if that knowledge should be in a book for anyone to read. Otherwise, it's like you'd advocate book burning because matches light fires and fire could burn down houses. So therefore no one should be allowed to have matches.
Right.
If they want the knowledge you want to impart on them, I don't think the result of what they do with it, is a reflection on you at all.
Let me share this. I don't know if I could share it or if Bleak has to approve it. I wanted to share a video that that helped me out. Or I think it's something that everybody should watch at some point in their journey, because it breaks down the process of being a rebel, being an activist, being somebody to stand up to this commercial demonic system. You could probably hear it, but you got to see the video as well. The video is pretty on point.
How long is it?
It's about like 9 minutes. Yeah, I think Bleak. You can't see it, right?
No, I'm looking at just you and me on there.
Yeah, he has to approve it, I guess. But you could probably hear it.
Is the video along with it important? Or?
Yeah. The video.
Maybe we'll wait till next time we can get it queued up. I want to learn how to do that too. To play something where I can like talk about it even after, like you did with that egg moon.
I could just play the audio. We could connect the video later, or you could watch it. But I could play the audio. The audio is powerful too. If you're okay with it.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Let me know if you can hear it.
Not yet.
You couldn't hear it?
No, I didn't hear nothing.
Can't hear that right there?
Nope.
No, you can't hear it?
No.
Oh, shit. So screen sharing doesn't work. I guess audio doesn't even work. Oh, okay. I'll play it next time.
Okay. You got a YouTube channel?
I don't really have one that I put like a lot of stuff on. I just kind of connect with people directly, share, to brainstorm ideas or share information or have conversations. Because like I said, we all end up on our journey, and I think you kind of touched on it earlier. If you can share something from your journey that'll help somebody on theirs. They might be at a different area or whatever that'll help them prevent, or bypass certain experiences or whatever.
Yeah, right. Because I am, I'm in uncharted waters. At least in this area, and everybody looks at things a different way, and it's all about testing things and having results, because if you just speculate on things, like a lot of them gurus and stuff, they haven't been in court. They're just it's a theory.
Yeah, a lot of them haven't. A lot of them try to use you as guinea pigs too. Your situation, so that they can say that they know how to deal with court matters and all that.
Yeah, right. Which is cool if if that that's expressed, but
it's hardly ever expressed.
yeah,
You just figure it out over
I'm not
time.
looking for legal advice. I'm really just looking for I don't know feedback.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll tell you a little bit of my journey. I was out in Jersey back in 2015, and I was helping a friend out with court cases. He had about 5 different cases in 4 different courts, and we would just go in there and do just different stuff. Like, he would wear a name tag, and the judge would say the name, and he'd point to the name, so he didn't say nothing on the audio record or whatever. And the judge would say, "I can't see that." "Oh, I can come closer so you can see it." And the judge knew what he was doing, so he's like, "No, you can sit down." So he went and took a piss. So he didn't follow an order. We did a bunch of random things. We did a notice of appointment of fiduciary, to the prosecutor and the public defender and all that. He was looking at like 4 years in prison in the Superior Court case. The habeas we did, the rounds we went with the police. There was one time the fucking cops were on the fucking yard, and they came in the house with guns drawn and all that. And he got put in a mental institution at one point, but because we were in touch with him and he reached out to us, they let him out. But I was out there then. He ended up getting about 2 years of probation, so I consider that kind of a victory. But when I was out there was a guy that was doing videos and trying to look, sound like he was intelligent, and he knew the resolutions of the time. And it was back when people were losing their minds over Confederate statues and all that, and
okay,
all that stuff was going on. So I told him, because he had like some celebrities that jumped on his video, so he was like, so I told him, like, maybe you should, put some other stuff out there, since you got, people, you got numbers and celebrities and people like that checking your stuff out and liking your material. Why don't you put more truth into your video or whatever? And he responded, I think that'd be a great video for you. So he was kind of challenging me. I made the video. I was talking about the Libra Code, Trading with the Enemies Act, repercussions of the Civil War, General Order number 100 under Lincoln and all that, and straw man, and entities and then corporations of the territories and all. Basically, just like, hey guys, stop fucking talking about Confederate statues. Look over here. They don't want you looking over here at this stuff. Go look at it. Go do your research. Go dig in. And there was a guy that contacted me on Facebook because my video kind of went viral, and people were responding to it and everything. And he hit me up and was like, "Hey, I wanted to discredit what you were saying. I thought you were full of shit, and I wanted to debunk everything that you said." But he's like, I'm a truck driver, and I've been to the Library of Congress, and I've looked into the stuff that you said to look into, and I couldn't debunk it. So, let me know what else, you're on or whatever. So I talked to him a little bit. My Jersey venture ended, and I was on my way back to California. Ended up meeting with him in like the Midwest, and out in South Dakota. And like one day I was out there like moving my stuff back to California, and this was back in like 2016. And the wife was outside walking the dog. She came in the trailer, and DEA walked in with her because I guess he was selling weed out there in South Dakota. And it's the Bible Belt, so like you can end up on the front page of the paper for small ass shit that wouldn't be nothing in the urban communities. So they came in and had a warrant looking for weed, and they ran my ID and all that, and I started saying like 18 USC 241 and 242 to them, and
the deprivation of rights under color of law and conspiracy rights, right? All right.
Yeah. I started just hitting them with like law codes and stuff, and then it was funny because like the guy that was running the warrant, like he had to keep telling them to get back to searching because they would be kind of interested in what I was talking about, like, hey, get back to searching, ignore him. And then they took me to jail. I had like an 8-year warrant. Some girl stole my stuff at one time and gave it to a crackhead boyfriend, and she was bragging about it to her cousin and all that. So I ended up getting it back at one point, and she ended up putting a robbery charge on me. Apparently, it was about 8 years before that, I guess, where she did that. So at that point, that's what it was. It was a robbery. It was a warrant for robbery, extradition back to Wyoming. So I was in Wyoming back in like 2008.
Based on a hearsay accusation.
Yeah.
See, that's where I'm at with this shit. Is I've just now looking back, I see that that's all it ever was. All these fucking warrants, because the pigs take a hearsay accusation with no evidence to support it, and instead of doing an investigation to see if there's any probable cause or even establishing that a crime had been committed, they hunting down the guy who the accusation was made about.
Yeah, because it's about banking, it's about money, it's about commerce. So it has nothing to do with charges or warrants or anything like that.
Yeah.
So that's all it was. It was a claim. Obviously, she called the police or whatever, and then she claimed that she was robbed or whatever, and gave a bunch of fictitious evidence. So they took me into South Dakota, Brookings, South Dakota jail. That's where I was. I was in Brookings, South Dakota. You can call them and ask them about me. I'm sure they still remember me. And I was handcuffed to the bench, in the front, and like something just kind of hit me, like this shit's fucking ridiculous. Like, I was like, let me put this shit to practice, you know, and just start hammering these people. So, like, I looked at the lady at the window and I said, are you the bank teller today? You know, are we doing commerce? We doing business? Or she was like, what are you talking about? I said, well, it looks like a bank teller window, doesn't it? The little square and everything, the little, you know, cubby hole underneath or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not gonna do business with you guys, you know, because I don't think there's any living party to indemnify me in this matter. So, and then she's like, where's your ID? And I said, well, I don't have an ID. My person has an ID. But I can't use that for this scenario because I can't do parody with you guys because you don't exist. You know, I can't do parody with, like, you can hear me talking, right? And
What's parody mean?
Basically engage with them.
Okay.
And then it was strange because it was interesting actually because like they were trying to use the smaller jails when you do this stuff. It really exposes their Wizard of Oz game. Because they had like a little digital camera and they were trying to sneak take my picture and everything. I said, hey, I don't consent to any pictures, you know. And I kept ducking every time they tried to capture me on picture. I kept ducking, and they were like, "Stop doing that." I said, "No, I told you I don't consent," you know.
Yeah.
And one of the guys was like, "Oh, you're doing that little sovereign citizen shit or whatever." And I said, "What'd you say?" "Oh, your sovereign citizen routine or whatever." I say, hey, you know what, man? The Department of Justice refers to a sovereign citizen as a domestic terrorist. Unless you're prepared to put it in writing under your full commercial liability, don't ever say that shit to me again. And they never did say it to me again the whole time I was in that jail. They told me I wouldn't be able to book in unless I took the mugshot and the fingerprints and all that. I didn't do none of it. I wouldn't be put in population. They put me in population anyway. And then, like I said, when I was in population, I heard the inmates, like little 18, 19-year-olds, going to prison for 5 years for the first time in their life for internal possession of methamphetamines in their system or whatever. Just starting them through the meat grinder.
Yeah.
I heard them say, how come the guards don't stop by the bars, to talk about football with us anymore or whatever? And one of them was like, oh, it's because the new guy they put in here, they don't want to be around him. So I heard that and I figured, you know what, I'm not gonna do any good being in this pod. And Dave was the guy that hit me up on Facebook, and he was in the jail at that time now too. So I was playing chess. I called the tower, asking a question or a request that I already knew they were going to approve. But I was setting on my chessboard. I said, can I move in with Dave? Can I get out of here and just move in with David? Took him about 2 seconds. Yeah, move over. So I grabbed my, mattress and pillow and went over there. So then we were able to, talk about our strategy now. We were able to, talk about each of our cases and what we were going to do going forward. The administrator, through what I taught him, he had Uniform Commercial Code and Black's Law Dictionary books in there. His wife dropped them off. He grabbed them after, he saw my video and everything.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so his wife dropped them off. They were in the cell. I used to call the administrator of the jail back and say, hey, you call yourself the administrator, right? Okay, so you're administrating the estates of decedents, dead people, basically. Does everybody in here know that? You know, should we have like a group meeting? Like, can we cancel AA tomorrow so we can all get together and get on the same page with what these terms and these definitions mean?
Yeah.
Can I make a request for that? I was just hammering them, you know. Every time they walk past the you know, my the cell I was in, I had paperwork in the food port. Hey, that's yours. You know, go ahead and give me an answer by the end of the day or whatever. You know, a response to the situation, conditional acceptance, all, you know, just all the stuff that I learned, I knew at that time. I went to court, you know, because the administrator was trying to challenge me and be like, you're not going to say all this shit to the judge tomorrow. I was like, well, are you bringing me to court? And he's like, yeah, I'm working the morning shift. Okay, well, bring a pen and pad. You might learn some shit, you know. I went in there and said I was the living man here for that matter and blah, 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 and went rounds with the judge and tied him up a few times. And that changed the energy back in the jail because he saw me just tongue tie the judge. I mean, that's their fucking king, you know.
Yeah,
So,
man.
I waited about 40 days in there. I didn't waive extradition. I made them go get their fake governor warrants and all that. And then they put me in the ice cream wagon and took me to Wyoming. When I went to court the first time, this was the real battlefield. I was in the holding cell. The lady walked in with papers, and I was like, "Well, what's this?" You know, and she's like, "Oh, that's just a piece of paper explaining your constitutional rights." And I said, "Oh, okay. Would this be the de jure state constitution of 1776 or the corporate charter of 1871? Which one are you guys operating under?" And she was like, "I've never been asked that question before." I said, "Okay, that's fine," but I still didn't get an answer for the question. So, which charter are you guys operating under? And then, so every scenario, I dealt with it like it was a contractual situation because it was, and the whole purpose was to get them to walk off the battlefield in every scenario, dumbfounded or just not wanting to be around me, or you know, just not wanting to answer my questions.
Yeah,
because it kept me in my power, you know, on my square. They brought me in the courtroom. When I was in South Dakota, I used Uniform Commercial Code and Black's Law Dictionary to come up with an answer to the procedure in the courtroom. So, and this is what I did. The judge said the name, the administrator said the name, and I had it written down, but I also memorized it. So I said, I'm the holder in due course of the instrument, making a special appearance as a third-party intervener as an authorized representative for the defendant. I do not dispute any of the facts of the charges. Release the order of the court to me immediately, provide me with a full assessment of the charges, a certified audit trail and voucher, and release me as a security from this unlawful imprisonment immediately. And the judge said, what you're speaking is Google garbage. The sovereign movement is an illusion. Anybody telling you these things is not your friend. And I said, well, I can't allow a tacit agreement on the public record. So how can you say this is Google garbage when it comes from, you know, law dictionaries, Uniform Commercial Code? Isn't this a bankruptcy court of equity? I pointed, you know, as best I could in handcuffs and belly chain to the prosecutor. I said, is it not a maxim of law that he who creates a liability must provide a remedy? Did that man over there not create these charges in the first place? Are you denying me due process? And then I got kicked out of the courtroom at that point. Like the bailiffs grabbed me up, threw me in the hallway, and were yelling at me, "You can't talk that way to the judge." I said, "What judge?" Well, the judge in there. There's no judge in there. I said there hasn't been an Article 3 constitutional judge since the Judiciary Act of 1789. And what the fuck is your job? You supposed to just stand there the whole time like the fucking Kingsman or something? Like, you heard the conversation in there. You should be arresting him.
I pulled out some good ones in there.
And he said, yeah, he said, just shut the fuck up and walk towards the elevator. And I said, hey, I established myself as a living man already. You can't give a living man an order. Like, you're aware of that, right? I said, but if you keep giving me orders, just give me a public address so I can send you a bill.
Exactly.
And he shut the fuck up.
I think I got the answer for that. No.
Oh, he didn't say shit. Like, he drove the van all the way back to the jail, and he was looking at me in the rearview mirror the whole time. Like, the fuck? Order, bill, like, you know, like he couldn't figure it out.
Are you asking me or are you ordering me? You know, if you're asking, I decline. If you're ordering me, I'll comply with that dress and coercion policy enforcer, but let me introduce you to my fee schedule.
Right. So, I mean, I didn't have all those resources at that time. All I could do was really just conversate the scenarios that they put me in, you know, and let them know that they're not dealing with just a regular straw man or whatever, which is exactly how the next court date went. Because the next court date, somebody walked up to me and said, "Are you Corey?" And I said, "Who are you? You know, what's your name?" And then he told the judge, "Yeah, he's right here." So they did their little preliminary kangaroo court to see if there was enough evidence to go to felony court or whatever. It changed me in a brand new way that I can't even describe, because I sat there and listened to this cop from 8 years prior try to make lies sound like the truth, and everybody else just follow suit.
That's all they ever do.
I changed my right, but to listen to that, like to know you're innocent, and just to see how far they'll go to try to make lies sound like the truth. It changed me more than ever, and motivated me to another level. So after the little kangaroo court, I looked right at the public defender that self-appointed himself, and I told him, I said, "Hey, I'm not your average straw man walking in here. I understand your little double speak legalese language, you know, a lot better than the people that you deal with on a regular basis. I didn't hire you. I didn't beg for you or plead for you, or we have no contract with each other. If you're not going to help me, just shut the fuck up. Don't say shit. I'm going to object to everything you say to put me in harm's way or to try to railroad me in their little procedural situations that you guys do." And I sat in jail for about 6 months. I did a little bit of research. It was 19-hour lockdown they had me in. So I didn't have a lot of time to, you know, be out. But when I was out on my flag and everything, I had papers and graphs and notes and all that. And, you know, I was sharing it with the inmates and even the guards. The guards would walk in. I would talk to them, and they were copying my notes for their notes, giving back the originals. I was fucking up the whole dynamic of business that they had going on.
Oh yeah.
So about 6-7 months went by with 19-hour lockdown. Like I said, I did a little bit of research on who was appointed to my case and everything. I got called down to a pro visit with the public defender and the investigator. And I told them both. I said, "Hey, got something to say to both of you guys before you guys say whatever you came here to tell me." I looked at the private investigator, and I said, "Look, I don't know if because I'm not paying your $200 an hour extortion fees to investigate nothing or whatever, of why you didn't do nothing in this case. I gave it to you on a silver platter. I gave you names and a whole bunch of things you could have gathered in my favor. I don't know what it is, but you know, I feel like you should have did more in this situation. I looked at the public defender and I said, you're related to the guy committing security fraud to keep me in here, aren't you? And he said, oh well, I mean, he's a relative. I said, he's your father. That's a pretty close relation. The sheriff is your father. You're a public defender. And he's like, well, that doesn't affect my ability to do my job. And so I'm sure it does. And I'm sure you guys got a nice little fucking racketeering scheme going on here.
Yeah.
I said, that wouldn't be for you to determine who would be the conflict of interest in that situation because you wouldn't be injured. It would be me. So I'm here to tell you guys both, you know, that if you keep moving against me and keep trying to railroad me and play me, because there were two other people that helped me get my stuff back at that point. I was let in the house and everything. It was my roommate and his friend at the time. They both got railroaded. One of them got probation and one of them got prison. So they felt like I was an easy third party to just, you know, convict me too. And I told them flat out, you prejudiced this case by not contacting me, who knew the majority of the facts of this case. You railroaded two people. You injured two people's lives, you know, and didn't approach this case the way you should have, and you know that. I said, but if you keep moving against me and creating a further miscarriage of justice, because when I was in the state court and they were like, you're looking at this amount of time or whatever, I told the public defender to shut the fuck up and spoke for about 20 minutes about how the state of Wyoming violated my peace and dignity, how I was the grieved party, and how there's a major miscarriage of justice that needs to be dealt with immediately, you know, and told some paralegals to shut the fuck up too, because they were like, I can't believe he's talking to the judge this way. I'm like, it's sad that I got to sit here looking like Charles Manson and teach you guys something out of procedural and statute and code law. And you guys should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, they should, but they're not.
And but they weren't. Their heads weren't held very fucking high during that exchange. So I promise you that. Because they couldn't debunk it. So I told the public defender and the private investigator, if you don't stop moving against me, and if you don't stop trying to railroad me for whatever commercial unjust enrichment reasons or motives, you know, you might throw me in prison. I'll be out in about a year and a half, 2 years. You're both going to receive mail, wherever you receive mail, and everything you're sweeping under the rug right now, we're going to go over. This is not over. It will not be over until justice and the truth comes out in this situation.
They can't put you in prison unless you got an attorney. And
so that's what I told them. And then they said, the private investigator said, I'm not going to be sitting here and be threatened by you. And I said, I'm not threatening you. I'm just telling you what I'm going to do. If you're going to deprive me of my remedy in the public, I'm going to create one for myself in the private. Simple as that. And then he pushed the button for the tower for the cops to come get him, and then the public defender tried to do some reverse psychology, and just kind of negate the whole exchange, and said, okay, so we're gonna get ready for trial and blah blah blah. And I just looked at him right in the eyes and I said, look, man, I think you heard what I said. I don't have nothing else to say to you. And I walked away, and I left him with that energy. And because that's all it is. It's an energy game. 4 days later, I had, it was mail call. I had 2 letters from the public defender's office. I had one that was a resignation from my case before trial from him. And the other one was a reappointment to the chief trial counsel lawyer of the state. It was like a 20-year. It was a girl that was lady that was like 25-year lawyer in the state. She didn't even do county cases, but she was kind of brought on board to save their ass in the situation. I think. She told me to call her when I got out on my flag. I called her. She came down to the jail. She made me go back to my story in South Dakota from the very beginning all the way to where we were then. She was laughing about some of the verbal exchanges. I think a lot of these people, like her, they kind of root for us silently. Like, yeah, somebody's finally taking on these fuckers, because a lot of them know, but they're 20-year lawyers, that's their career. So they remanded it back to circuit court and opened the doors. She told me to come down to her office, and she gave me her Civil Rules of Procedure book with all her bookmarks and everything in it. That was kind of a gift from her.
Oh, yeah.
That's how that situation concluded.
Well, man, that's a long time. Shit. On a hearsay fucking allegation. Was it 7 months you're in there?
Yeah, 7 months, 19-hour lockdown.
God damn.
Yeah. 40 days in South Dakota. About what was it? About a week. About a week on the road. I don't know if you ever been extradited, but that's a bitch. They put you in county jail to county jail. They pocket the money from the state for food and everything, and give you sack lunches at every county jail and prison that they can find along the way. Because the way extradition works, they got 10 days. They got a list of people in different states that they got 10 business days to come grab. Otherwise, they got to release them. So they're taking, man, I've been clear across the country. I was supposed to go from California. I went all the way to Florida just to get to Montana. I've been on extradition for 3 months before. They put you in prisons. They put you in maximum prisons. They put you in county jails. They, like I said, wherever they can house you and skim the budget and, give you sack lunches or whatever and claim that they fed you on the road.
Yeah.
So, I haven't been to prison, but I've been in prisons. I've been housed in prisons on the road, so I know what it is.
Yeah, I went to Scared Straight in Attica. Scared Straight program.
Oh, you in Scared Straight?
Yeah, well, I don't know, it's like 14. That's alternative school. The field trip the one day, yeah, the Scared Straight program to Attica.
Yeah, I went to when I was in I think it was an after school program. I went to the prison one time, got to hear everybody's story and the pimps and the killers and all that, basically.
Yeah.
Some interesting stories. I remember one guy said he has some interesting stories of people that go to prison or end up doing life. Because one guy was saying that he had money, he had a career, he went on a binge with his friend, like a drinking binge to celebrate. But he had a drinking problem where he blacked out and everything. And he said he woke up in the hospital and it wasn't new because he did blackouts all the time, when he went on his binges. So he knew the nurses and all that. And so we'll say Lori was the nurse. Oh, Lori, I black out again. Yeah, I gotta stop drinking or whatever. And she had tears in her eyes and just walked away. That was his story. The next people that walked in the hospital room was the police saying, we're here to talk about your charges for first-degree murder for killing your friend, basically. And he didn't even remember it.
He might not even done it. They might have needed someone to pin it on. And he said he blacked out.
Yeah, it could be.
Shit. Man, I'm gonna get off of here. I've been on here shit. 6. God damn.
You got on here in the beginning?
Huh?
You got on here in the beginning?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean the best I could tell you. Add me on Telegram. You got Telegram?
Yeah. I'm on Bleak's group there on there, and
under this name?
What's that?
Under this name right here?
No. I'm Mr. Bojangles on there.
Huh?
Mr. Bojangles.
Mr. Bojangles?
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, 'cause that's the best one to group study and share material.
Yeah, I dumped all my my books and documents and stuff on there. So I started a group just for local, and it gets my stuff. It's easier to access on there, and it doesn't take up the storage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Bojangles.
Yeah, it's spelled out too. It's not the MR. It does.
Not 69, right? Bojangles with a Z?
No.
Chris with no, that's not you, right? Mr. Bojangles 90.
You should. There's only like 30 people in there.
What group?
Bleak Narrative.
Oh, let me see. Yeah, the best I can tell you guys is just start looking at, the IRS, the contracts. Like that's where you want to look, because they don't want to talk about filing taxes. They don't want to talk about it's a tax event. They don't want to talk about the fact that there's higher agencies above them that can get them in trouble. They want us all to believe that we're in this system that we all agreed to, and they're the ones in charge.
Yeah.
That's not the case though. That's the indoctrination aspect.
I'm on a good track, man. With course of action right now. It's just they're fucking threats. They're bullshit. They can't support their position, so they I'm constantly under threat, man. This ain't my home no more. I fucking haven't been able to lock my door for fucking 3 months.
Right.
The threat of their fucking violence and falsely in prison. But I think I don't know. They don't seem as eager to fucking to do the same shit again. And some circumstances have changed, and I can't say for sure what it is that made them act different, but can't stop. I gotta follow through, and my FOIA request, they're constantly being obstructed. The FOIA process, it's just they ought to be ashamed of themselves, like you said. But that's never going to be enough. The only thing that's going to make them stop is to save themselves.
Yeah.
And the deeper in you get, the more incentivized they are to bury you because they've committed crimes.
I just sent you an ad request.
What's that?
On Telegram.
An ad request?
Yeah, to add you basically as a friend.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, okay.
Let me see though. I can send you a message. So, did you get it or?
I don't know. I don't know how to look at it while I'm on this. I'll look at it when I get off here. And I gotta get I got a bunch of shit I gotta get in the mail.
Gotcha. Yeah, I sent you a message on there.
I gotta notary, go to library, photocopies, post office, process, repeat.
You do registered mail or what?
I did certified. I don't think I can afford registered at this point. I think registered is like twice as much as certified. Certified, like $5 per letter.
Yeah, that's how they get you.
And you think registered makes that much of a difference?
When you deal, I mean, from what I hear, like when you deal with courts, law, and stuff like that, yeah, because you can prove that you sent it to them because it's basically recorded in the system every step of the way to them. And then there's a way that I don't fully know how it works, but that registered mail number, you can use that to your benefit as well, basically.
Yeah, and the certified has a you get a receipt for it that it's where that you sent it.
Yeah, I mean, I hear different things about it though. Like certified is public, registered is private. I mean,
yeah, I'm just learning that stuff. I know they sent it back refused, but it says refused on there with a number, and if they refuse it, they still have deemed to have had received that information. That's on them if they didn't accept it. And now I have that letter with the mark from the post office that it was refused. So I got proof there that I'd sent that to them. That they didn't get it. That's on them.
Right. Yeah, I mean, as long as you got proof that you sent it to them, yeah.
Yeah, I have the letter the letter that was sent to them with with the sticker on it and the stamp from the post office, marked that it was refused. The reason why for the refusal, because there's a whole series of codes too that the different types of refusals. So yeah, I got that. So now I think I'm going to take that and go and get that photocopied, both sides of that envelope. With all the marks for the post office, with where it was going, the certified mail with the receipt that I have for it, and make a record of that, and send that to all the appropriate, send that to their masters, and say, look what's going on with and I'm gonna write a letter and say just want to showing you what's going on here, crimes being committed against me. Make sure you're aware of that, and I'll be sending more documents, to add to that file as they transpire.
Well, they know how the game works, just like lawyers know how the game works. So if you send them like a certified return receipt, that means they're going to get notice that somebody's trying to send them something that they have to sign for, and they know that that means they agree and they consented or whatever. So more times than not, you never get the green card back from them because they never.
Well, the green card, that's the registered. The certified, you get a receipt, and then
no, certified return receipt is the green card. You can do certified mail, but certified return receipt is that extra card that you put attached to it, basically.
Oh, okay. Well, what's the difference with the registered? The registered goes in like a sealed
lockbox.
Yeah, it goes into like a bag, a special bag or something, and
Yeah, and they register it at every stop, basically. Like a green card, I mean, like a certified mail, they could just say it got lost in the mail or whatever.
oh no, they can't. It gets hand delivered and has to get signed for. You just don't get the signature returned back to you. But I have the receipt that it was sent there, and the last time it got sent back to me, and it says on it refused. But now I put the return address as the same address for the destination. So if they refuse it, it's just going to keep cycling back to them.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, you could play that game with them, but like I said, if they didn't sign for it, then they never received it. There's no proof that they did.
Well, yeah, there is. When the post man marks it refused.
No, it just means that he tried to deliver it, but it didn't. It wasn't.
That's why there's different codes of the refused. And
yeah, it just means that they tried to deliver it to that address, but nobody accepted it. So like they put the notice in your mailbox, you know, that we're trying to deliver. It's like a parcel from Amazon that you have to sign for or whatever, or somebody has to be present.
Yeah.
Certified return receipt is the same way. So they get notice, especially if they know like a situations happen or they deal with them all the time, like courts or law or lawyers. They get notice that somebody's trying to send it to them. So what they normally do, like lawyers, they just don't receive it. So nobody can claim that they received it before.
Right. So I guess that tells us, you know, what we ought to be doing. Yeah, they won't take that paper. Then well, I guess they don't. They're not still seeking a contract on it. If they're not accepting correspondence.
It's just a game. It's a game.
Yeah.
When you learn to turn their double-edged sword on them, they know it because it's their game. You know. But in my experience, yeah, lawyers don't send you the green card back. I think they like I've joked about that they whacked the mailman or something, kidnapped the mailman or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they haven't done anything. But you know, 50-cent stamps. You know, yeah, maybe get someone to hand deliver stuff. But you know, witnesses is important thing that I work on because 3 witnesses, I think, is just as good as a notary.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. But yeah, man, I'll hit you up on Telegram. Get off of here.
All right, man. Good talking to you.
You too,
are you
man.
are you on Facebook as well?
I'm on there, yeah, but I don't really use it. But
okay, well, I was just gonna say like
you can hit
one of my favorite
messenger. What's that?
One of my favorite search engines is Facebook.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because you basically, you know, you got all the people that follow you on Facebook, and you know, you probably have a lot of the people, you know, they're into the same type of stuff, you know, like we are. So if you just type in search right like this, you know.
Yeah. I can't see it. It's so small. Yeah, the magnifying glass or what?
Yeah, you just type in search and then posts on Facebook. It just has your friends that posted similar material. So it's a good way to search. Like I just put registered mail in.
Okay, yeah. I'm not too invested in the Facebook. I got like 20 friends on there or something.
No, I got you. I'm just saying, like, if you come across like a concept or a topic like registered mail or something,
yeah,
it might be worth.
That's a good idea. I'll
Just
keep that in mind.
It's way better than Google, that's for sure.
Yeah, Google. Yeah, it's not all inclusive, you know.
Nah, it's all censored. It's all.
But the right to travel is you know, I've been gauging you know, how much awareness of that is spreading by Google searches, you know, and it's in favor now, like the first 5 results. So I don't know how it can continue to be you know, ignored and disregarded. Just on a basic Google search, do that and you check out the, you know, the first 5-10 results. You know, it's got Thompson versus Smith, and people choose to ignore it, you know, because
right.
But when they think about it, you know, well, I don't want to get going on that right now, but it's well established, you know, well established. There's a never ending things to be found in support of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just a matter. It's just a matter of how you operate, how you navigate. You know, like a lot of people.
Easy, everyone would do it, you know. But if somebody's got to, you know, break the ice, test the waters, take some lumps, you know, and nobody's nobody's gotten on board. I don't know one other person around here doing the right to travel, and I'm going on 2 years. I've been doing it, but now I'm not because yeah, I have the right to, but not the ability at the moment, because that's how that, you know, to attack me, steal my motorcycle, beat me down, cut me off from you know, avenues to make money, you know, to keep an automobile functioning, you know, and put gas in it. Yeah, it's you know, because they can't articulate their position in court, so they just try to beat me down and make it look like I gave up on it, you know.
Right. Yeah, I got you, man.
But yeah,
not easy. Definitely not easy. It's definitely not the easy route, but I don't want the easy route.
No.
You know? Real freedom and real peace of mind is not easy to come by.
No, you got to pay your dues.
Real happiness.
Then, you know, they're going to end up in a position where they're going to have to leave me alone, you know, or but you know, I gotta there ain't nothing here for me no more.
What?
It ain't nothing here for me no more. You know, I've been but that's for the best. You know, I thought I was gonna stay in this house, but it is just a house. It ain't home no more. Because yeah, you know,
tainted.
Huh?
It's tainted.
Yeah, man, I haven't been able to lock my door for months. You know, I constantly under threat of being you know, invaded by fucking armed fucking gang members. You know, and you know, falsely imprisoned. Fucking no lawyers. I don't know. I'm gonna call, but I could see why they don't want the you know, I'm in too deep. They all jumped on board. You know, they showed me that there ain't no good among them. Any of them. They're not one. It's sick. It's sick what they do. But
yeah. I mean, but like I said, from my position, we gotta not look at it like that though. We gotta look at it as what should we be doing?
Yeah.
You know, what are we doing that's causing us to have that reality continuously? And that wasn't the way I looked at it in the beginning either, man. Trust me, I was militant. You know, I was. Anytime I seen the police, I flipped them off and told them to fuck off. You know, I grew up in the system, so I know the system probably better than most people.
Yeah,
I'm probably the way my upbringing was. I'm probably the last person that they want to figure this shit out, you know, because I grew up in it. So, but I also learned to not have an adversarial, point of view or perception about it.
Yeah, I'm really not trying to, man. I really only desire to be left alone, but
I
should
got
be
you.
compensated. I should be made whole by those who have harmed me too.
I got you, but it's gonna help you. It's gonna help you the most if you don't take an adversarial, approach. I promise you.
Yeah, well, I don't think I am. I think initially I was, and I stonewalled them too much, and then I became familiar with like the concept like a conditional acceptance. I'm not refusing. I just I don't answer questions. I don't have
The
counsel.
system just wants you to be in honor. That's what it wants. It wants you. It wants you to,
The system doesn't want anything. These actors within the system want me to bow down. They want me to submit.
I'm saying the way the system is put together, the way the rules are, the way the law is, it's made for you to finish whatever situation you're in. Like I said, the best way to do that is to do the taxes on the situation.
Yeah.
Create a complete record of the situation. These people are trying to do this. These people are trying to get this amount of money from me. These people are claiming I owe this or whatever. Lenders and borrowers. Like I said, I use kind of movie references for this stuff. Like, you remember the original? I haven't seen the new one, but like the old Jumanji.
No, I never watched it.
With Robin Williams.
Yeah, I know of it, but I never watched it.
Okay, so it was a game that they started, right? And they didn't like what was happening during the game. So they decided the strategy of not playing. The game didn't allow them to do that. If they didn't roll the dice, it rolled for them.
Oh, yeah. Maybe I did see that.
So they had to finish the game. Anything that they engaged with, anything that they came across, anything that they got into contract with or parity with, they had to finish it. That's why the maxims of law are: he who leaves the battlefield first loses. He who does not deny admits.
Maxims are great. I love maxims, but they don't care about it. So they're not playing by the rules. They're in dishonor. But the referee's in their pocket, and
well, they care about it. It's not going to end the game though. It's just a fun thing to say.
Yeah,
but it doesn't address the matter though. Like,
just something to keep in mind, like it's
you're not protecting your estate. That's what it's looked at.
Yeah, well, they asked me to estate my name. They were to turn the name into an estate that they could fleece.
But it was for your benefit.
Oh, everything's a benefit to them.
No, not to them. It was for your benefit.
Yeah, right. Everything they do to me is a benefit. It's good for me. It's good, put me in jail is a benefit.
No, I'm saying that the estate was created for your benefit, not for theirs.
Oh, yeah.
It says in the see, that's what I'm saying. It says in the Privacy Act of 1974, do not give your social security number to anybody. It doesn't say unless they're a police officer, unless they're a government agent, unless they're a dentist or a doctor. It doesn't say that. It doesn't exclude anybody. And the best way I could break all this down is it's all biblical. It's 100% biblical and spiritual. You can't serve two masters. God is not a respecter of persons, aka personas. Every oath that a judge takes, it says, I blank solemnly swear to uphold the duties and obligations of my office without respect to persons, and will fulfill and discharge the duties of my office, blah, blah, blah. The Bible says God is not a respecter of persons. The judge's oath says they're not a respecter of persons. Every single code and statute says any person that does this, any person that does that, any person guilty of this. Personas.
Check out my my video. It's called Attorneys Part 1.
The system. So, but the point I'm trying to make is the system's not the problem. The problem is our faith and trust in God. That's the problem. Because if we're putting our faith and we're living our life to man's laws and man's ideals and man's idols and ideologies and everything, what is that saying spiritually? That's saying we do not have faith and trust in God. There's no gray area. There's no half in, half out.
Yeah, I got you. I see what you're saying.
Either you have it or you don't. That's why it's called a narrow path. But everybody wants to wander. So that's how I break it down. Like the forbidden fruit is a metaphor or an analogy to those who are tempted to wander from the narrow path.
You know what it's maybe like swimming across the pond. You know, if you decide to get in that pond and swim to the other side, you know, when you get out to around the middle, it might seem like the other side ain't getting closer, but where you went off from is getting farther away, you know, but you can't turn around.
Yeah, well, God said everything you have is right here. Why are you looking elsewhere? Everything is already taken care of. Your sins have already been forgiven, aka your debt has already been paid.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of heathens in the world. They want to blame everything and anything on everything but themselves and their own obligation to decide their relationship with the Creator, with God, with whoever that is, whatever that is to people. But if you don't choose, I mean, to me, it's pretty ironclad, and I didn't always have the relationship that I have with God like I do now. I didn't even know what that meant at one point. But studying the law and going through my trials and tribulations, I get it. And that's why the system was created the way it was created. Like the story is, you got the devil that'll deal with the non-believers, and God will protect the believers, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Never really heard it put that way.
Well, I mean, it's kind of paraphrasing, but that's exactly what it is. It said that the devil fell from heaven, and this is his domain. So those of us that don't have true faith and true trust and really walk a real path with God, we're going to have a rough time. There's nobody in this world at this point in my life that could take anything away from me, because the greatest thing that I have is my spiritual journey and my knowledge. I can do what I'm doing here anywhere. And I can continue to evolve that. You know, anybody that associates their worth with a thing or an attachment, they don't have true faith and trust in God. and they haven't really been on that path to build and cultivate that relationship. I can tell you from my own experience, my discernment and my spiritual path and my relationship with God only strengthens and gets stronger as I'm able to stand on my square on that path with God, regardless of how people react or act or respond or try to attack me.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah. Same.
And a lot of people don't get that. You know, they want to delve in the dark, you know, and then claim to be godly. And then be confused why they don't know the difference between what did the tree of knowledge say? That you'll know the difference between good and evil. Well, how do you know the difference between good and evil if you engage in evil? Because now you got to judge yourself. Now you got to repair yourself. So when we wander from the narrow path and we engage in a double life of, you know, spirituality and non-spirituality, that's why we get lost and we get confused, and you know, like, yeah, it's very difficult to, you know, for somebody to see what evil is when they engage in it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and a lot of this is like,
7 hours, bro. I gotta get off here, bro. Oh.
Got you, man. Good talking to you.
Yeah, man. Same to you. I'm just a little burned out, and I'm gonna hit you up. You sent me a thing on Telegram. You said.
Yeah, I sent you the ad request and message. So yeah, just reply back
Right,
on
man.
that.
Yeah. Hopefully do one of these again real soon.
Yeah, for sure. I jump on every now and then when he does the invitations.
All right, cool, man. And I could message you on there.
Yeah, on Telegram. Yeah.
All right, man. Good talk.
All right, man. Good talking
Peace.
to you, man. Enjoy
You
your
too.
day.
Okay, you too.
All right. God bless you.